Malik, hey, we appreciate you talking to us. We see the belt, and we'll see if we see a second one after today. Good luck in the race.
All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Malik Ray in the defending champion of the SummerSlam 499. You saw him pick up that championship belt. I thought that was a really cool part of that. And again, the winner this afternoon will receive one of those championship belts also, along with that $1,500. So looking forward to see who gets the new version of that belt, or if Malik Ray can capture a second one of those belts. We were going to go to Michael Guest, the pole sitter. I'm not seeing him in here. We will call an audible and move through our order. We'll move next now to series owner Michael Triscaro, and this is one of the best stories of this event. Michael Triscaro has been adamant that he has wanted to win, wanted to be in and win one of these crown jewel events. So for him to race into this one, this is the first one he will get to start from on the racetrack. It's an incredible story. And as we get ready to go green, Michael Triscaro, it's going to be his first time in one of these full-length events as a driver. Looking forward to getting his perspective on how he will attack this 499 miles. It's the series owner. It's Michael Triscaro. Mike, it's the voice in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
I do. How you doing?
Well, look, not too bad. And, you know, I want to get your mental take on this as well, because we have heard time after time how much you want to win a PGR race, but more so wanted to make one of these crown jewel events. We saw you attempt last year in the SummerSlam 499. We saw you attempt this February in the PGR 500, and Lady Luck just did not look well on you. Lady Luck has turned her eyes on the 34 car this summer. You finally get to start a crown jewel event in the SummerSlam 499. What is your mental space going into this race? How do you feel? Is there a lot of nerves for you? Is it just any other race? Take me through what you're feeling headed into your first crown jewel start.
Well, actually, I did make the SummerSlam feature a year ago. I don't know if you remember, but on the last lap of the LCQ, all chaos broke loose on the track, and I was able to come through a lot of carnage to actually get into this feature race last year. Unfortunately, got caught up in a late wreck that kind of ended my hopes of, getting in to a contention to win. But yeah, I mean, still, it's jitters are there for sure, but I feel like I'm playing with house money this week. I haven't really been able to run the recruitment races and run all these races leading up to this event. Honestly, since Baker went on deployment back in April, I've been really just doing race control broadcasting for PGR, and I haven't really been able to run that much. So, I mean, coming into this week, I had no expectations whatsoever at all, especially in this car. I believe this car is really a driver's car. And not saying I'm not a good driver, but, I just haven't had the seat time in it. And, I came out there with a clear mind, and I was laser focused in my heat and my duels. I made a couple of mistakes, but rebounded from both of them to get here today. And now, like I said, I thought I'd be more nervous, but like I said, I'm playing with house money. I'm going to, kind of take it easy, try to get through, at least half the race before I kind of maneuver up to the front. I think it's in my best interest to, kind of race calm, stay out of trouble, get on and off pit lane the best that I can, and stay on that lead lap. I think that's crucial for me today, and put myself there when it matters in the last 50 laps. And, hey, if I can make a run to the front and give myself a chance at some big money, all right. And, hey, you never know. I've seen some crazier things happen. If this is my time, man, that would be one heck of a story.
Tell you this, Mike, if Lake Peterson can win the Podium 500, I believe that you can win this race today after 499 miles. There's obviously been a lot of planning for you on the management side of this event as well, so I want to get your take on that before you strap into the race car. This weekend, I think there were some nerves on the driver's part, some nerves on the management part of how this car would translate and how the racing quality would be. And I think we have all been more than pleasantly surprised about the quality that has been on track this weekend for both the heat races and especially for yesterday's duels. It was intense, it was edge of your seat, but it was for the most part generally clean racing in this Gen 6 race car. Take me through how that feels for you. We obviously saw the risk taken to run the Gen 6 car, a car that got a major update and is very chaotic in terms of style. Take me through the planning process as well, and kind of just how it feels to see that decision, that risk pay off this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I thought it was definitely a big risk, but I kind of left it up to the community. We had a vote. Obviously, we do a lot of voting here in PGR Esports. It's a democracy for sure. And I mean, it was a landslide to run the Gen 6. So that was an easy call. Obviously, I had some hesitation doing it, but I listened to the people that run here. Yeah, do I think we could have got to that 200 entry mark with the trucks or possibly the B-Car Xfinity? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, I think this car puts on the best possible show, and it's proven throughout the heats and especially the duels yesterday. And I think everybody viewing today and everyone that had some hesitation to sign up for this event, if we continue with this package for next year, I think we're going to get to that 200 mark, maybe even go over it. Just this was kind of a proving ground for this car. And it's put on some really good racing. But as far as the event itself, I mean, this is a big undertaking. Obviously, I mentioned Baker earlier. He's been gone, so I haven't really had him. Luckily, this week I have. But it helps to have the website to put the entry form up there. But it's a lot of work, man. Collecting all the payments, moving all the money around. We got the PGR Esports Fund. We're doing recruitment races. It's just there's so much that goes into this that no one sees. And I say it all the time, man. I mean, we're doing this for nothing. Obviously, we get paid when we race control, we get paid when we broadcast, but we're not profiting outside of that. So this is just a massive undertaking for pretty much for nothing, just for the joy of it, for the hobby of it, for the love of it. And that's where I get, the high on for me is just, seeing everyone come together, even throughout the chaos and the drama of EOLs and penalties, man. At the end of the day, somebody's going to win $1,500 today, and you're going to see jubilation on your screen if they have a webcam. They're going to get that belt in a week or two, and they're going to put that picture up, and they're going to be proud that they won the SummerSlam 499. They're going to be proud in January when they won the PGR 500, and that excitement, that emotion, you don't get by just running weekly. You get that in these big events, and that's what we're looking forward here, putting this event on and ones in the future.
Well, Mike, we will bid you good luck here on both the management side as you kind of take in this race, but also for most of all today in the race car as you get strapped in for 499 miles. Best of luck throughout this SummerSlam 499, and we'll see if we're talking to you here at the end of the afternoon.
Appreciate it, guys. Good luck tonight or today in the broadcast.
Michael Triscaro, series owner. He's on two different pages today, management and driver. Driver for him, obviously, you can tell, comes first. It means a lot to him. We'll get one final pre-race interview before we head to the event information as we get set to take the grid for the third annual SummerSlam 499. We'll move down to a man in based on a call in yesterday's duels. The only penalty issued in yesterday's duel race number 2 allowed for Joey Gatina, who is one of the free entries from the recruitment races over the last couple of weeks to get into this event. We'll see what he has to say about his chances and also the roller coaster that was Saturday afternoon for him. As we welcome him into the broadcast booth, I'll send it over to my partner, Cody Nagels, as he sits down with Joey Gatina in the 14.
Joey Gatina, boys in the booth, do you got a copy?
I do, man. How you guys doing?
Doing well. So take me through your week, not only your week, but just take me through your experience with PGR Esports so far. Start off with the recruitment racing. How did that go for you? And what is your mindset going into the SummerSlam 499?
Well, it was kind of a crazy start to how I was introduced to this. A good friend of mine, Brian Wortman, posted up in our team group, and I immediately signed up thinking that additional teammates would join me, and they did not because it was so late. I think we all had about 3 hours to sign up before it closed down. So that was it. I didn't do any recruitment races, rolled into the heat, and we had to make the top 10. I think that was the hardest thing, in my opinion, was to get in through the heat. So we wound up finishing 4th. Qualified terrible. That's just what I do. I'm the best at qualifying bad. But raced really well. So yesterday with our duel, I believe I was in 3 crashes, none of my own doing, 4 minutes of damage, and my spotter, Joe Hudson, just kept me calm. We got the car fixed, and right there toward the end on the green-white checker, we had to pass 12 or 13 cars. We did all but one on the last lap, and then due to a DQ, here we are in the race starting 40th. So I'm excited. I think we're in the best spot to be in, deep in the pack, where it's all gravy from here, right? Just going to take our time and see what happens.
Oh, absolutely. And how does it feel to be in the SummerSlam 499 against the likes of multiple eNASCAR drivers, longtime iRacing members, super speedway money racers, and in my opinion, some of the best that iRacing can offer on the oval side and the super speedway side? How does it feel to not only be racing against those guys, but how are you going to potentially position yourself to have a chance to win this race at the end?
Well, first off, the guys that put this on here at PGR, the whole group, Baker, Tercisco, sorry I messed that up. They've all done a hell of a job with this deal. I run a league, Sim 500 eSports Racing League, sim500.com. I've been doing that for longer than I can imagine, and it's nothing compared to what this race, what went into it, the names, the people. Just glad to be here. I've never done anything like this before, so I'm extremely excited. I think we're going to be fine. The draft is the great equalizer, so at the end of the day, I think we're going to be on the same page as everybody. We just got to watch what we're doing, be smart how we're racing. There's really no need to be racing 3 wide for us anytime soon. Kind of set a strategy of where we want to be halfway in the race, and then we slowly move our way up. And when it gets down to the money, we just hope we're not a victim of circumstances and we make it through it.
Well, absolutely. And Joey, I look forward to seeing you in this race. And just as my co-host Dawson had alluded to earlier, if Lake Peterson can win the Podium 500, you absolutely can win the SummerSlam 499. And that is just the beauty of the super speedway races. You position yourself. You don't even necessarily have to be in the top 5 or the top 10 on the last lap. Just give yourself a fighting chance and you can be the winner of this. Before I let you go, is there anyone you would like to thank or just give a shout out that made this all possible to make the feature race today?
Well, yeah, Brian Wardman, I wouldn't be even entered in this race if it weren't for him sharing the information, so I appreciate that. Matthew Baker has been excellent behind the scenes, getting me set up in this hot rod he's painted for me, this number 14 Sim 500 eSports Racing League Ford Fusion. Joe Hudson on the box, my entire team back at Sim 500. So, yeah, we're just excited, you guys, for broadcasting. But again, what has gone into this race, the 170 drivers, the amount of money, the amount of time, I don't think people really get. So big props to everybody that put this on, and look forward to having a good run today.
Joey, thank you for your time and good luck again.
Thank you, guys.
Joey Gatina, the last man in based on the dual races yesterday evening. We'll now move into pre-race information, and we've got to take it a little quickly because the grid is coming up here very shortly. We'll start with the track info. The venue for today's SummerSlam 499, it is the infamous Talladega Super Speedway in Lincoln, Alabama. 2.66 miles in length, 33 degrees of banking in the corners, 17 degrees in the tri-oval. The most notable fact about this racetrack is the start-finish line, which is 1,000 feet further down the speedway than it is at its sister track in Daytona. Opened in 1969, this place has held racing history for nearly 60 years, and today sure to make PGR and sim racing history as well. We'll move now into the next part of our pre-race as we get ready to take the grid. Warm-up is concluding. The event details, and this is how we got to this point. Over the last 3 days, 8 heat races saw 173 drivers take to the racetrack, with 80 advancing into yesterday afternoon's duels. In the dual races yesterday, a total of 83 after provisionals and penalties started 2 dual races in which the top 20 made it to the feature. We do have 2 provisional drivers coming out of those dual races as well. Today, 42 will race for a prize purse of nearly $5,500 and a grand prize of $1,500 and that championship belt. It is 188 laps today at the Talladega Super Speedway. 2 provisional drivers to note today: Chris Blanchard for Blanchard's Towing and Recovery, and Malik Ray as the defending champion. I believe our 2 provisional, it's the Ryko provisional that went to Kirill Kananovich. The prize pool is as such: $1,500 to the winner today. That championship belt, that will be the most coveted part of the prize pool in this afternoon's event. You see it scales down through the field, but also, ultimately the drivers, Cody, they're only going to be really caring about that $1,500 and the championship belt.
Well, absolutely, and it goes even further than the championship belt. We race against each other. These racers race against each other night in and night out in PGR, in promotions across money racing. They want the bragging rights. They want to say that on this day they were the best driver in the field. It is going to be a daunting task to get it done today, but I am looking forward to see it play out.
Well, the prize pool is as such for this event, and with that out of the way, that just about wraps up what you will need to know. We are now going to head down trackside. The drivers have waited months to get on track for this race, and it is time to now go to track level and meet the 42 drivers that will contest the 3rd annual PGR SummerSlam 499. Let's get into it with today's starting grid. On the pole for the SummerSlam 499 by virtue of his win in dual race number 1, it is the 21, the driver in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, a teammate of Malik Ray for Vegas Inferno. It is Michael Guest. On the outside of the front row, it will be one of the upstarts of money racing, the winner of dual race number 2, a man who was out of the event yesterday afternoon, back in the event for the dual race, and went and won the dual race anyway. He'll start from second. It's Wyatt Gray. Row 2 going to be Colin Keister, another Coca-Cola iRacing Series winner from this past year in the 15. Alongside him, it will be Andrew Navarro making his money racing return, making a start in PGR's second biggest race of the year. Row number 3 will be the Canadian driver and the former Podium 500 champion Kyler Wynn that will start from 5th. To his outside, it's another one of the money racing regulars for Team PGR. It's Brian Hennings in the 74.
And in row 4, Kay McClinney. On his outside is the defending SummerSlam 499 champion. It is Malik Ray of the Vegas Inferno. In row 5, Jacob Wilkerson. To his outside is Jack Shack's own Evan Karlbahn. Starting 11th is Kevin Champagne, and to his outside is NBG's Nathan Harper.
Back in row number 7, it will be the captain for Team Dega Pros. It's John Ward of the 92. To his outside, another Jack Shack Racing entry. It will be Joe Huerta in the pink number 1. Row 8 will be one of the best stories of the event, the 999 of Ethan Delaire. He'll start from 15th. To his outside, it's a heat winner from this past weekend, and one of my fellow broadcasters on a regular basis, the 62 of Landon Felicki. Row 9 going to be Caden Diedrich, a longtime super speedway racer in the 24. He'll go from 17th. To his outside, it will be Alex Hill in the 48 in a Jack Shack entry today.
And in row 10 is Justin Champagne. To his outside is another Jack Shack driver. You're going to hear plenty of them today. This one is the 11 of Dylan Basin. Row 11 is PGR's owner, Michael Triscaro. To his outside is the 88 of Garrett Caswell. In row 12 is the 77 of Joey Beck, and to his outside is the 22 of Axel Smith.
Back in row number 13, it'll be Josh McCullough from McCullough Motorsports in the 05. Alongside him will be a new addition to Team PGR. It will be Justin Melikar in the 84 machine. Row 14, it will be Jackson Bies, another one of those upstart drivers in the 33. And alongside him, one of iRacing's best, it's Adam Garza in the 8 machine starting from 28th. Row 15, it will be Jeff Merck in the NBG Motorsports number 60. And alongside him, Jesse Baker in the 90 machine.
In row 17 is Dalton Milam. To his outside is Michael Anthony in the 014. Starting 33rd is Jackson Anderson in the 83. To his outside is one of the most successful money racers since he has burst onto the scene. It is the defending PGR 500 champion in the 39 of Daniel Falkingham. In 35th is Adam Tahan in the 40. To his outside in 36 is the 99 of Sean Rowe.
Beating through the tail end of the grid this afternoon, back in row 19, Casey Sprinkle in the 59 from McCullough Motorsports, as well as Trevor Oswernoth, a roller coaster weekend. He'll start 38th for the Jack Shack. Row 20, Jack Mace in the 07, the British driver. Alongside him, Sim 500's Joey Gatina. In 41st, it's Chris Blanchard, one of our provisional drivers this afternoon, along with the Ryko provisional winner, Kirill Kananovic in the 17. That is the 42-man starting grid, and as we head back to track level, Cody, what a sight this is. The 42-car field has arranged into a 4-wide salute. To the fans, we want to thank you for your participation in this event. A salute to the 173 that entered this event as well. And Cody, as these guys salute the fans here at Virtual Talladega Superspeedway and around the world, you take a moment and realize how much work it took to get to this point.
Well, absolutely, and in my opinion, this was really the precursor to the PGR 500 last year. The SummerSlam 499 is a testament to the effort of not only the drivers that show up week in and week out in PGR, but it's the efforts of Michael Triscaro, it's the efforts of Matthew Baker, it's the efforts of all you guys that continue to call these races, Dawson. We appreciate everything you do. It could not simply be done without you guys, and I want to give a big special shout out to everyone watching today, supporting PGR eSports, because without you guys, none of this would be possible.
A really surreal moment for me as we get to kind of sit back and watch these guys do this 4-wide salute. They'll start to back out here, and I believe it's a 2-wide formation. In fact, they're just going to keep it 4-wide. But it is a surreal moment for those of us that have been with PGR for now 2.5 years going on for me. This is a moment where you get to reflect and say, man, you know, how fast this has grown. We did this 4-wide salute last year, and it was special. This year, I think it's even more special just because of the moment that we have here, how big these events have gotten, and certainly this is a testament to it. You see on your screens the 42 men that will go 188 laps in the SummerSlam 499 as they continue to salute you, the fans. They salute their fellow drivers, but they salute you, the fans, and as they back into 2x2 formation, they wanted to give you all their thanks for coming out and watching this event here this afternoon. Well, before we get under the green flag, I do want to take you through how this race will work and the format of this afternoon's event, and give you some of the details for how this race will go with some race analysis as we get ready to go from Talladega Superspeedway. 188 laps, 499 miles here at the virtual Talladega. The pit road speed, 55 miles an hour. A big part of the green flag pit stops that will inevitably be one of the deciding factors in this afternoon's summer's biggest sim race. 7 tire sets in the pits for these drivers should they need them. They'll take them on green flag pit stops. Beyond that, not sure if they'll be needing tires here this afternoon beyond green flag pit stops. 3 green white checkers here this afternoon should we need them. That will be after 188 laps. If that's not enough, we'll go about 15 more should we need to. And a fixed setup underneath the hoods of these race cars. Everyone is on the same setup here this afternoon. Everyone has a chance to win. If you are in the lead pack at the end, you can go and win $1,500 and a championship belt. Well, Cody, again, you've been in this position now up here with me in the broadcast booth, but also now in the race car. You know, these pace laps, I talked about earlier what the nerves are like during the warm-up session. It's a whole different ballgame when you get on track for pacing. What is going through a driver's mind as the pace car lights go out and we hit 1 to go before we go under the green flag?
Personally, when I'm pacing, that's when the butterflies hit, that's when the nerves hit, because these drivers, they want to get out there. They're competitors, they're passionate about what they do, and I guarantee you they're chomping at the bits for this race to go green. If you have any kind of butterflies right now, I promise you, as soon as that green flag drops, it's all going out the window, and it becomes very, very natural to them. This is just a time for the drivers to soak it in before we really start getting into the action.
And get into the action we will in about a half a lap from right now. The weather conditions on track in the bottom right of your screen. 80-degree air temperature, 118 on the racetrack. It's a little bit cooler than it was for the heat races earlier in the weekend. It should allow for a little bit more flexibility with the tires and the engine temperatures aboard these 42 Gen 6 race cars. If you did not catch our dual races yesterday, I'll tell you what, you were missing out. It was some of the most intense racing that we have ever had in the PGR eSports scene. 42 made it out. 42 now on track will compete. They have gone through a gauntlet this weekend to get to this point, but now it is just about time to throw the green flag. This last half a pace lap, I can say from experience, it feels like an hour. You just want to put the throttle down and get to work. And once you get to work, your mind focuses on that. The nerves go away, and the mindset becomes, I have a goal at hand. I know what I need to do, and now it is time to go and execute. 42 of iRacing's best, 42 of Super Speedway Racing's best have arrived at iRacing's virtual Talladega Super Speedway. They have gone through months of preparation of how they are going to get to this point, and now they are only 188 laps away from the all-time glory of being a PGR Crown Jewel winner. Michael Guest and Wyatt Gray will drag the field into the restart zone for the first time. It's time to crown a SummerSlam 499 champion. Green flag in the biggest sim racing event of the summer. Up the banking of turns 3 and 4, lap 1 continues to be run here at Talladega, and it's mostly too wide through the field, unlike the 30-lap heats and the 60-lap duels. Guys trying to find a rhythm early. Now, there will be drivers that want to go and lead every lap, and drivers that dice their way through the field, namely, to me, will be Daniel Falkingham and Trevor Osmanoff out back. But up front, it continues to be the guys that started there. Not a lot of bonsai moves quite yet. Michael Guest leads lap 1 in front of Colin Keister and Wyatt Gray.
And you have to think that the drivers, it's going to be very much a feeling out process right now with the cooler track. Which lane is going to prevail? Is it still going to be the top, as we have seen predominantly not only most of the week, but it's just been since the recruiting races, the top has been absolutely dominant. If I'm the drivers out there, though, I would test the bottom early to see how viable it's going to be as we get later in the race.
So far, so good for that bottom lane. It got Wyatt Gray to the lead around Michael Guest. It's now Malik Ray that dives down there and grabs the lead. You see Wyatt Gray, he's going to go and block it right in front of Malik Ray. And this is what I talked about. Some of the drivers are going to want to race a little more aggressive, and a few more coming up the outside. It's the Jack Shack teammates, Joe Huerta, Dylan Basin, and Alex Hill in a newly rebranded 77 on the outside. Their teammate Carl Bond will jump up there as well. All of a sudden, as soon as I said they weren't going to go 3 wide, they still aren't. Navarro and Hennings throw a block on that line. It goes 8 rows deep in the field, and their momentum is stopped. They are now outside the top 10 as they run on the speedway right now. And up front is exactly what the doctor ordered for Wyatt Gray. Malik Gray all the way back to John Ward in the 9th position.
Well, as soon as you've seen the pack going 3 wide, it really just made that bottom very, very dominant. It seems like the top is still trying to get formed. As long as they continue jockeying between the 2nd lane and the 3rd lane, you've got to think everyone's just going to continue to go down to the bottom, making the bottom stronger and stronger. But at the same time, you might see the bottom be strong for a heavy majority of this race. It's such a long, daunting race, and you don't want to get yourself trapped up at the top too long, because it just takes one bad push potentially and you're out of the race.
Single file for about the first 10 cars on track back to Andrew Navarro, and then the single file ends. Now it will actually be the top 12 on track clear single file back to Alex Hill in the 77 machine. Then the 2 wide begins back around Adam Garza and Nathan Harper. That's the first battle on the speedway. That is for 13th, but that group has to be careful now. This top 12 is going to try to break away because of the side draft out back, but it will not last long because now the front group will go 2 wide. They'll go 3 wide. Huerta and Hill go all the way outside. Champagne, Ward, and Navarro go to the middle, and this group splits up, and it's going to allow that second pack to pull their way back into this race. The leaders want to log laps. It's very clear to me, Cody. The guys behind them do not. No surprises to me. Kevin Champagne is one. No surprise that the Jack Shack cars are amongst that group. Justin Champagne out back is trying to make moves as well. Ward looks 3 wide as one goes off the racetrack. That was Keister. The leaders scramble for the first time in this race as John Ward has some Jack Shack help behind him.
And that's exactly what that second pack wanted to see, is the lead pack starting to fight a little bit, because it definitely looked like they were starting to get a small breakaway. But this is a telling tale of which drivers are going to want to be aggressive in this race. As you said, Kevin Champagne, John Ward, Joe Huerta, Alex Hill, all of them drivers look like they're not going to be content right mid-pack this whole race. They want to get out there, they want to lead laps, but they're also wanting to set themselves up on the green flag pit stop. If you're in that lead group or in the top 10, potentially you could have a little bit of a breakaway if we have a long run.
Well, already 6 laps ticked onto the board, and not really a break for the guys about 12th on back. Wyatt Gray blocked John Ward as he got there. That's for the lead. And no surprises here that Wyatt Gray wants to run up front again. Ran well in his heat race before throwing a block that got him a penalty when the race ended. And for a moment, he was out of the race. He was placed back in the dual race after the call was overturned. What did he do? He went and won his dual race. He said, I'm not even going to... almost trouble out back. Comes back around. Kyler Wynn trouble. Ethan DeLayer is sideways to the 999. We're going to almost spin it in the triangle. Somehow everybody, I think, saves it. Now the caution will come out as Landon Veliky takes a trip through the infield grass. And so as we get ready to go back and watch Jesse Baker, that's a tough break for the Home Depot Chevrolet as he has severe damage to that machine in this first caution flag of the night. So I saw Landon Veliky, must have been the 90 that was involved in this one as well. And this one got started, Cody, up around Kyler Wynn when a scramble began on the inside line. A checkup happened right around the front of the field, and it worked its way backwards When it got back to about mid-pack, that is when the action began. And you see Jesse Baker, he appears to be the worst for wear here in the field. I don't really see any other cars that have severe damage into this incident. Looks like everybody else got away from it generally unscathed. But for Jesse Baker, early in the race, I don't know if that's damage he will be able to fix.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to probably end his day. But just looking at the field, that definitely was, in my opinion, like crisis averted. That was on the lower lane. It was a stack up that looked like you said, it was around Kyler Wynn. If any of them drivers would have slid up the track, look who's back there. I'm seeing the likes of Dylan Bazin, Brian Hennings, Caden Diedrich. I mean, there was several drivers that really were at the mercy of the drivers on the bottom saving it there. Nathan Harper, Kyler Wynn. Man, it was just a very, very tricky situation, but great job on the drivers, and it's just a testament to the skill level of everyone in the field. It definitely could have been a lot worse than what it was.
It feels like that's been a storyline of the entire weekend, is crisis averted so far in the heat races and the dual races. There's been a couple times, and I feel like we avoided a massive incident. We'll go back and take another look. I want to focus on Jesse Baker because we saw here Dallaire, Velige, Beck. I believe Joey Beck's the other car that was involved. Here's Baker. He gets in the back of Axel Smith, and Jackson Bias coming along gets in the back end of the 90 and sends him for a ride into the outside safer barrier. So that would explain the right front wheel damage on Jesse Baker, as Jackson Bias perhaps either couldn't see, did not get the communication early enough from the driver, so there was a crash going on, and Baker ends up worse for wear. He's on the pit lane, so credit to him. Credit to him here, Cody. He's going to try to fix it in that 90 machine, and why not? With 180 laps to go, why not at least try to fix it and get back out on track? I don't think there's any engine damage, so at the very least he could try to get it at least to where it can run at a decent degree here in the later stages of the race.
Well, absolutely. I mean, for Jesse, you put in work racing to make the feature all week, and I think it's the last thing that he wants to do is just call it a race. Hopefully, he can get back out there. I don't know. It looks like to me he's going to have pretty extensive damage and repair time, but for him, hopefully I'd like to see him get back out there in the second half of this race and log some laps, because regardless of where he finishes, these are going to be very meaningful laps that you can take with you far beyond just the 499.
So we head back up towards the front of the field. A bit of a shake-up here in the lead positions. Everyone came down pit road except one car. Trevor Oswernoth in the 89 has cycled forward to the race lead on lap number 8 of the SummerSlam 499. Everyone behind him runs where they were when the caution flag came out for the most part. But Trevor Oswernoth opting for track position here. I can't say I blame him, with almost a 40-lap fuel tank and not necessarily what we're used to on the PGR scene, a 20-lap fuel run. It's about double that today. And for Trevor Oswernoth, he would have rather had the track position. You heard him say in his pre-race interview earlier that he wanted to get to the front, he wanted track position, and his teammates agreed with him. And would you look at that? 3 of the Jack Shack entries are inside the top 5, headed on to lap number 9. We'll get back under the green flag here in just a moment. An early caution, Cody. Does it change the way the drivers feel in the car? Does it add nerves here as we get ready to go back green? Or has it been enough laps that maybe the nerves are gone and now it's just a normal race? Did we tick off enough for drivers to kind of say, okay, I can take a deep breath. We're in it now. My headspace is right. I'm ready to go.
Exactly. That's the way I would look at it anyway, is all right, you've logged 8 laps, you've been able to get the early race jitters out of there. You've been testing both the bottom line and the top line, but it's just been a big feeling out process. But as you had alluded to, now you can take a deep breath, you can reset. Do you have anyone around you that you trust, that you can just settle into a position inside the top 10 and just let these laps tick down? For me, the way to make it through these longer races is through your teammates. I want people around me that I can trust. For Trevor Oswernoth, he has proven to be one of the most aggressive drivers out here as far as pit strategies and finding his way to the front. And honestly, I like the strategy. He trusts the drivers around him, guys like John Ward, Joe Huerta, Alex Hill. So Trevor's in a very good position. Wyatt Gray, it's guys that you don't have to worry about necessarily giving you those offset pushes. So Trev gains a lot of track position early, and we'll see if we can get it, if Trev can get it to pay off and lead a few laps here.
Well, again, helps that you have a couple teammates lining up generally around you here. Again, Alex Hill, 4th, Joe Huerta, 5th are both entries for the Jack Shack team. So perhaps that factored into Trev's decision as well to come up to the front and be around his teammates and say, hey, here's another car. I can help you guys up here too. And I can also benefit myself. I can grab myself some track position, get to the front, and then later on be in a good position if and when we get to our first green flag pit stop. Trev's the biggest mover, plus 37 for that green and black 89, and now he'll have the opportunity to control the restart here in the restart zone. First caution has been cleaned off the racetrack. We are ready to go back green on lap number 10. 179 laps to go in the SummerSlam 499. Green flag back in the air. Great jump on the bottom for Osmernaut. John Ward gets even with Wyatt Gray, and Osmernaut has his selection now of where he'd like to go into turn 1. Imagine he will take the turn up the racetrack on the bumper of Gray, assuming Alex Hill starts to give him a better push here in 2.
And we're going to sit and wait. Yeah, just as you said, he's going to go up there. Alex, I couldn't even really get the words out of my mouth, but I was guessing that Alex was going to try to take the right rear of Wyatt Gray, get connected with Trevor Osmernoff, and try to take point and take control of this race. Very smart move by the 77 of Alex Hill. But in doing that, it looks like the bottom lane, because the upper 2 lanes, they were fighting there for a while, and it gives that bottom lane an advantage anytime you do that. Now Wyatt Gray and Andrew Navarro were coming shooting up through the middle behind, that is Joe Huerta.
And all of a sudden, one of the most picturesque sights in racing, 3x3x3, 9, 10 rows deep in the field in the SummerSlam 499. Up front, though, about a 5, 6, 7 car breakaway from that 3 wide. John Ward benefits nicely off of that battling. He goes to the race lead. Huerta will now jump out, and now it's 12 rows of 3 wide. 36 of the 42 that started are now 3 wide. Make it 39. Wyatt Gray to the outside safer barrier. He'll have the help of Joe Huerta. Wilkerson in the middle. John Ward on the bottom, and Cody, it's 3x3x3 all the way back to the lead pack down the Alabama Gang super stretch.
The bottom lane didn't stay strong for very long, because as soon as that top lane got the momentum, you've seen people, oh, we are full wide. Wyatt Gray getting hung out in the middle. Jack Shack on the top with Joe Huerta, Trevor Osmernoff, and Alex Hill just shooting right around him. They are being aggressive, and right now it is crazy to me. 188 lap race, and it doesn't seem like anybody in this field is wanting to settle in and just log laps. They are fighting like we're in the last 10 laps of the race.
Well, and you see what that does to drivers that have been in this position before. Malik Ray drops from the inside of that 3 wide battle up front in the 3rd position all the way to 32nd on the racetrack. He did not like what he saw up front, and I can't say I blame him. The defending winner of the championship belt last year in this event goes all the way to the back, and he will log laps here in that one machine. Not normal for Malik Ray to do that, and not normal for several guys that are back towards the tail end of the field to use that strategy. Jeff Merck is back there as well. So too is Josh McCullough. So too is Michael Triscaro. So too is Caden McClenny. These are guys who are used to running up front, but with what they see up front right now, they'd rather save their race car. Adam Garza says, I'm good on that. The Budweiser number 8 jumps to the outside. He'll lead the middle. Michael Guest, the pole sitter, is back up towards the front of the field, and out back, I see that pink, black, and white Chevrolet. Cody, that's Daniel Falkingham.
Anytime you see Daniel Falkingham near the front, you need to be on alert. Those crafty veterans like Falkingham, like Malik Ray, they don't get their high status on iRacing and the respect in the community like they do. They don't get that for nothing. These are some of the not only most talented but smartest drivers out in the field. But I do want to give a big shout out right now to the man leading the race, the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson. He is a very well-respected guy in the community. I know he came up running a lot of Jimmy Crow races. Hasn't really ran a lot on the PGR scene just yet, but he is a very highly talented racer now. It looks like he's starting to lose a little bit of momentum down there on the bottom behind Adam Garza. But that's somebody that you're going to have to look out for at the end of this race. Jacob Wilkerson has won several pretty good money races, and he's got the craftiness and the know-how to be there at the end to potentially win the race.
Wilkerson, the RaceCPI.com Chevrolet, runs 3rd on the bottom now behind Adam Garza and the newly introduced Sean Rowe to the front of the field. On the outside, on the outside is where the momentum is. Caden Dietrich goes to the lead on the push from guess who? Daniel Falkingham in the 39. I knew it wouldn't take him long to get up here. 39 works his way into the second position on lap number 14. Behind them, a couple other new introductions to the front. Landon Velicky in the 62 for the Jack Shack, carrying the banner for the broadcasters today. He'll jump on the bumper of John Ward. Not for long, 4 wide again as we hit turn number 1, but Landon smartly thinks better of it, goes back to the inside in front of the 88 of Garrett Caswell, making his first appearance at the front as well, plus 12. The Exalta Chevrolet from where he started. A couple guys up a bunch more than that. Falkingham plus 30, Sean Rowe plus 34, Adam Garza plus 25. You see the guys that want to come up here and race and duke it out early and make a name for themselves so that later a guy around them will say, yeah, I can work with Sean Rowe. Yeah, I can work with Adam Garza. Yeah, I can work with Jacob Wilkerson because they were up front duking it out, throwing elbows with some of the best of the best. That is exactly what they're doing. Look at Caden Diedrich playing his best Dale Earnhardt Jr. impression at the front as he goes bottom to middle, couldn't block the top. And Cody, here comes one of the veterans. It's John Ward, pushed by Kyler Wynn.
John Ward's going to be one of those names. He has won some big races in his career. That's another guy potentially, whether you want to call him a sleeper or not, John Ward knows how to get it done in these big races. Love him, hate him, or otherwise, he is a very talented racer, and it's not going to surprise me if he's another name that you hear called here towards the end of this race.
Kyler Wynn goes to the lead in the push of Andrew Navarro, returning to PGR for the first time in a year to money race here in this event. John Ward will go behind them, and then it's a couple Jack Shack teammates, Huerta and Osborne returning to the front. Still 2 by 2, a few rows of 3 wide there in the middle, make it now 4. It's going to go back to 3 as Jack Mace and Dalton Meelam jump out. Now Diedrich jumps out, so back to 4 rows of 3 wide racing. And as it's gotten deeper in the race, 16 laps in, you've seen more and more drivers bail, as we call it. Back out, go all the way to the back, and just long laps. They're running too wide towards the tail end of the field. They don't like what these guys are doing up here. It is very similar, excuse me, to the PGR 500 in February. A lot of guys raced up front for a little bit and then said, I can't do that for 200 laps. I'm going to go to the back. These guys doing something very similar. You're on board now with Landon Velicky. He's got the driver cam on today in that 62. He is one of the drivers towards the front of the field, duking it out in that 3 wide battle, and you see just how locked in the driver of the 62 is with all that's happening in front of him. This car moves quickly, the runs happen fast. Sean Rowe goes to the lead off the push of Kyler Wynn. It's off turn 4. Everything is about 5 times faster than it is in every other car here in the Gen 6.
And for that reason, Dawson, that is why the drivers that are being aggressive early in these races, I give the advantage to. The way I look at it, if you're only being aggressive for the last 10 laps, you're not racing the first 178 laps, timing up the moves from the top to the bottom. This car does move a lot faster than the Xfinity car, a lot faster than the truck, the next gen, all the other cars that we're used to. If you move down on something that you figure is a normal clear or a normal lane change, you do that same move in the Gen 6 car, you're going to find yourself wrecked. You will not be clear. So for the guys that are out there throwing elbows for 188 laps, sure, maybe you know, higher risk of wrecking. I will say that. But in doing that, you're getting yourself comfortable for the big moment. You're getting yourself comfortable when you are in that position at the end of the race.
You can tell who some of the savvy veterans in this car are in the field, because when the field starts to race behind the leaders, they all line up and start to push forward. And Kyler Wynn was the lead pusher right there and very nearly broke that lead group of 9 away from the rest of the field, actually 10 back to Hennings. As soon as that happens, though, the second pack catches up, and here comes Andrew Navarro with Kevin Champagne, with Landon Velicky, with now John Ward taking a peek, jumping back in lines to 92. That yellow car on the inside. Kevin Champagne leads the charge. First time he will be towards the front today in the McDonald's Ford Mustang. Big moment for Jacob Wilkerson. He saves the race car. Huge, huge save for the 43 right there. He'll stay in line 4th on the inside.
Well, so far in the early going, I am very impressed with Sean Rowe right now. In a field that is as prolific as what we see right now, some of the household names across all of iRacing, and Sean Rowe is up there. He's leading several laps, and he looks very, very comfortable up there.
Sean Rowe, one of the guys that had a great story in his heat race, great story in his dual race, not a guy that we talk about a ton, but now as soon as you talk about how good he's doing, of course the commentator's curse is going to happen. Rowe is going to go backwards in that 99 machine. But again, the good thing for him, he can look up at the scoring pylon and see, okay, 169 laps to go. I'm good. I got some time to lead. I know what that feels like. I can now go towards the tail end, and he can relax. And honestly, that might be the best part of it for Sean Rowe. I know you want to lead the race. I know you want to get your car out front. but ultimately I want to relax here in the opening about 100 laps of this race. And for Sean Rowe, he gets a chance to do that now. Garza goes to the lead. First time we've seen Adam Garza up front in the number 8 machine. He's got Daniel Falkingham on the back bumper of him. Navarro Veliky lead the outside lane as we go 2x2 throughout most of the field. No 3 wide now, just 2x2. Garza jumps up. Navarro turns left, and that is a bit more savvy move from Navarro. You heard him say yesterday he had some homework to do. Cody, it looks like he did his homework here tonight after his dual race.
Well, Navarro is a student of the game. He is someone that a lot of people know is one of the more well-known setup builders, especially with the Xfinity car, I believe. But Andrew Navarro, like I said, student of the game, very, very talented. But if you don't see him on the track, I promise you, he is still watching video. If he's not in these money races, he knows what's going on. He knows who's finding success, and he knows what lanes will be viable and where he needs to be to potentially take the checkered flag. Andrew Navarro, again, he's out there early and he's logging meaningful laps. Like I said, I had alluded to just a little bit earlier, when you're making these lane changes, as you see him move in front of Adam Garza, now he's getting the timing down. When he makes that move late in the race, potentially a race-winning move, he's going to be able to have the timing down because he's out there running up front with the likes of Kyler Wynn, Daniel Falkingham, Adam Garza, Jacob Wilkerson, Michael Guest.
Move to the outside. Here comes the Canadian driver, Kyler Wynn in the 82, the former Podium 500 winner, to the outside for the lead on the push of Navarro. Falkingham Wilkerson lead the inside now with the pole sitter Michael Guest. And Justin Mellicar has made his way up here. He's got a teammate behind him in Brian Hennings. On the outside, Garza goes behind the Wynn Navarro tandem. Then it's Veliky, then it's Caswell. And then Alex Hill has settled back in. Third line starting to work, and it's led by one of my broadcasters from this weekend. Another Jack Shack car, that's Evan Carlbon. But only 3 cars up there. They're about to have to go 4 wide around the lap car of Jesse Baker. Jesse did try to fix that race car. He's still struggling a bit with grip clearly in that 90 machine, but he's still laboring away at it. Navarro turned left again on Wynn. He wants to lead from Daniel Falkingham. They'll both get clear of the rest of the field. Now Wilkerson going to maybe get clear in third as the third line starts to form up behind them. 4 wide, John Ward. Oh man, a hesitation for the captain of Tega Pros. He'll get split 4 wide as Alex Hill now leads the third line about 8 rows deep in the field.
And when you're in these races, you also, that's another big thing, is understanding who you're driving around. As talented as a driver like Alex Hill is, I'm going to be honest with you, Dawson, I would not want to be anywhere around him on lap 24. Get me away from him and get me down to the bottom. That is someone that is going to make those 4 wide moves, but it simply just takes one mess up, one mistime. And again, it could end your race, it could end the race of 5 other drivers. I'm not sure I would be wanting personally to get involved in all of that 4 wide, at least this early in the race.
Oh my goodness, Dylan Basin off the bumper of John Ward gets into the outside wall and got it pretty good. We'll have to check the FedEx Toyota to see if he's got any major wheel damage as we go. As he rolls off the wall, he'll lose the draft, but save the race car for now. Depending on the damage, looks okay to me. The wheels look straight on that 11 machine, but he did get the wall off the bumper of John Ward in the 92. Up front, Navarro overshot the block when he... We did get an update on Dylan Basin. Actually, it is going to be severe damage on the 11, and that's one of the favorites in today's event, and a member of the Jack Shack that has early severe wheel damage. Now, the thing that I notice is at least helping him a little. That wheel is not stuck. It is not stopped. It is still rolling on the right front, but it is knocked out in the suspension. We'll have to see if he can fix that. With the wheel still moving, he might have an opportunity to come down and fix it. Up front, so we go back to a replay. Navarro overshot his block. Here's a look at what happened to Basin. Basin on the outside. Oh, and there it was right there. You see that last hit? Oh, actually, it might have been that one right there that knocked the right front wheel out of alignment for Dylan Basin. He'll have to hold on and try to hope for a caution here coming up to get that damage fixed, but he will be laboring until then. Back up front, it was Navarro that overshot his block, trying to go around to the outside of the racetrack. He went a little too high. He got split. He went back to about 15th. He's going to get split again right here in the middle. He'll go back to the help of Jack. Makes trouble around in the middle back straightaway. Andrew Navarro, Alex Hill, Evan Carlon goes sideways. Brian Hennings, Axel Smith crash. More cars involved. Jackson Wise and others as a big crash erupts on lap 26.
And just from the early look at that wreck, it looked to be several front runners involved in the wreck. I don't know what kind of damage that Alex Hill has, but it did look like he took a pretty good lick to that wall. I'm going to have to see how many were involved, but it definitely looked to be the better part of at least 6 or 7 with severe damage.
So we'll start to go back and take a look at this one on the PGR eSports replay. As it was Andrew Navarro, right after I talked about him getting split, he got turned out of line in the middle, and that was right in the center of the front pack, and it collected several of the front runners in today's race. Oh, a push from out back as Navarro got hit by Alex Hill. That was actually Evan Karlbahn that pushes the 77 into the 42, and it is on from there. Those 3 cars likely have damage. The other 2 involved are Axel Smith and Brian Hennings. For all intents and purposes, I think they may have just gotten away with some minor damage. I want to see, does Karlbahn get a hit from out back of him? Are they pushing deep in line? He does. Look at that. It's Jeff Merck in the 60 into the back of Karlbahn, into the back of Hill. It gets Hill out of shape, and he, man, just clips Andrew Navarro. I mean, if it was another foot backwards, we would have gotten away no harm, no foul. Instead, Navarro bounces off Caden Diedrich. Justin Melikar's in it. Jeff Merck's in it. Karlbahn's in it. You see Navarro spin. He's going to collect Cade McClenny in the 25 machine. Up ahead, you see Melikar, Hennings, and Axel Smith get involved. And really, that might be all that are in it. Oh, man, Axel Smith actually does nose into the inside wall. Looks like Hennings may be okay. May have kissed the inside wall right there on the entry to turn number 3. We'll have to check on the 74 of Hennings. So about 7 cars total are involved in this one. And again, it started with, it may have even been further back than Jeff Merck. I couldn't really tell from that view that we had of how far back that push went, but we've seen it all weekend, Cody. Pushes go deep in line. You kind of hit the guy in front of you just trying to make the line go, and it ricochets up to the front. It gets Alex Hill out of shape, and it is on from there.
Yeah, at first glance, it did look like it was Jeff Merck not just quite checking up in the way he probably should have. But again, that is a stack up that you're not really going to see in the other cars. So you really have to exercise a lot of patience in the Gen 6 car if you see someone in front of you checking up, because it just seems like everything is more magnified in the Gen 6 car. It's wilder racing, higher speeds, but with that we get these nasty checkups as you've seen right there. And again, it looks like a few of the drivers may have got off with minor damage, Jeff Merck being another one of them, but there was a couple drivers, including, like I said, Alex Hill. Looks like fairly extensive damage. I'm not sure if there is a meatball, but we will have to see if we can get a later report on that.
3 meatballs in this incident, which again we will refer to the meatball here this afternoon. If you don't know what that is, it's essentially damage severe enough that you are required to repair it on pit road before you are able to get back out on the racetrack. 3 cars are in that condition. It's essentially iRacing's equivalent of the damaged vehicle policy in NASCAR. Those 3 cars are Andrew Navarro in the 42, Brian Hennings in the 74, and Axel Smith in the 22. So 3 cars in this one have meatballs. Alex Hill does not. I'm a little surprised with how he hit the wall. Evan Karlbahn, I'm a little surprised with how he hit the wall. There's a couple cars in that one I thought would have more severe damage than they do. But only 3 with severe damage under this one. And it feels like another chance of, we avoided disaster, another chance to say we avoided a crisis there at the front, because when Alex Hill got turned around and Navarro got into him, boy, I thought that was going to be 10, 15, 18 cars that were involved in that one, because that was right in the center of the lead pack on the racetrack. Luckily, though, again, we avoid disaster, but as we know throughout these races, Cody, you can only avoid disaster for so long. It's a ticking time bomb.
And it is a ticking time bomb, and the one person that I can say that I believe benefited most from that caution is the guy that we were talking to just a few laps prior, Dylan Basin. He was able to clear his meatball. I am looking now to see how many laps down he is. It's still showing that he is on the lead lap. I don't know if that's completely updated, but that looks like a big break for the 11.
Well, it is completely updated. Dylan Basin able to stay on the lead lap, and what that tells me is, unlike perhaps a Jesse Baker who is laps down trying to get that car fixed, for Dylan Basin, it may not have been as extensive a repair. And that goes to what I talked to a moment ago. With the right front tire still moving, the suspension was knocked out, but it looked like that tire was still rolling, and I think that makes a big difference. It may have been a more limited repair to Dylan Basin's machine. So Basin and the 11 may have gotten away with one here in that machine, as well as John Ward, who gave him that push in turn number 3. So we may have gotten away with one on Dylan Basin. We really got away with one there on the tail end of the Alabama Gang Super Stretch as 6, 7, 8 cars go around. We get ready to go back green. We are only 29 laps into the SummerSlam 499 and already plenty of action in this race. Up front, Daniel Falkingham inherits the lead away from Garrett Caswell in the second spot, plus 20 with the driver of the 88. Row 2 here are going to be Landon Felicki and Joey Beck in the 77, involved in that first incident. He's up front now. How about plus 30 for Adam Tahan, his first trip to the top 5 today. Kyler Wynn in 6th. First trip to the top 10 for Jackson Anderson. Of course, his first PGR Crown Jewel start since the PGR 500 in February. Jacob Wilkerson continues to run up front in 8th, as do Adam Garza in 9th. And Michael Guest in the 10th position. We're starting to see some new players here at the front. I see Jack Mace working his way forward. We saw Sean Rowe. I see Karol Kanatovich, one of the provisional drivers. He is up to 16th. So a lot of those guys towards the tail end that weren't wanting to race now showing a little bit more aptness to get up front and get around these leaders and throw some elbows here in the early stages. Still just 29 laps in. We'll take lap 30 on the board here at the start-finish line. 159 laps to go in the SummerSlam 499. Green flag. Daniel Falkingham back out front of the field. Landon Felicki got a good start behind him, but it's the outside with more connection. Caswell, Beck, Kyler Wynn, Jacob Wilkerson. The inside falls apart a bit here into turn 1.
And as you'd been talking about earlier, Dawson, as these laps wind down, it's just the familiar faces. The cream is rising to the top early, and it doesn't seem like the more seasoned drivers outside of Malik Ray, most of the guys that we're used to seeing up front and race aggressively, like the likes of Kyler Wynn and Daniel Falkingham, they really aren't sitting back and racing mid-pack like we thought maybe some of them would. But it is interesting. You have Malik Ray and Kyler Wynn teammates, but on, it looks like early, very different strategies. One is wanting to ride mid-pack, and the other one just wants to lead every lap possible.
Falkingham trying to do that. Garrett Caswell going to go to the middle. He'll have to bail on the bottom with now Jacob Wilkerson, who leads that bottom lane. Kyler Wynn turns left. He's going to try to bring Garza with him. Can't. Kyler Wynn goes to the lead, but he's got a while to wait on his push. Outside, more connected. Falkingham, Garza, Jack Mace, Joe Huerta, Adam Tahan. Bottom now, Wynn, Caswell, Wilkerson, Michael Guest, and Landon Felicki. Outside, Trevor Osmond making moves about 6 rows deep in the field in that green car, along with Colin Keister, who started up towards the front of the field as well. I see more cars out back starting to make moves to the front. John Ward is one of them. A couple more behind him. Looks like Alex Hill is one of them as well in that 77 machine. A couple of others out back of them. Chris Blanchard coming to the front for the first time. So too is Caden McClenny in the 25 trying to get up here. And I see that blue and orange number 34 pop out on my screen for the first time. That's Michael Triscaro as he's the furthest up in the field. He's gotten, oh my goodness, Landon Felicki gets turned. Adam Tahan in the outside wall. The big one's going to strike in the entrance of turn number 1. Cars fly apart everywhere. Dallaire, Tahan, Triscaro, Felicki, Osronaut, and others involved.
Wow, yeah, that one's going to be even bigger than the last one, and it looked like, I don't know exactly where it was caused, but it looked like it may have started around the area of Landon Felicki. Is it another one of the a potential case of a stack-up gone wrong, or a push gone wrong, excuse me? It's going to be interesting to see if that's going to be a similar case as what we've seen just a few laps prior. The drivers need to exercise a little bit of patience with this race, or it could be a very, very long day.
2 cars with severe damage here in what looked like the big one, and actually upon going back and watching a replay, we may have escaped relatively well again. 2 cars, though, with severe enough damage, they will have to come and fix it. Landon Felicki and Adam Tahan. This one gets started up around the Felicki machine with Osronaut and Adam Tahan as they tried to all get lined up. And the Jack Shack cars go 3 wide. And as Landon's trying to make the save, Adam Tahan is underneath him, and he gets in the right rear quarter panel. Triscaros gets a piece of this. John Ward, Justin Melikar. Other cars come in from the right side of the screen as well. There's one right there. Ethan Dallaire gets involved. Joey Beck gets involved. As Nathan Harper tries to scramble through it in the 7 machine. You see Chris Blanchard trying to escape. I thought this was a lot bigger than it was upon the first look that we had, but looks like we may have escaped with only a few cars involved. Here's that push again from Felicki. And, I mean, I don't know. It looks like they're trying to go 3 wide around Tahan. And as Felicki tries to collect the car after that push, it just gets upset underneath him, gets enough down the racetrack to get into Adam Tahan. Tahan goes sideways and blasts the outside wall. He got the safer barrier a ton. He's got big damage on that car. And, man, we scramble big on lap 33. A couple of now big incidents here in the span of 5 laps. The drivers up front, you got to think now that's a bit of a reality check. That's a bit of a moment where you can say up front, okay, maybe we are racing a little too hard.
And when I look at the wreck itself, Dawson, does this not kind of remind you of the heat race that Trevor was in, where he kind of gave an offset push when he was going to make the lane change, causing the wreck when he hit the driver in front of him? He hit him offset. I believe it was offset right on Garrett, if I'm not mistaken. But to me, this is exactly what this looks like, is just a classic case of you're making the move, but the move is mistimed. When you mistime a move and you hit the driver in front of you offset with your nose tracking up, it's going to send him down the track.
Yeah, tough breaks in this one for Ethan Delaire, Michael Triscaro. Adam Tahan obviously was running just ahead of where this started, and nothing he could do to fix to save himself from that incident. So tough breaks for all of those guys, as well as Landon Veliky, who gets turned sideways in front of the field. He's got probably the most severe damage here, other than Tahan. Tahan again goes airborne off the outside wall. So we'll wait and see what the status of those two cars is as this race continues on. But now a couple of cautions have introduced a bit of a lull to what was an early green flag run. Adam Garza is your leader, 34 laps into this race. Jack Mace, Kyler Wynn, Jacob Wilkerson, Michael Guest, the top 5. You look at 6th place Joe Huerta. Behind him, Garrett Caswell, Colin Keister, John Ward, and Jackson Bias make up the remainder of the top 10. Well, boy, now a bit of a lull, a bit of a moment for these drivers to consider themselves again under the yellow flag. And, you know, I can't help but think that, again, these drivers start to think, okay, are we doing a little bit too much as we get a better look at Joe Huerta's car? Do want to take an opportunity as well to talk about Joe Huerta's car, the Pink Fund, aboard that #1 Chevrolet today. Any and all proceeds that Joe Huerta makes out of today's race, we get an onboard look from the Joe Huerta machine as well, will be donated to the Pink Fund for breast cancer research. So really, really good cause for Joe Huerta today. He's racing with a little bit more on his mind and on that race car than just this SummerSlam 499. He runs 6th, running well so far for the Jack Shack, but for a couple of his teammates right there, it's not exactly what you want to see if you're those two or if you're Joe Huerta, because now his help at the front of the field has evaporated before his eyes on lap 34.
Yeah, and I know we had spoken to Trevor pre-race about the Jack Shack wanting to get aggressive, wanting to have a chance to win the race and getting as many of their drivers up front as possible. But when you look at the landscape of their team right now, you've had Alex Hill getting involved in a wreck. You've had Dylan Basin getting involved in a wreck. Trevor Oswornoff has now got involved, but it looks like I'd have to go back, but I think Trevor is all right. But Landon is not all right. Their team starts with 6, but the numbers are dwindling, and they're dwindling fast.
So 6 becomes 5, really 4.5 as Trevor Osbornoff continues to work on his damage on the pit lane. Landon Veliky with severe damage to his number 62. And that's the attrition that can happen in a 499-mile race. Over the course of 188 laps, you are going to see race cars torn up today. We were never going to go 188 laps under the green flag. I don't think that was a realistic prediction for anyone to make about this race today. We made 35 so far and already seen 5 or 6 cars with severe damage out of 42 that started the race. And I got to tell you, I don't think the racing will change. I think the front 15, 16, 17 cars will continue to race the same way that they have. So I don't think we're going to get any switch-in mentality. I think you're going to see these guys continue to race that way. Whether they should or not is a different story. It's whether or not they will. There are guys up here that want to lead every lap. There are guys up here that want to be up front and on camera, if you will, for all race long. And a couple of them are still up here. Kyler Wynn is one. Jacob Wilkerson's been one of those so far in this race. Same with Michael Guest. And same with a couple of those, we talked about Joe Huerta and Trevor Osbornoff. John Ward is another one. These are guys that just want to get up here and lead, and they feel most comfortable when they're at the front. They don't like to go back and ride. They don't like to be back that far on the field. They'd rather play defense up here than play offense from the tail end. We'll get back under green on lap 136. It will be 153 laps to go in today's race. And Adam Garza and Jack Mace take their first turns on the front row. They'll get us back under the green flag on lap number 36. Will the drivers calm down, or will we continue to see the same style of racing we've seen all day so far? It's time to find out. Into the restart zone, green flag, back in the air. Adam Garza off to the races ahead of Jack Mace. He'll jump up. Oh boy, that was close for Adam Garza, but I think he may have avoided a penalty. It's going to be up to the discretion of race control. Remember, one of the rules of emphasis in this event, you cannot change lanes before the start-finish line. Garza towing the line right there.
Yeah, he definitely towed the line. I would think, just looking at it, he did establish the bottom. He hesitated, went to go up, but then realized that, no, I don't need to be doing this. That is not in PGR rules. So he thought better of it, crossed the start-finish line, then went up to Jack Mace. Now he is going back down to block the bottom in the run with Kyler Wynn.
And that to me may have been a couple different things. May have been, just nerves for this race as Jack Mace looks to the outside for the race lead, but it may have been some nerves for Adam Garza being up front and in the lead for the first time. Just kind of a moment of, oh man, I can't do that. Like, just get nervous and make a mistake. It could have been that. It could have been he's looking in his mirror, he sees the run coming, and it's just an instinct as a driver to try to turn up in front of that run. And instead, you're not allowed to do that. And luckily for Garza, he got back down. He reestablished that bottom lane and managed to make up for the almost mistake that he made there on the restart. He'll jump up on the bumper of Jack Mace as Kyler Wynn sends the 8 back to the race lead. Bottom side, Kyler Wynn, Michael Guest likely working together today, so a tandem on the inside lane. They'll be followed by Colin Keister in the 15. Mace looks to side draft Garza, running a bit too high for Jack Mace's liking in turn 3. We haven't seen, I don't think, super aggressive side drafting yet, but it's certainly been something to keep an eye on as the outside line comes down to keep that inside line from moving. Since we haven't seen it really tighten the door of the inside yet, it's allowed that bottom lane to really have an advantage. Kyler Wynn, speaking of, gets the advantage at the line on the push from Michael Guest.
One common theme I am seeing so far in this race is drivers are utilizing the bottom. They understand, I think, that the top lane is where you want to be at the end of this race, but I have seen several drivers now move from the top just a few cars back. They jump down to the bottom, take the run, and then jump back up to the top. So they're kind of utilizing it almost as a slingshot to get to where they need to be. But again, when it comes down to it, it seems like everyone wants to migrate to the wall.
And you see a lot of cars so far doing that, but really a lot still on the bottom, more than I think I anticipated there being. It's made it more of a 2-lane race. I kind of figured it would be high line dominant, and you'd see, similar to what you saw in the duels yesterday, kind of the bottom had to get going as we went through a run, but really it's basically 2 pretty even lines so far. The track temp could have a thing to do with that, about 116 degrees, a little lower than it was for the heat races, but it also could just be guys being a little more conservative, just running along the yellow line, saving their race car, and holding on to their race. Man, some of these guys up front have had big moments, getting nearly sideways on some of the pushes they're receiving from out back. Notably for me, what I'm seeing now is about 8, 10, 12 cars deep in the field. I think the pushes have come back to earth a little bit, if you will. And it's not as much you're pushing 6, 7, 8 cars deep in line. Now, they will be doing that later in the race. But right now in lap 39, there's no need to do that. And I think a lot of guys, you're seeing them stop doing that here as we get into the middle portions.
And the big thing, too, if you just seen on the bottom line, Jack Mace just got hung out to dry, but it really started with Kyler Wynn and Michael Guest. Again, it goes back to having a teammate around you that can make the moves and will mimic everything that you do. You see Kyler Wynn go to the middle, Michael Guest follows him, and now all of a sudden the entire line went to go follow them, and they just went around Jack Mace with ease. If you have a teammate around you in this race that will just do or mimic the moves that you're making and just trust that your decision making up there is going to benefit them at the end of this race, again, you could see a team potentially cash 2, maybe 3 drivers in the top 5. It's just going to be interesting because talking about that tandem again, if you get like a Kyler Wynn or a Michael Guest lined up, or you add Malik Ray to the mix, I find it difficult for anyone else to be able to have an answer for that. May be tough.
And talking about Malik Ray, an update on the defending winner, the SummerSlam 499. He runs currently in the 22nd position on the racetrack in that number 1 machine, about halfway deep in the field on the bottom lane, continuing to log laps towards the middle of the pack, back where that single file line is. Jacob Wilkerson going to take a shot out front here from the push of Joe Huerta. Jackson Wise is up here for the first time. So is Justin Champagne in the 38. So some new players coming to the front as the field really starts to calm down now on lap 41. You see a lot of single file back all the way to Michael Anthony. He runs 33rd. Then it's the cars off the pace with damage. Justin Melikar and Kirill Kananovich, along with Dylan Basin. Daniel Falkingham has lost the draft back in the 37th spot. Adam Tahan, Michael Triscaro, Landon Velicki, and Trevor Osmond also run together. And of course, Jesse Baker is multiple laps down, make that 9 laps down in the 42nd and final position. Right as we started to get single file up front, we're going to go back to 3 wide. Adam Garza to the outside for the lead as Justin Champagne is in the middle, about 5 to 6 rows deep in the field. Carl Bond looks to the middle. He'll have nobody going with him, and he'll get a little tow now as Kyler Wynn and Michael Guest shoot the gap. Colin Keister goes with them. Garza, the lone man, left out, and he will go all the way back to Jackson Anderson just outside the top 10. Will the 8 machine. Kyler Wynn on the inside. Jacob Wilkerson on the outside. Carl Bond in the middle, but he's not centered up with Justin Champagne, and they just cannot get that line moving here in the trial. So we will settle it back out to 2 wide. Wilkerson loses his push from out back as Diedrich and McClenny go back and forth. It's Kyler Wynn, Michael Guest, and Colin Keister. Keister hearing those names at the front. They go top 3 here into 1. Wilkerson battles Caswell for the 4th position. Joe Huerta tries to get the 43 back up front, but they're losing energy. A lot of cars bailing to the inside to just log some laps.
Yeah, it's just another rinse and repeat for Kyler Wynn and Michael Guest. It seems like anyone that gets in front of them on that bottom lane, and boy, are they really quick to just hang them out. And the thing that I'm thinking is, why would you want to aggravate or piss off people that you potentially have to be racing against at the end? If one of them guys are up there like an Adam Garza or a Jack Mace, and you've hung them out earlier in the race, that might be the guy behind you potentially at the end that says, hey, I don't want to push you. I'm going to fight you, and I'm going to try to go around you. You know, if I'm Kyler Wynn or Michael Guest, those moves I would be saving till a little bit further in this race. I'm not sure I'd be wanting to take people's right rears or split people out and hang them out on the bottom, because these drivers aren't going to forget that.
Yeah, you make a really good point, and in the fact that now Adam Garza probably in that mental notebook says, well, I'm not going to push the 82 later on. I'm not going to push the 21 or the 15. I mean, look at how they treated me early in the race. Man, when it comes to late in the race, what do you think they'll do to me? So I'm going to race them differently now. You got to think Garza's in that boat. You got to think Mace is in that boat. You got to think Sean Rowe may be in that boat from earlier in the 99 machine. You got to think those cars are not going to be as eager to work with Wynn, Guest, or Keister. Keister just threw it across the nose of Caden Diedrich as these 3 cars move to the outside. He'll have Jacob Wilkerson and now lead the bottom with Garrett Caswell. Jackson Bice and Adam Garza in tow. Middle's still trying to get going. It just does not have any momentum. Now it might, though. Ward down to side draft. Carl Bond, Huerta, Alex Hill, 3 teammates through the middle. Joey Beck through the center as they'll try to get this middle working on the Alabama gang super stretch. Ward thought about splitting, but I think he's going to end up staying in line. Here come those 3 Jack Shack cars. Garza will jump out in front of him. 5 cars work the middle. Now make it 6 as John Ward jumps around Caden Diedrich.
And one driver that I want to point out right here is Garrett Caswell in the 88 on the bottom lane behind Jacob Wilkerson as Jacob Wilkerson moves up in front of John Ward. But going back to Caswell, he's a name that a lot of people may not be familiar with, but he does, you know, he races quite a bit in the money racing scene. I have seen him personally a lot within the Dega Pros races, but he's not a household name in the sense that is somebody that you're used to seeing. But you know, he is losing some position now. Obviously, he's kind of getting shuffled out on the bottom. But so far, so good for Garrett Caswell. Very impressive run. He's running a smart race. It might not be necessarily the flashiest race or the one that, oh, hey, it's going to get that awesome camera time, but it's effective. It looks like right now he is currently 10th, started 22nd. He is up 10 spots, double digits. You know, maybe this is a driver that could complete that Lake Peterson-esque upset in the PGR realm.
Well, a winner on the money racing scene in a couple different promotions is Garrett Caswell. Also carries the banner today selfishly for my Tuesday night league that I broadcast, the Challenger Cup Series. I want to shout out those guys and shout out Garrett Caswell for carrying the banner for that group here this afternoon in the SummerSlam 499 as he makes a move in the middle. Good thing we put a camera on him because he's going to jump on the bumper here of Cade McClenny and now lead what is a middle line coming through the center. It's now led by Evan Carlbon, though, in that 78 for the Jack Shack. They'll try to get the middle going in 3. Still all Kyler Wynn up front, but now the bottom lane starts to dissolve as Adam Garza took a look to the middle on the bumper of Carlbon. Garza up, Diedrich down, and all of a sudden, here we go, Cody, 3 wide, 6 rows deep at the front of the field. Here comes Adam Garza trying to challenge Wilkerson and win for the lead.
So far for Adam Garza, man, he is running a race of, you go back to a guy like Malik Ray that's just wanting to sit, ride, be smart, and log laps. Adam Garza says, nah, I'm going to go up front, and I'm going to lead as many laps as possible. Garza, again, not a guy that we necessarily see a lot of. Man, what a block.
Oh, no! Kyler Wynn gets burned. The 82 spins in the end of the Alabama gang super stretch. More crashing up in front of them as one car goes towards the inside wall, but it's Kyler Wynn that spins and has major damage in the 82. The other car involved Sean Rowe in the 99. And all of a sudden, one of the favorites of the event, Kyler Wynn, has damage to the right front. And to me, Cody, it looks like the wheel might be off the alignment for Kyler Wynn.
And that is going to be huge for the rest of the field if Kyler Wynn, if his car is definitely done for the race. Not only is that a big domino that has fell, but you go back to Malik Ray and Michael Guest and that group that they have running together. You take Kyler Wynn out of the equation, and all of a sudden, their team doesn't look quite as strong. And I know they're going to want to challenge me on that because I know them two guys are very capable and can get it done. For Guest, he's looking for the sweep. For Malik, he's looking to double down. But not having Kyler Wynn is a huge development.
And it started right up front around that Caden Diedrich stack up. You see, oh man, Michael Guest gets a piece of this. So does Colin Keister. We're going to have to check the damage. That's a big hit from Michael Guest on the outside wall. Our pole sitter as well. We'll have to check the 21 and see what the damage status is on that Toyota Camry. The most important to me, though, Kyler Wynn really got the outside safer barrier. It started with a checkup in front of him. Caden Diedrich, it was a good move, but he went too far and bounced off the outside wall. And as that line got onto the scene, they just could not check up. Sean Rowe gets turned in the secondary. Keister gets a piece. And oh boy, do we have a big one here on the back straightaway. This is one of the favorites to win the entire event. He called his shot back in his heat race. He said, I'm going to win the duel. I'm going to win the feature. And it goes awry for Kyler Wynn right about the quarter mark of this race on lap number 49. We'll check the 82 and we'll check the 21. Two of the favorites in the SummerSlam 499 have trouble on lap 49.
And I'm going back and looking at it right now, and I know one of the points of emphasis is egregious blocking. Right here, personally, my opinion, neither of the blocks of Diedrich or Garza look to be egregious. But simply put, I just think Diedrich thought Talladega was a little bit wider than it really is. We're dealing with a very wide track, but man, it seemed like he turns up the track, but the car is just simply going so fast that he probably went to straighten the wheel out, and he ran out of real estate, hits the wall, and it just causes a major stack up behind him.
So we will continue to update you on the status of both the pole sitter Michael Guest and that orange and white 21 as he continues to sit on pit road with damage repair, and also Kyler Wynn. I can tell you that Kyler Wynn has exited pit road with the leaders in the 15th position, so the damage maybe not as severe for him as we first initially thought. For Michael Guest, it appears that he does have some extended repair. The same can be said about Colin Keister, and more cars continue to sit on pit road. Caden Diedrich sits on pit road, continuing to fix damage, as do guys from previous incidents: Navarro, Hennings, Velicki, Axel Smith, Adam Tahan, and Jesse Baker. Those are the cars sitting on pit road, most notably out of this caution, Michael Guest. Again, the man that sat on pole position after the dual one win yesterday has trouble for the first time at the quarter mark. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do now that we have reached the quarter mark. We were getting ready to go track level and give you a quick crank it up segment, but these guys could not hold off there on the end of the Alabama Gang Super Stretch. What we're going to do now is we're going to hit our first side-by-side break of the afternoon. We'll step away for just a moment while we're under the caution flag, but you will not miss a moment here as we get ready to go back green. It will be lap 52. We'll step aside. More coverage of the PGR SummerSlam 499 coming up right after this.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point. Make you feel like you're really driving, it feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing.
Three by three.
Yep, I'm good. Welcome back to Talladega Super Speedway. Caution flag number 4 cleaned up. Lap 52 going to go on the board. And it's Jacob Wilkerson that continues to lead in that black and yellow number 43. Green flag back in the air, and away we go at Talladega once again. An update really quickly. Kyler Wynn, Michael Guest appears that they will be okay after that incident on the end of the back straightaway. They both got damage repaired, came back off, and appear to be completely clean. Dylan Basin as well appears that his car is clean. And a good break for some of the guys out back that had lost the draft with damage as we head back up to the front. Lap 52 on the board. Jacob Wilkerson, John Ward, Adam Garza lead. Cade McClenny is 4th now. How about Jackson Anderson up to 5th? Some new players here at the front. Jeff Merck coming forward in the 60 machine as well. Cody, for the first time in about 25 laps, the 2024 race winner Malik Ray starting to make some headway on the outside as well.
Yeah, it looks like I can't exactly tell who he's pushing right now. There is a little bit of a breakup in that third, still discombobulated. Malik Ray moves down to the bottom. It looks like he's just trying to find his way to Kyler Wynn is what it looks like to me. Them two get connected. I just have to wonder, they've been on differing strategies, but are they going to just sit there and ride around like that 15th, or are they just going to get connected to go right back to the front? The way the racing has really been, though, I think I'd almost rather just be up front and get ahead of the madness, because nobody out back seems patient to just want to sit and ride. And as you had alluded to just moments ago, the stack-ups are just too insane. You really, in this car, have to take the run, and that's what's causing the wrecks, really. Everything is magnified in the Gen 6 car, as we're seeing.
The lead goes Adam Garza on the push from one of the young upstarts in the Moni racing community, Jackson Buys, in that red, white, and blue number 33. Buys wants a trip to lead, sends Garza out of line. Buys gets sent out of line. They both save it. Jackson Buys to the point now in that 33 machine. His first trip to the front of the SummerSlam 499. The Micro Center Ford Mustang goes to the lead. On the bottom, here comes Kevin Champagne, and a new face we haven't seen up front a lot today, Nathan Harper in the 7, a heat winner from a couple of days ago. Harper starts to get his way to the front. Right as I say that, Malik Ray from the middle of the pack, drops all the way out. He's going backwards in the number 1 machine. So again, on cue, he does not like what he sees. He goes backwards. Champagne, Harper lead the bottom, make it Cade McClenny leading the bottom, a trio of guys that have yet to lead this race. As the field works off Ward, McClenny goes to the middle, Ward goes to the bottom, a scramble there off turn 4. No harm, no foul. Merck pushes McClenny in the middle as Ward goes to the push of Champagne on the bottom. Buys Wilkerson, Garza, Anderson. They're loving this behind them. They can see it all happen in their mirror instead of around them.
And one thing I do want to point out as well, I am not sure if it is because of the damage from the previous caution or if he's just now going on the same strategy as Malik Ray because of the carnage that has happened around him. But Kyler Wynn has fell off the pace a little bit. It looks like he is settling in near the back of the pack. But up front, man, 2 names that just continue to appear getting a lot of camera time is that 8 of Adam Garza and the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson. Cade McClenny third behind them with, I believe that is Jeff Merck in 4th. What a run so far for Jeff Merck. He's another name. We see a lot of him on the money racing scene, and he's another guy. He's really void of the major win in PGR, not only PGR, but just in money racing in general. He hasn't necessarily got that major win, but just one stroke of being in the right position, one stroke of luck. Potentially, he could be the one that, walks away with $1,500 and the belt today. And what a story would that be for the 60?
That would be an awesome moment for Jeff Merck, a guy looking for PGR Victory Lane. He throws a block on Joe Huerta. You can't do that. He's going to go backwards right after you talked about him. 4 wide for Jeff Merck. He's going to the tail end of this lead pack. A couple updates for you on guys towards the back as Jacob Wilkerson drives back to the lead. Huerta almost clears down on John Ward. Garza has to scramble back to the top. They got to reconnect. A big moment there towards the front of the field. We want to update you on some guys we know that had some damage. Michael Triscara was 4th on the outside lane, the far outside against the safer barrier. He's back out. Trevor Osborne, Landon Felicki are back there as well, involved in our second to last caution just a few moments ago. Dylan Basin has been fully repaired. He's in the 8th position in that 11 machine. And a couple other cars out back that got involved. Alex Hill is back with the field. Michael Guest is back with the field. You noted Kyler Wynn, Axel Smith, Colin Keister, Adam Tahan all back with the field. A couple cars have lost the draft, though, including Brian Hennings, Kane Diedrich, and most importantly to me, and this is a big storyline if we get into a green flag run, Malik Ray is off the pack now, 8 seconds back of the leaders, back in the 35th position. So for Malik Ray, a tough break as he loses the pack, trying to get to the back and ride the Denny Hamlin strategy of ride around in the back a little bit and wait for the end of the race. Malik Ray is going to have another caution to get back in contention for the win here in the SummerSlam 499.
And looking up front, one point of emphasis that I want to say is how long of a race this truly is. 2 drivers that were both involved in early wrecks, Dylan Basin and Sean Rowe, both took damage, both looked to potentially, they could have been out of this race. I know Dylan Basin had a meatball. It could have been a lot worse. It wasn't a terrible meatball the way that we see with Jesse Baker, but Dylan Basin is able to get his car repaired, and now he's able to go right back up front, and now he's fighting for the lead.
Out back, there was some 4 wide for a moment back around the Justin Mellicar machine, another machine that is fully repaired after an incident earlier, but they got it sorted out. Jacob Wilkerson, man, has he looked good in that 43 machine so far. Bottom to top for him on the nose of McClenny. Basin looks to the outside. He looked 3 wide, jumps back in line, thinks better of it in front of John Ward. So Basin, the damage not affecting that FedEx Toyota anymore as he's back to the race leaders up here at the front. Wilkerson leads over McClenny. Bottom side is Buys. Now making Basin on the push from Buys. Now making Wilkerson on the push from Basin. Jacob Wilkerson, a defensive masterclass so far at the front of the field. He goes back up to McClenny here off turn number 2. He'll get a push from the 26. Wilkerson looks like a savvy veteran right now. Through the middle, here comes Kevin Champagne in the 94, Andrew Navarro in the 42, and Garrett Caswell in the 88. They're bringing some friends with them in that middle lane as we're 3 wide again, 6, 7, 8 rows deep in the field.
Kevin Champagne so far running a very, very smart race. Haven't really seen him up front too much, but I look forward to being able to see what he is going to do with being in front of Andrew Navarro. Andrew, one of the more trusted pushers in this field. Again, behind Andrew Navarro, Garrett Caswell still running a very smart race, not doing anything too crazy right now. Leading the top still is Jacob Wilkerson with Cade McClenny behind him. It's names that just continue to be up front. They're putting on really just a masterclass clinic on super speedway driving.
So far, so good for most of the guys at the front of the field. Want to note as well, remember the meatball flag, the damage flag to Landon Veliky? Look forth in the middle lane. There's that gold and silver Jack Shack number 62 as he's made his way back to the front. Wilkerson, another defensive move, this time to the bottom. Back to the middle goes the 43 on the nose of Cade McClenny. Outside continues to be Huerta, Trisquero, Garza, Beck, and Kananovic. They've not gotten much further ahead than Landon Veliky. That line just has not been able to find a lot of momentum. Up there on the outside of the racetrack, they might get another car here in a moment. Landon Veliky, I thought he peaked. Oh man, Wilkerson, that was almost a bad block there into turn number 1. John Ward trying to go to the bottom for the lead. Wilkerson said, no sir. The 43 continues to lead the way. He'll go back to the nose of McClenny off 2. Wilkerson, Pied Piper, the SummerSlam 499. The RaceCPI.com Chevrolet continues to lead laps. And he's ticked off, man, 15, 16, 17 laps led now, somewhere in that area for Jacob Wilkerson as they work back into 3. Here comes the bottom, trouble lap back. Jeff Burke's going to get turned right in the middle of the pack. The 60 goes sideways. Alex Hill gets a piece of it, and the caution flag's back out on lap 61.
Well, I know with the history between Alex Hill and Jeff Merck is not going to be happy there. I couldn't really tell at first glance what caused that. I don't know. It looked like it potentially was a bad push by Alex Hill. We'll have to go back and take a look at that. But regardless, the history between them two, it might not be over if Jeff Merck has anything to say about it, because I am sure he is heated after that one.
62 laps on the board, and man, this is already our 5th caution of the afternoon. Oh, Jeff Merck was out of shape. Actually, the contact with Alex Hill came secondary to the hit on the back of Jack Mace, as Merck was just a little bit offset. It got him sideways, and he got into the back of Jack Mace. Then it was Hill into the back of Merck. The only other car involved here is Evan Carlbon in the 78, who had already fixed damage in this race. Now, the good thing for Evan is he hit him pretty much square on the nose of that Chevrolet, so should be relatively easy damage to go down and fix, just cosmetic body damage you'd imagine for the Evan Carlbon machine. We're on board now with him, the driver for the Jack Shack, as he comes on the scene. Watch ahead as Jeff Merck, gets turned out in front of the field, and Carlbon, he committed high. Merck did not slide down the racetrack as Carlbon anticipated, and Carlbon got into the right side of that number 60 machine. So again, when Jeff Merck gets turned about 5 rows deep in the field in the center of the racetrack, you think that's going to be a big incident. In the end, it ends up only being 2 cars involved. The field continues to escape madness, but as they escape, it feels like every time they escape, it just means the time bomb that's going to go off later in the race just gets bigger and bigger.
And I will go back to that. It definitely wasn't on Alex after taking a look at that, because it's tough up in the booth to be able to see it. The car's going 200 mile an hour and trying to make a quick call, but Alex really did a good job of trying to avoid Jeff there. I'm trying to look at his car now. It doesn't look like he's got extensive damage. He's got damage on the front end, but he should be okay.
Yeah, watching Jeff Merck as he makes his pit service here under the yellow flag, it looks like he will be okay. Not a ton of visual damage aboard that race car. Now, we can't see the suspension. Getting hit in the door like that can knock some things out of kilter, so we'll have to wait and see for Jeff Merck what the suspension damage is aboard that number 60. For Evan Carlbon, he's still sitting on pit road, also not far behind not far in front of Jeff Merck, rather. So we wait to see an update on him. Other cars on pit road receiving service. Axel Smith got some. Michael Guest is still continuing his repairs. Michael Anthony was down pit road. Jack Mace was down pit road. Brian Hennings, Landon Veliky, Josh McCullough, of course Merck, Casey Sprinkle, Adam Tahan, Joey Gatina are the cars on pit road here on lap 63. We're about at the 1/3 mark of the SummerSlam 499. Again, our 5th caution flag of the afternoon so far. And I gotta say, Cody, I think this race is going about exactly as I expected it to. You figure they would log laps, but I kind of knew better with some of the guys in the field. This is a very experienced field of super speedway racers, but also iRacing drivers in general. And a lot of them do not like to sit still. They like to go try to lead laps. They like to try to make moves. And in this car, this Gen 6 race car that encourages the big moves because of the runs that you get, because of the checkups that can happen when you're riding in line, it just does not surprise me. This field of 42 has wanted to race the way they have. We have seen some, like Malik Ray, and now like Kyler Wynn later in the race, and some others towards the tail end that want to race a little more conservative. But up front, I'm not exactly surprised at what we've seen to this point.
No, and I'm not surprised either. And like you said, it really is just a nature of the beast with the Gen 6 car. And it's the very reason that the PGR drivers voted it almost unanimously to be the feature car for the SummerSlam 499. But it's just, I love these big events because for all of the weekly drivers that we see and are very familiar with, we get guys that come out for these big events and they continue to impress. I know we have talked, several times already about Jacob Wilkerson. Cade McClinney is putting on a very strong race thus far. Andrew Navarro is a former PGR winner. Just a driver so far that is putting on, again, a very quiet but effective race. Trevor Oswanoth, he's one, again, that we know of strategy. If there's anything late race that involves pitch strategy, he might try to run it long and potentially position himself to be there at the end. A lot of differing strategies out there, but it's still a feeling out process. Like you said, we're about a third of the way through the race. The way the race is gone, though, Dawson, do you think some of these drivers are calling a mid-race audible and maybe potentially back off the aggression a little bit because of the wrecks, or is it just going to be foot to the pedal, continue to be aggressive all the way through?
But I think you're seeing a little bit of both, ironically enough. I think you're seeing guys call audibles, but it's kind of going both ways. Some guys, yes, are kind of going to the back. I think early Malik Ray was going to race up front. I think throughout the race now, as the cautions have come out, up in the front of the field as these incidents have occurred, I think he's kind of made the decision, okay, I'm going to back out and do something I don't normally do, and that's ride around until it gets later in the race. So I think you've seen drivers like Malik Ray. You saw Jackson Bias do it a moment ago in the 33. You see some drivers doing that, but you see other drivers like Sean Rowe, for example, in the 99, like Adam Garza, who started deep in the field, like a couple of others as well. Garrett Caswell's one that started mid-pack that's now up at the front. Trevor Oswanoth started at the back that's now at the front. You're seeing some guys go backwards, but some guys do the opposite and feel like I am the most safe if I am in control of my race at the front rather than maybe in control of what happens in front of me at the back. So I think you're seeing a little bit of both. Some guys a little more conservative, some guys wanting to go up and race and throw elbows with the guys up here. And that's just how it is. It all comes down to how a driver feels and what makes them the most comfortable. Well, as we get back under the green flag, we'll restart on lap 65. We want to give you a taste of the action as if you were sitting in the grandstands. We're going to take it track level and crank it up, crank up those stereos. Here we go. As lap 69 goes on the board, we want to appreciate that moment to crank it up, but we had a couple of big saves right there in turn 3. Andrew Navarro and Alex Hill both got out of shape, and the field quickly realizes their mistake. They go back down to 2 wide. For the first time today, it's the newly branded Jack entry. It's Alex Hill that goes to the point of the SummerSlam 499, and as the field works into 3, we continue to test the limits. Wilkerson turns left. Jacob Wilkerson goes back to the lead. A huge move by the 43, and he looks so comfortable up there at the front.
Man, Alex is just... oh, man. Alex was dooring Wilkerson, and I'm not sure how smart that's going to be on, again, you know, aggravating a guy that's likely going to be up front with the potential to win the race, and you're fighting him this early. I don't know. I think Alex needs to calm down a little bit, but we know Alex all too well. He's not going to be doing that.
There's no temperature down button on that 77 machine. It's level 11 at all times for the 77. In the middle now on the push of Falkingham. He's gone top to bottom, back to the top, back to the middle, back to the bottom. He's been all over the place. A couple new players here at the front. Jack Mace for the first time comes forward. The British driver up at the front of the field now runs second on the inside. And another moment there in the middle with Alex Hill. That car is all over the speedway. Throws a block on Wilkerson. Throws him in the outside wall. Alex Hill going backwards. 2 rows of 4 wide as McClenny tries to get squared up. He almost went 5 wide. You got to be wondering about the damage on Wilkerson. Garza from 4th lane to all the way on the bottom on Champagne's nose. Mace to the outside with Wilkerson as Falkingham works through the middle. And Cody, as these guys get ramped up, Dylan Basin says, I'm out of here. I'm going to the back. I'm saving my race car, as these guys have turned the wick all the way up on lap 71.
And I can't say I blame Dylan either, especially after he's already been involved in 1 wreck. And I'm going to go ahead and guess that he probably doesn't want to be up there for a little while. And I'd say at least until they calm down. But I think the first, 60, 70 laps is proving. Oh, trouble!
Car around on the bottom of the racetrack. Ethan Delaire gets spun. Couple cars go sideways, and Race Control will opt to keep it green. And this is going to be very interesting because the lead pack is now fractured. And now, after the last minute, the caution flag will be thrown on lap 72. Well, no surprises to me. Again, another caution flag happens. The way these guys are racing up front, they just have not yet changed their minds about how they want to race up front. It is level 11. It is 110% at all times at the front of the field. And another crash towards the front end of the running order. Now, to be fair, this one is not much of a crash. This starts back around. First car I saw get sideways was a car right in front of Ethan Delaire. There you see it right there. It's Delaire and Melikar that are the first 2 that get sideways. And Kirill Kananovic comes on the scene as well. And this is not really a crash. They all, for the most part, keep it straight. You see Delaire trying to hold it straight on the banking. Boy, look at Triscaro just barely getting into the back of Kananovic. Good break in there by Michael Triscaro. Great reaction time to stay off of both of these race cars and keep this from being any bigger. Really here, I think the caution's thrown because of the disarray towards the tail end of the field. And obviously, you have big speed differences. You don't want guys coming through going 60 mile an hour faster. I mean, look at Champagne and Baston as they arrive on the scene of Delaire here. I don't think Race Control wanted what could have been a much bigger incident because guys are just on the scene going way faster because you have to continue to drive forward and stay in the gas if it stays green. To me, a good decision by Race Control. I know some may disagree, but to me, I'd rather throw the caution and be careful than have guys come on the scene and cause an even bigger incident.
Exactly, and I like the call coming from Race Control to go ahead and throw the caution there, because if you don't, I mean, like you said, you're just going to get severe ARCA braking, and this early in the race, you don't want... If you don't throw it, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, because if you don't throw the caution, you're going to get a lot of guys complaining because it looked like there was every bit of 15 that we're going to lose that main pack. But then you throw the caution and guys might complain that, hey, we've been a little bit caution heavy, why aren't we letting this go? But I think they made the right call. Race Control did the right thing there. Throw the caution, reset them, and let's just take a deep breath and actually try to get a green flag stop in.
We work caution flag number 6 here on lap number 73 of the SummerSlam 499. As again, this early portion of the race was the feeling out process, but now it just seems like the racing has just not come down off the jagged edge yet up at the front of the field, and it's caused some problems up towards the front. And as we have some opportunities now, as we continue to have some cautions towards the middle portions of this race, I want to get some interviews with some guys in the field on track as they have a chance to take a breath. Obviously, want to do it while they're under yellow, because while they're under green, the guys up front, that's not a good idea with the way they're racing right now. We'll start with one of the men that's run up front. The camera's actually already on him, and it actually works out pretty well. It's going to be the driver of the race, CPI.com Chevrolet. It'll be the 43 of Jacob Wilkerson, and we'll get his opinion here on an early good start for his race, but also the racing up front. I want to get a driver's perspective on this before we go back under the green flag. It's Jacob Wilkerson, our first mid-race interview in the 43. Jacob, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, look, you've been up front for a lot of this race, and we've seen you make some big moves, but it's mostly been in the realm of controlled moves up front. You led a lot of laps early. You're inside the top 10, but the racing has been nothing short of chaotic, right on the edge, sometimes over the edge. What have you seen from inside the cockpit here over the first 73 laps of the SummerSlam 499?
Me being up front most of the race, I haven't seen really much going on in the back other than some of these guys just not making smart moves and throwing egregious blocks. I'm sure y'all probably saw that I got stuffed in the fence like twice in one lap after losing the lead, but we're still in P6, and hopefully we'll just avoid those two guys the rest of the race.
Well, you continue to run position number 6, as you noted right there, but you've led a lot of laps, and it's got to feel good for the confidence here as we get in the middle portions that you can sit up front with these guys, that you can make moves and fend for yourself. I know you got some help towards the front of the field now. We saw Jack Mace get with you right there. We saw a couple other cars coming along for the ride with you as you got to the front. So that's got to help as well. Looks like Sean Rowe is up there with you, running position number 5, Caden Diedrich position number 8. So you've got some help. What is the game plan for you personally, but also for you guys as a team? And is there any communication amongst the drivers of maybe calming this thing down a little bit?
We basically just been, just working together whenever we can and when we have to. Like, I got Caden behind me. He's going to be committed to pushing me, and we just been, switching lanes. Like, say he's pushing me and his temperatures get pretty high, and I just move down low and I let him pass me or lead the line. So that's basically what we've been doing the all race, along with me, leading with guys behind me that I don't usually work with, but I just let the runs come to me, and I just been controlling the lines, making smart moves, and hopefully we'll just be there at the end.
We will continue to look forward to watching you guys go to work in this middle portion of the race. I want to wish you the best of luck the rest of the way, and we'll see if we're talking to you here towards the end of this thing.
Thank you.
That's Jacob Wilkerson in the 43. Confidence there, Cody. Real quick before we go back to green, I know you mentioned you wanted to hear his perspective. Not happy with the way he was raced, but still feeling good about his and his teammates' chances towards the front of the field.
Sorry, Dawson, I got a little bit sidetracked here. I do apologize. Looking forward to going green, though, here. Adam Garza taking us into the restart zone.
Garza, Champagne on the front row, Falkingham, Anderson on row 2, and then row 3 is where you find Sean Rowe and Jacob Wilkerson. We just talked to Wilkerson a moment ago. Green flag back in the air, lap 75. On the board, we're 20 laps away from halfway, and we have yet to have a green flag pit stop at any point in this race so far. We'll see if that becomes a storyline later on. Bottom lane rolls. Garza, Falkingham, they'll both get clear. Sean Rowe potentially will also, but Falkingham and Garza cut that move off before the 99 can make it. 99 of Rowe now on the bottom, leading the way. He's got Anderson with him. Dalton Meelam, Trevor Osborne following line. Evan Karlbach coming back to the front in the 78. Kananovic, a big move out back. Beck, Navarro go to the middle. Into 3, it's all Adam Garza and Daniel Falkingham. They'll split down here in the banking of 3 and 4.
Adam Garza going back down to the bottom. It looks like he is running with Sean Rowe, so that's teammates working together. Adam Garza moving back up. He's going to cover Daniel Falkingham. Falkingham's just another driver. It seems like no matter where he finds himself in this race, continues to be able to work his way through the field and get back up front with ease.
On the banking of 1 and 2, 76 laps on the board means 113 still to be raced. And if you wondered if this field would calm down at all, the lead pack tells you no. They are right back to 3 wide. Racing through the middle come Caden Diedrich. That's Joe Huerta behind him in that pink machine. A couple other cars. Alex Hill is in that line. Jack Mace is in that line. Now John Ward is in that line in the 92. And here we go again. Falkingham in the middle. Garza down, Rowe down. They're going to try to side drive Carlbahn around Wilkerson on the top side. Big move for Evan Carlbahn as he goes to the nose of Cade McClenny on the outside lane. He'll get around Wilkerson. He'll get to Champagne here in the tri-oval as Carlbahn. That outside's got a monster run, and by the time they get back to 1, they may be there. Falkingham up, Garza up to block. As the line gets there, it'll stack up back around McClenny. Looks like everybody gets through it okay. 3 wide for the lead. Garza top side, Rowe in the middle. Jackson Anderson on the bottom in the 83.
And they are 3 by 3 by 3 as far as you can see. Throw a blanket over all of them right now. It's insane to me. This race, again, we're barely a third of the way into the race, and these drivers, they just continue to make the aggressive moves, and it doesn't even seem like they want to get to the green flag pit stop. If I'm one of the leading guys up there like Garza, Falkingham, Carlbahn, McClenny, I would be wanting to try to settle down a little bit, because if they could get to a green flag pit stop, they could potentially make this a 10, maybe 15 driver race. But for whatever reason, it's just block after block after block. And they're showing no signs of slowing down on that.
You drivers have decided to slow down, and it's mostly due to some damage, but also just from their decision to run at the back. Kyler Wynn, Michael Guest, Malik Ray, and a couple of others back there. Colin Keister, Nathan Harper, a couple of big-name drivers towards the back of this lead pack that have decided to stay back there because they don't like what they've seen. They also already have damage on their race cars. They'd like to not make that any different. Up front, it's duking and jockeying 6 rows deep in the field. Sean Rowe back to the lead in the 99 the second time. We've seen that Davidson Quality Tools Toyota out front, but for the first time, I thought it was going to be Justin Champagne. He gets split all the way to the outside of the bush of Evan Carlbahn. It'll be Adam Garza back to the lead in the middle. Push from Falkingham. Inside Rowe and Anderson. Andrew Navarro back through the middle of the 42. First time he's been up front in about 25 laps since he got in that incident with Alex Hill just a little bit ago. Champagne and Carlbahn have the run. They'll go to the middle. Garza, a bit of a late block. Champagne through the middle. He splits Garza to the safety barrier. Justin Champagne through the center of the racetrack. They will not have a run on the backstretch, but puts Garza out to the wall. McClenny pushes the back of the Garza machine as Falkingham bails all the way to the bottom of the nose of Sean Rowe. To the middle goes Garza to side draft. Where did Joey Beck come from? The 77 goes to the push of Adam Garza here in turn 4.
What I like about the Gen 6 car compared to everything else we run, it does not seem like there's not a single lap where the drivers feel calm. The moves, you end up just having to make the moves on a whim most of the time. As you've seen, you get split inadvertently 4 wide, you're left scrambling on where do I go? Do I go to the middle? Do I go to the bottom? It's just, it's really truly organized chaos, but it's not even organized. These drivers are just on edge every single lap, and it's must-see TV.
One car off, it was Chris Blanchard as the bottom lane stacked up when they got to Daniel Falkingham as he was tandem with Sean Rowe. They were way out in front of the field. Blanchard will lose the draft back around the 34th position. Up front, it's now Cade McClenny taking his first shot out front, but it will not last long. It's a pair of teammates, Rowe and Jacob Wilkerson on the inside as Wilkerson gets back to the lead again. You got to think the 43 is putting himself on a lot of guys' radars here to be there at the end of the race. McClenny out back throws a block on Carlbahn. Champagne stuck in the middle, and look who's coming back to the front, entering the top 12 for the first time since his incident. It's the 82 of Kyler Wynn.
Right now, a team that's going to be not really flying under the radar, but is putting on an absolute clinic at the front.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Cody. Sorry to cut you off. Jacob Wilkerson is blown up. The 43 goes up in smoke on the banking of turn 1, trying to push his teammate. He's gone to the apron and will try to limp it around. One of the dominant cars of the afternoon has expired the engine on the 43, and his afternoon effectively will now be over.
Man, and that broadcaster's curse must be hitting again, because I was just going to hit on the point that Garza, Wilkerson, and Rowe, all 3 teammates were 1, 2, 3 on the bottom, but it's just a shame. Wilkerson definitely looked like he was having the makings of potentially being someone that could win the race, but now he's going to leave his teammates somewhat stranded up front with Sean Rowe and Adam Garza. But that entire crew right now, including Jack Mace, has been putting on an absolute clinic. Caden Diedrich as well.
Another moment on the outside as McClenny got a little sideways on the push from Trevor Oswanoff. Jackson Anderson, John Ward, the big losers in that battle. Up front, Falkingham and Navarro. Boy, it looks like shades of 2011 as they tandem away from the entire field. Kyler Wynn, a big winner in that as he goes forward into the 3rd position. Osmanoff to the middle with Dylan Basin. McClenny throws the block, and Osmanoff puts him in the outside wall. Osmanoff gets into the left rear of McClenny as he tried to throw the block, and it did not work. For the 26, up front, Kyler Wynn gets turned. The 82 sideways, back in front of the pack. Kyler Wynn gets hit by Joe Huerta, and it's another crash for the Canadian driver in the tri-oval. And this one, Cody, I'll tell you before, sorry to interrupt again, this one looks to be a little bit more devastating for the number 82 machine.
It does. I am going to try to get a quick look at this right now, but it doesn't look like his steering is intact. I'm going to try to get confirmation of that, but that one definitely looked more severe than the one we had earlier with Kyler Wynn.
Holy cow. You see him, I mean, he drifts it for a second, but Joey Beck just never gets off the left rear. Man, big hit for Dalton Milam. And I think that may have been what knocked out the left front wheel of Kyler Wynn's car. Joe Huerta is going to get a piece of this right there in the 1 machine. And as Kyler Wynn comes to a stop in the tri-oval, he had just gotten back to the front of the field. And for Kyler Wynn now, it will be a stretch as to whether or not he can win his first PGR crown jewel. Let's go back and take a look real quickly at what happened to Cade McClenny. You saw him try to come down across Osmernaut's nose when Trevor Osmernaut made that 3-wide move. McClenny gets into the outside wall. I think he'll be okay in that 26 machine as he just bounced off the safer barrier. But for Kyler Wynn, I mean, this is as tough a break you can ask for. He called his shot earlier in the weekend, said he was going to win this race. And now, unfortunately, as Joe Huerta comes along, he gets into it as well. Man, that's a big hit for Joe Huerta, too. I'm curious about the 1 status in this one as well. Now, it does look to me like maybe the wheel might be straight. Well, no, now that I see it, the car appears to be bouncing just a little bit on that left front. Well, no, well, Cody, I'll tell you, I thought the wheel was straight. It's pretty obvious by that camera angle that Joe Huerta's got some serious suspension damage on that machine as well.
Yeah, it looks like his race may be over with. Yeah, he's bottomed out pretty bad. Yeah, Joe's day is over, unfortunately. Kyler Wynn, I'm really unsure what's going on with Kyler Wynn because he definitely has it parked. Not quite sure if his day is ended just yet, but it looked like pretty severe damage for the 82 as well.
Well, he'll at least be behind the 8 ball, as will Huerta now as they both pace under the caution flag. You see the left front wheel is stopped on Huerta's car. You see it not even moving. So that's usually a pretty good sign that that is severe suspension damage for Joe Huerta. We'll keep an eye on whether or not he attempts to fix that race car. For Kyler Wynn, he sits on pit road, but again, even if his day continues, he likely now has severe suspension damage, and as such will be several laps down trying to get back into this one. Now, earlier in the year in the PGR 500, we saw guys make up 3, 4, and 5 laps. But Kyler Wynn, for a repair like this, with the wheel the way it looked, to me at least, it's going to be a lengthy repair process. He'll be closer to 8 or 9 laps down, I would think, under this, the 7th caution flag of this race. We're just outside of 100 to go, and attrition is already taking over. And yeah, so meatball flags for Joe Huerta, obviously, in this 1 machine, but also for Kyler Wynn. And to me, that means both of them, if their races aren't over to begin with, they'll be way, way, way behind the 8 ball in terms of contending to win this race.
Yeah, and it's going back to the different strategies. The drivers, like, we had spoken pre-race to Malik Ray, and he told us in his pre-race interview that he was just going to chill. He didn't really want to get up front. He said he was going to be there in the end when it matters. And that's all well and good, but if you get to a green flag pit stop, I couldn't help but to think that that might spell disaster for him if the field gets spread out. But with the way the race is going right now, I don't know. He's not been up front yet, but I just have a hunch that Malik Ray is going to be there in the end when it matters. And several of the front runners that we have spoken about multiple times in this race already, they're not even going to be there at the end. So, when it gets down to it, Malik Ray looks like he's looking like a safer and safer bet by the minute to potentially double down on the SummerSlam 499.
Well, it would help explain why Malik Ray was able to go to Victory Lane last August in the 2nd SummerSlam 499 as he captured the victory. And if I remember correctly, it was somewhat of a similar strategy for Malik Ray in that race. And at the time, we wondered if not running up front would cost him, and he ends up winning the race. He's doing the same thing in this afternoon's event as well. And what the attrition will do is it will likely bring into the conversation for the victory some guys we haven't really talked about so far this afternoon. One of them is Justin Champagne. He's up at the front now in at 38 outside of the front row. You see there right behind the iRacing.com pace car. We've talked at length about some of these guys up here. I haven't got a ton of opportunities to talk about Caden Diedrich. He's been up front, but now runs as high as he has all race in the 4th position. We talked about Caswell at length a little earlier. You know, Kirill Kanatovic, we just saw him a moment ago. He's up to 12th, just again by just riding and biding his time. If you'll remember back to one of the first cautions that we had early in the race, the 74 Brian Hennings received a meatball flag and had to come down and fix damage. He's 14th on the charts right now, and that tells you just how much attrition this race has had. That car is clean. It is freshly repaired. A beautiful looking red, white, and blue paint scheme aboard that Chevrolet for Team PGR. He's gotten that thing all back up to speed, and he appears to be ready to come back up and compete some more in this race. Other cars that had damage earlier that are now back inside the top 20, top 25. Axel Smith, another meatball flag. He's 19th on the speedway. In the 22, he took a big hit on the inside wall. And again, the attrition of this race, it just goes to show you can get back in it. Not far behind him is Michael Guest. You see him there 2 rows back of Axel. He's another one that had damage earlier. Landon Velicki is there. Colin Keister is there. All cars that have had damage that have had an opportunity to get it fixed. Well, here we go again, lap 86, just short of 100 laps to go in the SummerSlam 499. Andrew Navarro and Justin Champagne bring us back to the green flag. We're racing once again at Talladega. Andrew Navarro, Sean Rowe, Jack Mace off on the inside. Rowe, Mace, and Diedrich teammates here, but they just lost a car in Jacob Wilkerson. They've also got Adam Garza with them as well. A group of 4 inside the top 12. Field works into 1. The top lane dissolves. Great start for the bottom, and Jack Mace looks to potentially get to the lead. One of the British entries in the field today.
And everyone, again, just
they
look like, man, there is zero patience right now being shown in this race. They go from bottom back to the top, back to the bottom, to the middle. We are 4 wide right now with John Ward. Wow.
Yeah, Alex Hill and John Ward in the middle. Wyatt Gray was in that. They get it settled back out. But to your point, again, if you continue to wonder on each of these cautions, will they be patient? They will not. They almost crashed, and that was back around Daniel Falkingham and Wyatt Gray and Jackson Buys, and they all get it back together. The patience level not going down, not going up at all. In fact, there is less patience, it feels like, than there was 15 laps ago.
And what is the common theme that we are seeing time and time again? Everyone just seems like they want to migrate to the wall, but they migrate to the wall. Once these laps, continue, you're going to see more people go down to the bottom, because would you rather be 3rd on the bottom or 10th on the top? So about the time that everyone starts migrating to the top, you're going to get guys back in like 15th place that say, no, I'm going to go to the bottom. Well, then you go to the bottom, then guys are going to go back to the middle. It is the madness of the Gen 6 car, and it is why we love it so much. With that, though, is why we have the high caution count. It's the trade-off you get with this car, but it makes for great TV.
Really, we haven't had a ton of cautions this weekend. This race has seen the most stoppages of any so far, and we're only at lap number 88. The dual race, I believe, one of them had 5 cautions. One of the heat races had 5 cautions, so we've had 5 or 6. We have not yet reached the double-digit mark, though, this week. Adam Garza and Andrew Navarro had a big moment there in the middle. And again, we just watched one of the front runners, one of the favorites for the race, get crashed in the 82 of Kyler Wynn, and they are right back to double-digit rows of 3 wide as if that did not happen. That is incredible to me that these guys have the guts to go and try it again. Jack Mace led for a moment. It'll now be Justin Champagne on the bottom in the 38 that goes to the point, as again we are stacked up 3 by 3 by 3 by 3 all the way back through the field. Cars coming through the field. Michael Guest back to 3rd on the inside. Keister is 4th. Hennings is 5th. Dylan Basin back through the field. He's 5th in the middle in that 11. And on the outside, I'm watching Axel Smith 5 to 6 rows deep make his way back to the front. And towards the back, you see some guys, I think, starting to realize I don't like what I see in the slightest. Michael Triscaro, look at him. He's going backwards. Casey Sprinkle's going backwards. And I don't blame them one bit with what we're seeing up front right now.
And what I do want to point out for everyone watching this race is this is a no faster
Oh,
fairway.
trouble. Justin Millicar is going to get turned into the outside wall. He's going to try to make the save, but the caution flag is going to come out first and halt the race. And similarly to the earlier incident where they all kept it going, Millicar makes the save, but as he goes to save the race car, the caution comes out because of the danger to the rest of the field.
And consistently with race control, I still like the idea when you see that major stack up, and there's definitely more than 3 involved in that for sure. Race control has been erring consistently on the side of caution time and time again in these. You know, I said it earlier and I'll say it again. I agree with it because the last thing I want to see is guys in the back that are trying to run a more conservative race as we look on board with Justin Millicar. Ooh, definitely a pretty decent hit to the wall. Doesn't look like it's... I don't think that Millicar broke his wheel. So hopefully Millicar is okay. But again, I don't want to see the ARCA braking potentially cost somebody their race. So good call on race control.
Yeah, completely agree. Again, similarly to the earlier incident, you see the stack up here with Jackson Anderson, Axel Smith, and Millicar. For his effort, gives it a great shot at saving this race car, but right there is the hit that's going to damage the number 84 machine. Now, not as bad a hit as we've seen tonight or today so far in this race against the outside wall, so perhaps an opportunity to fix it for Justin Millicar, but some pretty severe damage aboard that 84 machine. He will have to come down and fix that race car. We're under caution again. This is the 8th caution of the afternoon here on lap 90, and everyone here going to make a trip to pit road. And that kind of leads me into what I want to talk about while they're on pit road, and that's we are just about 50 laps away. If we continue to have cautions at this pace, we're getting into a territory where we start to talk about maybe a lack of green flag pit stops in this race, and all that does is keep 30-plus cars bunched up in one pack for the 40-lap run to the end when we get down to it.
And I do want to point out a message from Matthew Baker about that wreck. He let the drivers know that he is throwing the caution because he is trying to make sure that the drivers avoiding the wreck do not get penalized for checking up. Again, that is a very good call. The drivers need to respect that part. You know, love the call or hate the call. I would not want to be the driver that's getting ran into, you know, from someone else, because if you know that caution isn't going to be thrown, you have every reason to stay in the throttle. I like the call to err on the safe side, and you're encouraging people to check up when you see that wreck.
Well, let's talk to somebody else under this caution, the 8th of the afternoon, as we get another stoppage in the action here from Talladega. Let's talk to another driver in the field this afternoon. Let's talk to one of the drivers that has been one of the most aggressive, not only in this race, but throughout the weekend. Let's talk to the captain for Dega Pros, the 92 of John Ward, and see what he's got to say about his race. He's been all over the place. He's been at the front, he's been in the middle, he's been in the back. We'll see what his game plan is, and if he plans to be a little bit more patient, as we'll welcome him in to the PGR broadcast booth. It's John Ward of the 92, and Cody, my partner, stands by with John Ward.
John Ward, it is Dawson and Cody in the booth. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. My screen just froze, but I'm doing all right.
Well, at least it froze under caution and not during the race. But all right, let's talk about it a little bit. Has this race gone the way you have expected it to in terms of the overall race flow and your race, or I see you are, looks like you are stopped on track, but just while you try to get everything fixed, take us through your perspective of the race so far.
Yeah, it's been a wild race. Everybody's real aggressive and racing hard for the most part, and just I knew it was going to be hard, and I didn't think it was going to last long, but nobody wants to ride; they want to race, and so we're racing.
Well, you know, we've seen it time and time again with the package. It's encouraging the big runs. It's encouraging the flashy moves. Are you wanting, you know, these last 100 laps, do you see yourself as somebody that's going to throw those major blocks to potentially win a race, or are you trying to be a little bit more conservative until it gets down to crunch time?
Until it gets to, like, you know, 50, 30 to go, I'm probably not going to do nothing egregious or nothing like. But if it comes down to it, you know, I will throw a block at the end and, you know, do what I got, side draft real tight, whatever, you know, just to get up there. So I'm going to see if I'm there, I'll definitely do what I got to do. That's for sure.
Well, you definitely are one of the drivers that I have penciled in to potentially be up there and win the race at the end. Before we let you go, though, how are you going to be able to get it done?
Just gonna have to have some patience. There's a lot of laps, and it looks like I lost connection, so I'm probably gonna be a lap down, if that. So I'm just gonna have patience and just stay out of the wrecks. The main thing is just try to stay clean, and I think I'll be all right.
Well, I will let you go, but before I let you go, is there any quick shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, I just want to shout out to PGR for the event, Michael for doing it, and Baker for doing the race control.
Well, thank you, John, and I think you'll definitely have, by the looks of it, plenty of cautions to get back into it, and I hope I'm wrong about that, but good luck in the last 100.
Thank you, Cody.
John Ward, the captain for Team Jacob Pros, as he has a technical issue. We did not time that interview well, but good on John Ward to kind of multitask there as he tries to get back in the session. Plenty of laps to go, and Cody, you alluded to it, potentially plenty of cautions for John Ward to get right back into this race. So did not seem very flustered by what was going on. He knows he's got about 96 laps left to get that issue fixed and get back onto the racetrack. We're going to go back green on lap 93. We are just 2 laps short of the halfway mark. Chris Blanchard leads the way ahead of Jack Mace, the British driver. Row 2, Andrew Navarro and Cade Diedrich. It's Justin Champagne and Adam Garza on row number 3. And let's see another opportunity for drivers to change their minds. I can't imagine that they will. Green flag back in the air. 96 laps to go on the SummerSlam 499. For the first time, it's one of the men carrying the title sponsor. It's Chris Blanchard. The Blanchard's Towing and Recovery Chevrolet up front on the front row to swing with the big dogs here at the front of the race. It's Jack Mace to the outside with Diedrich on his back bumper. Those two working together. Garza behind them as well. And out back, Cody Sean Rowe already going backwards. He already is anticipating what these drivers are going to race like at the front.
And so far, that team up front leading the top of Garza, Diedrich, and Mace, they have been running, it seems like, an identical strategy. They have been very close to each other, if not in the same exact lane. Controlling the top right now. Cool, calm, collected. I love what that team is being able to put together against a very stacked field. And with the likes of some of the favorites to win the race now out, I like the odds of these three, of one of the three bagging this championship today.
I do want to note some of the drivers that are laps down. John Ward in the 92 is at least 1 lap down, at risk of going 2 laps down as they work up here at the front of the field 2 by 2. Cade McClenny is multiple laps down towards the tail end of the field as well. Looks like he is 5 laps behind the leaders right now in the 26, so he did have more extensive damage than I had initially thought. Joe Huerta is 6 laps down, or almost 6 laps down. Actually, no, it's closer to 9 laps down for the Joe Huerta machine here under this green flag run. Cars that have not come back out. Jesse Baker called it a race back on lap 37. Jacob Wilkerson's engine has expired. He sits on pit road, but he is many laps down, about 13 to be exact. And the other one's still sitting on pit road. 12 laps down for Kyler Wynn in the 82, and that to me tells me that Kyler Wynn's day may very well be over in the 82. Out back, big 3-wide move, and it's a guy we've seen do this a lot today already. It's Alex Hill in the 77, pushed by his Jack Shack teammate, Landon Velicki. The Jack Shack cars now 4 lined up. Osborne on Basin, Hill, and Velicki on the outside.
Well, if there is any group out there that can contest this front 3 of Mace, Garza, Diedrich, and that group, it definitely is Alex Hill and Landon Velicki, 2 drivers that have a deep history with each other, a great chemistry, 2 sharp-looking rides, might I add. The Jack Shack entries look to potentially get back to the front, and they want to throw their name in the hat as drivers that could potentially win this race. Alex Hill, though, no stranger to winning big races.
Well, no, actually, 2 years ago in the original SummerSlam event was just a 94-lap race on a Thursday night. Hill got the win in that race and won $1,000. He has been to victory in the SummerSlam, if you want to count it that way. It was not a 499-mile race, but he has been to victory lane in this event before. He's the lead pusher on the inside after that big move. Garza made a big move onto his nose. Now it's Diedrich out front. They'll work by John Ward, put him a 2nd lap down. Joe Huerta will go, I believe, a 5th lap down, or a 9th lap down in that one machine, as a couple cars try to pick them up about halfway deep in the field. Nope, they'll bail out now. Those cars will try to catch on into the draft. Up front, a big move to the inside, and guess who? It's Trevor Oswernauth. And you want to talk about a storyline this weekend? Oswernauth eliminated in his heat race because of a penalty, ends up getting a provisional into the dual race, races his way in yesterday, the final spot into the feature, and now goes up front on the front end of this bottom lane. We get an onboard shot with the driver, the 89, the entry for the Jack Shack. As he takes another look, he'll have a teammate now out in front of him. Dylan Basin, the FedEx Toyota, jumps to the inside. He wants to lead. Veliky pulls forward a second in the middle. And where did Jeff Merck come from in that 60 car? He runs third in the outside lane. Brian Hennings is there. Daniel Falkingham is there. And Wyatt Gray comes forward for the first time since early in the race.
Call it a full house, but Jack Shack is migrating to the front. They're migrating to the front very, very quickly. You know, I spoke to Trev earlier in the week when he actually initially looked like he wasn't going to be able to race any further into the SummerSlam. But I had talked to him potentially about the wreck, and he was very respectful. Trev, one of the class acts in money racing. Oh,
Boy, Dylan Basin gets turned. Trouble in turn one. Basin goes sideways. Navarro gets hit by Michael Guest, and more of the contenders crash. Malik Ray flies into the incident. He's involved in the one machine. Blanchard's in it as well, and the biggest crash to the date in the SummerSlam 499 happens on lap 98.
Man, and if you needed something to shake up the deck, this was it. Man, and it goes to show you, Dawson, that no matter the strategy that you run in these races, whether you want to run a more aggressive race or you want to run the more conservative race in the back, it doesn't matter where you are. Trouble can strike you from anywhere, and it's what I love about super speedway racing. Any strategy can win, and there's no cookie-cutter way to being successful at super speedway racing. Major damage for several heavy hitters once again.
And I mean, the hits just keep on coming for the front runners in this race. And a tough break there, the toughest quite possibly for Malik Ray, a guy that had not run up front all afternoon. His goal was to just ride and be safe and be clear of the incidents in front of him. And unfortunately, right there, it is going to collect the winner of the 2024 SummerSlam 499. Let's get a replay of it. It was the Jack Shack teammates on the bottom. Basin being pushed by Trevor Oswernauth as they worked into turn number one, which is where this incident, I think, begins. And it says Basin tries to pick up Garza. Oswernauth is pushing him into the 8. They get offset, Basin out of shape, and it is on from there. You see Blanchard get into it. Navarro gets into it. And then here come, oh man, Joe Huerta's in this. Michael Guest is in this, but watch for the black, white, and yellow number 1. That's the important one in this one. Malik Ray from out back as he tried to get through it, and a big hit to the left side of Michael Guest for the 2024 winner of this race as he is sideways in the grass. Dalton Meelam, Casey Sprinkle, Michael Anthony, Josh McCullough all getting some degree of this. McCullough actually, and Anthony may very well have missed this somehow, just trying to get to a stop. But boy, the hits keep on coming, and right there, a few major hitters taken out. And one of the Champagnes as well has some damage. I think it's the 94 of Kevin Champagne. You'll see it right here on the replay on your screens. And here comes Malik Ray. And boy, Cody, I'll tell you what, he's going awfully quick when he gets into this incident in that one machine. Does he commit thinking the wreck's going to stay above him? It just seems a little out of character for Malik Ray to come into a wreck that quickly, especially how we'd seen him run early in this race.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm not used to seeing with Malik, but he paid the price there. Big names with extensive damage, as you had alluded to. Chris Blanchard, Joe Huerta, Kevin Champagne, Michael Guest, Malik Ray. You already have Kyler Wynn out of this race. I don't know, Dawson. Right now, it looks like potentially we could have not only a first-time SummerSlam winner, but what kind of a story would it be for somebody to win their first PGR race and do it at the SummerSlam?
Well, you know, there are still some guys here up front that are considered favorites, in quotes, I guess if you want to say it that way. Daniel Falkingham leading the way is paramount among those. Alex Hill, former SummerSlam winner and a former PGR winner. So Alex Hill's still up there. Jeff Merck is a PGR winner. So I believe is Wyatt Gray. Don't quote me on that, but he won the dual race yesterday. So wouldn't even be his first win of the weekend. The one that strikes me the most is Brian Hennings, I think, in 5th. A guy that finished well in his duel, but is yet to see victory lane. I'm looking at the 74. I look at Jackson Anderson as one of those drivers. The storyline for Ethan Dallaire, I mean, you want to talk about underdogs. We talked about, we alluded to Lake Peterson earlier. Ethan Dallaire is kind of in that role today where none of us really know him in the PGR scene. He could break onto the scene in a big way. You got Landon Veliky back there. He won his dual race. Axel Smith has yet to find victory lane. That's a driver I had penciled as an underdog pick to win today. And same with Jackson Byes back in 10th. So you've got a number of drivers up here that are in that boat, and it's all because some of the favorites, Guest, Malik Ray, Andrew Navarro, Joe Huerta, guys that are up front a lot in these races, Kyler Wynn as well, are at this point in the race not in a position to win. So with that attrition starting to happen and with the guys racing up front the way they have, all of a sudden it lends itself to potentially an underdog winner. And I look at the back half of the top 10, really, you go back in the top 15, Diedrich, Garza, Kanatovich, Michael Triscaro, Garrett Caswell, Joey Beck. I mean, really at this point, there's only 5 or 6 names in the top 15 to 20 cars that I would consider favorites left. We're looking at a very big potential here for a first-time PGR winner, a first-time SummerSlam winner, and an upset for the ages, which I think this car kind of lent itself to coming into this event.
And you mentioned several underdogs, and I'll give you one more underdog, Dawson, that might be storyline-wise and fan favorite-wise. He might be one of the bigger underdogs, and the camera is on him right now. Back in the pack just a little bit. Looks like he's about 14th, it looks like, by my scoring, is a 34 of Michael Triscaro, series owner. He has got just as many, if not more, starts than anyone in this field in PGR. And man, would that be quite the Cinderella story. You want to talk about being a fan favorite. If Michael Triscaro could win this race, you're going to see a lineup on the start-finish line similar to the 1998 Daytona 500 with Dale Earnhardt. I could see something like that potentially happening. All of these drivers would celebrate, I feel like, a Michael Triscaro win, and it would be one that it would be for the ages. And if we do get to that point, boy, oh boy, would that be an interview.
I was just going to mention that, of course. Mike, one of the most passionate guys in the field as well. If you've ever talked to Mike or raced with Mike, you know how passionate that he is about this. Not only to manage PGR and to have these events, he's passionate about that, beyond passionate. But when he gets in the race car, man, it is a competitor's mentality for Michael Triscaro. And right now, has himself in a decent position. There's a long way to go, though. At the line will be 87 to go for Michael Triscaro and the rest of this 42-car field. It's whittled down a little ways here. On the lead lap, we have 37 back to John Ward. 5 are still on pit road or out with damage. Daniel Falkingham and Alex Hill bring us back into the restart zone. Green flag will go back in the air. Lap 102 of 188 goes on the board. Falkingham a good start, but Merck not to him as early as Wyatt Gray gets to Alex Hill. They climb the banking of turn 1. Alex Hill back to the outside to the lead. And out back, let's see, once again, an opportunity for the pack to decide not to race. And Cody, of course, as they come off turn 2, they prove me wrong immediately.
Yeah, and again, it seems like everyone wants to migrate, and you go up high, and I'm going to go up higher. Taking right rear seems to be a very common theme, and Alex Hill having help from Landon Veliky, his teammate, just a couple cars back. Again, I told you, you get them 2 cars lined up, they're going to do damage. Daniel Falkingham, though, if he has anything to say about it, he wants to complete the quote-unquote Grand Slam for PGR. He has done and won just about everything in PGR you can win except the SummerSlam, and what a story that would be. But there's going to be a lot of hungry drivers out here that have something to say about that.
The resume speaks for itself for Daniel Falkingham, of course, the driver of the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series for 6 Karma eSports, and has a win on that circuit, but in PGR has been arguably way more successful. A PGR Series champion, a Ron Morse Racing's Tuesday Night Thunder Series champion, a winner of the PGR 500, a winner of just about everything you can win on a weekly series, one of the winningest drivers in the series weekly, and he now just lacks the championship belt in the SummerSlam 499 to complete. The Grand Slam, I called it a triple crown at first, but I guess Grand Slam, a better way to put it. And right as they come off turn 4, here we go again. 3 by 3, 6 rows deep in the field. Alex Hill leads. He's got a friendly face behind him in Landon Veliky. On the inside, Jackson Anderson went across Daniel Falkingham's nose. He will now lead the inside lane. It's Wyatt Gray leading the middle. Make that Nathan Harper leading the middle as the outside comes down to side draft. It leaves the outside in the hands of series owner Michael Triscaro as he tries to start his run to the front to put himself in position in this race. Harper's going to cut him off. Wyatt Gray now pushed by Caden Diedrich in the middle. It's Jeff Merck that leads the bottom as Falkingham and Anderson got all the way to the lead.
What a push from Falkingham to Jackson Anderson, too. They were the only two on the bottom. The top lane looked like it was going to be prevailing, but Daniel Falkingham, he had just enough time. He was able to push not only Jackson Anderson clear, he got them both clear, and they went straight up. So that goes to show you this bottom lane is very, very viable with the right people.
The energy works up again in this lead pack up front, 2x2, but 3x3 back around Garrett. Caswell trouble. Around goes Nathan Harper. He saves it. Nathan Harper, quite possibly the save of the weekend right there for the 7. He comes back up, and I think they're going to crash behind him. They are. Melikar, Tahan, Sprinkle, and a couple of others getting involved as guests, and the returning Kyler Wynn to the racetrack get around that incident that sparked up with Nathan Harper getting sideways in the 7.
You know, for as many wrecks as we have had, the caution count, in my opinion, has been unacceptable for PGR standards. But I do have to say the drivers have done a fantastic job of avoiding complete catastrophe, because every single one of these wrecks have looked like it could potentially involve 10 plus. But the damage for most of the wrecks really has been minimal, Dawson.
Yeah, and somehow we've kind of gotten away with a few of them now in this race. But again, I think it turns to, as this race gets later and the moves get bigger and more cars enter that lead pack. Again, that time bomb continues to tick down. We're on board now in the Dallas Cowboys Ford Mustang. We were for a moment with Nathan Harper. And again, it's Alex Hill. And I'm not sure if it's the push from Veliky or if he's trying to get up and he sees a hole behind Nathan Harper and just, misjudged that hole. Harper props to make the save, but man, as he comes back up, he gets hit by Adam Tahan, Casey Sprinkle, and a couple of other cars getting involved. So props for the save, but he could not hold it on the apron. Jackson Baez, the other car involved in this one in the 33. So look to me like Alex Hill either misjudged the gap behind Nathan Harper or got a push from out back from Landon Veliky that sparked that one on the bottom side. Justin Melikar was around this as well in the 84. Andrew Navarro and Michael Guest. Man, Michael Guest is in this one too. I didn't see that the first time. The JDR Camry of Michael Guest got all that damage fixed, and Cody is involved in another one.
Yeah, and Michael Guest's long day just seems to be getting longer, but, I don't believe that he got a meatball on that one. And, for as many wrecks as he's been involved in, Michael Guest, if he continues to just avoid catastrophe, and he looks like he's just, the cat with 9 lives, but you can never count out Michael Guest. No meatball. It looks like fairly minimal damage. The 21 is going to get back out there, and I think by the end of it, he's going to have a shot at this.
I think so too. Avoids major damage in that incident along with a few cars. A couple cars, though, that we do want to mention have severe damage. Justin Melikar got all that damage fixed from his first meatball. He's got another one. Adam Tahan, who got his damage fixed from a meatball earlier, he's involved in another one. And Jackson Baez has a meatball flag. All rendered severe damage that they will have to come down and fix under this, the 10th caution of the afternoon on lap 107. What we want to do now under this, another caution. We were going to do it right at the halfway point. Time did not exactly work out for it. What we want to do now is we want to step away for just a moment, take another side-by-side break. While we're under the 10th caution flag, it's lap 107 of the SummerSlam 499. Evan Carlbon is the race leader under the 10th caution of the afternoon. We'll be right back. We're going to take a short break. We'll step aside. You won't miss a moment. We'll be right back after this.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
simulators, and this was like very responsive, especially the hydraulics and stuff, the motion and stuff was really, really on point. But you feel like you're really driving, it feels real.
It adds so much to the experience. It's just really, really cool.
It was pretty awesome.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing.
Three by three.
Almost no trouble. Around goes Alex Hill. On into the outside wall goes Hill. They're wrecking big time out back. We're not going to throw a caution. Finish. Who gets it in the line? Cody Nagels wins it in Talladega.
Welcome back to iRacing's virtual Talladega Super Speedway as we tick into the 80 laps to go mark in the biggest sim racing event of the summer, the SummerSlam 499. Our 10th caution of the night cleaned off the racetrack as the pace car takes the left turn to the safety of pit road. It'll be Daniel Falkingham and Evan Carlbon on road number 1 as we get ready to go under the green flag once again. We now tick into that territory where we are ever closer to not needing a green flag pit stop, and that is only going to turn the chaos meter up to about 11. Green flag back in the air. It's actually Carbon, the control car, so he will launch off the outside. He'll get ahead of Daniel Falkingham and now have a decision to make here into 1. He will stay up on the bumper of series owner Michael Triscaro. The highest the 34 has been all race long. It's now with 80 laps to go. Falkingham, a nice run on the bottom from Jackson Anderson as they try to get the lead. But onto the Alabama Gang super stretch out back. Cody again. The caution flag is out. And I'm not even... So it appears to be Joey Gatina towards the back of the field, Alex Hill. I'm seeing damage on the Adam Garza machine as well in the 8. He's got the front end is completely blown off of that Chevrolet. And he's got big damage. And this happened not even up into 4th gear. You're not even up to speed yet. And already we've got cars destroyed here under this, the 11th caution. Let's go back and take a look. What in the world happens back here? This was in the 30s as they went into turn 1. There's a hit right there from Garza to Hill. Oh man, they wrecked up in front. Big crash in front. Hill and Garza nowhere to go as Gatina was the one that got out of shape. In the 14 machine, what happens here? He gets turned by the 82 of Kyler Wynn in the banking of turn number 1. As Gatina maybe trying to come down a little bit. Wynn gets in the left rear of him. Garza and Hill innocent bystanders. And literally 30 seconds after we get back under green after caution number 10, caution number 11 happens at the back of the field.
It just doesn't seem like we can get a very good flow in this race, Dawson. Joey Gatina, not too sure what the thought process there was. I don't know if he thought he was clear to go in front of Kyler Wynn or what, but not a very good decision. He gets turned. Two very heavy hitters in the race, in Alex Hill and Adam Garza with major damage.
As we work under the caution flag once again, we take inside of 80 laps to go, and I kind of want to turn back to that point that I just started to talk about a moment ago, you know, Cody, and that's that we may not have green flag pit stops. You'll see everyone come down pit road again because we are now getting close to that number. My number that I thought it was yesterday, and I'm basing this on the dual races where we did have green flag pit stops, is they can go about 35 laps on a tank of fuel in this Gen 6 race car. If we were to start that run now, we'll start it on lap 112, I would say, of 188. It'll actually be 113. We'll have 76 to go. It's not quite enough to make in one stop unless you save a little bit of gas. Cody, I don't know if you know off the top of your head, but what is the fuel-saving capability of this car? How far could we really push a 35-lap fuel run on a full tank of fuel?
I mean, it varies from car to car, but I would think if you're riding mid-pack and can stay tight to the guy in front of you, I'm thinking you could potentially get a couple more laps out of the car. So if you're saying roughly 35, you might be able to eke another couple laps maybe. I still don't think it's enough to make this a one-stop race. I could be wrong, but I would be very, very surprised. But if we can get a green flag run long enough to get to the pit stop, that's going to give you your answer potentially on if some of these drivers can make it on one stop. Another telltale sign of that would be some of your heavy hitters, guys like John Ward, Daniel Falkingham, even like Landon, Jeff Merck, Mike T. If some of them guys, you see them back up, go somewhere in the middle part of the pack, that's going to be your answer. If you see them stay up front running hard, then again, you're probably going to take a pretty educated guess in saying that it's a two-stop race. You'll be able to tell pretty quickly once we go green.
A nice insight there into the fuel strategy that we haven't really had to talk about because we paced under the caution flag 11 times here this afternoon. Nice onboard look there from the NBG Motorsports entry of Jeff Merck, Jeff Merck with the onboard camera as he takes a quick swig under this caution flag. A bit of a reset for these drivers here under this caution. You see him communicating with his teammates there as well just a little bit, the guys that he is running with in this afternoon's race, and maybe they are talking about the early portions of strategy calls. Kyler Wynn will make another trip to pit road. He's still damaged and multiple laps down in the 82 machine. Want to give you a race discipline update. I don't think I've ever given something like this before, but I did get an update mid-race. One car is already on the second step of the three-strike rule. So I will explain the three-strike rule again to you because we've used it already this weekend. If you remember back to heat number 3, Trevor Osborne was assessed both an EOL penalty for his first cause of caution and a drive-through for his second cause of caution, which ended up, in essence, at the time, eliminating him from the event in heat race number 3. The third strike is a disqualification. We have at least so far one driver on 2 strikes, and I hate to be the ironic type, but it's the 89 of Trevor Osborne that is now one step away from a disqualification, one more cause of caution, and that Jack Shack entry will be parking it for the afternoon. So did want to give you all that update. You'll likely see that reflected in his driving style. And now, Cody, when you get to this point, and obviously it is not really the intent, I don't think, of Trevor Osborne not to be driving in super reckless manner here in this race, but sometimes things happen. He pushes through Dylan Basin, they get Adam Garza, and it causes a wreck. But when you get to that 2 strikes now for Trevor, I imagine it feels like you've got one arm tied behind your back with 75 laps to go.
I mean, it'd be the equivalent of getting into foul trouble in basketball where you feel like you have to bench your starter for a little bit. But in this case, I'm not really sure if Trevor, in knowing him, and I've raced several years now with and against Trevor. I've been on both sides of it with him. And I'm going to be honest with you, Dawson. You and I both know that there is no 80% with Trev. I think he will run balls to the wall until he either junks the car or finds it in victory lane. And I don't think he'd have it any other way.
I'd normally say you're right, but I think as a driver you have to know where that limit is and at least make it to the end before you do that. So I think you got to make it into the final 30 laps before you start getting into that. But I agree, some of those drivers, and it's more than just him. I know it sounds like you're singling him out. I know you're not. There's other drivers in this field who are exactly the same way. They don't know any level of commitment other than 110%. Well, we're going to go back green with 76 laps to go in the SummerSlam 499. It's Jack Mace on the front row, and welcome back to the front, John Ward. Green flag back in the air. The 92 gets both of his laps back under our last 2 cautions. He gets back on the lead lap in the second position. Mace to the race lead in the 07. Falkingham, Felicki are his help. Merck will jump up as well in front of Michael Triscaro. Bottom side now, Ward, Jackson Anderson. Then they got to wait a bit to get back to Sean Rowe. And again, it looked like a situation where Diedrich was going to push Rowe through the 83, but Diedrich smartly lifts off. The bottom lane starts to roll down the backstretch, but it's all Jack Mace up front, one of his first times leading the SummerSlam 499.
And what a story so far for two of the NBG entries, and Michael Triscaro and Jeff Merck, respectively 4th and 5th in their the top line right now. And, you know, barring any major mistakes, they potentially could be in a position for one of them to steal this race. And I don't want to say steal as in saying they don't deserve it, but they're not typically the guys that you might see playing Pied Piper in these races, but they're good enough and they're smart enough to be able to get it done. And for both of them, I know for one, Merck has won in PGR, but both of them are still looking for that major race. But again, as I had alluded to earlier with Michael Triscaro, but the same is true for Jeff Merck. What do you think the interview would be like? We keep talking about it, but every lap that winds down, it becomes more of a possibility that that could be the outcome.
Well, and there's a number of drivers I think that you'd get that from if they were to win this race. In fact, most of the drivers in the field, I mean, even a guy like Daniel Falkingham, if you remember back to February, the reaction that we saw on his face, this is a guy that's won just about all you can win in super speedway racing and in sim racing as a whole, has made the trip all the way to the top flight of oval racing on the iRacing service. And in February, he called the PGR 500 probably the biggest win of his sim racing career. And that's, again, for a driver that has been around a number of big-time promotions. He's been in huge level races over his career. He called that one the biggest of his career. There's a number of drivers I think would say the same. It includes the man now running second on the outside and second on the racetrack, carrying the banner for the broadcasters, but also for the Jack Shack, the 62 of Landon Veliky. Out back, I'm starting to watch, though, one car peeking through the middle, returning from that damage. Malik Ray up front almost a moment with Carl Bond and Falkingham as they picked up Wyatt Gray. We get away from it okay. Wyatt Gray slips in a gap I didn't think was there. Slips in a second gap I didn't think was there. Jack Mace saves the car off Landon Veliky's bumper. And again, racing in the triangle. Merck almost blocks Caswell into the infield grass. We get through that okay. Now it's Caswell from Carbon, 4 wide. Kananovich looked around Merck. We figure it out, go back to 3. 4 wide behind them. Diedrich and Triscaro stuck in a precarious situation. 34 and 24. Third lane on the racetrack. Somebody's got to let them in. Back there around that position. Mace continues to lead. Diedrich the only one 4 wide. And halfway down the backstretch, the leaders figure it out. But out back of them, it is a hornet's nest.
And a hornet's nest it is. Landon Veliky going down to side draft that bottom lane. Caswell still running a really good race. I know I've mentioned him several times already today, but very, very impressed with him. Dylan Bazin, very good recovery so far for the 11. Several guys up there that just continue to run a very good race. But one guy that's getting hung out in the middle right now, not a name we've mentioned a whole lot, but Kirill Kananovich up front. And he's getting a bump by Michael Guest. We will see if they can make that middle line push it all. Malik Ray going to go down to the middle. Bottom lane, or not bottom lane, excuse me, middle lane looks to be where you want to be right now.
And I wondered, especially after the incident, what lap would be go time for the driver of that black, white, and gold #1 machine, the defending winner of the SummerSlam 499, Malik Ray. With 70 laps to go, it appears he's pressed that go button. Malik Ray to the middle of Joey Beck. He wants the 5th spot. He gets into the 77 just a little bit. He'll have to check up. Merck coming to his aid. In the 1, he's going to actually shove Joey Beck. Joey Beck around the outside with the help of Malik Ray. Veliky sees it coming, goes bottom to top. He'll block Beck. Beck turns to the middle. Joey Beck to the race lead. Malik Ray to second. 4 wide with Kananovich as the field hits the line. We're going to try 3 rows of 4 wide for a moment.
Man, and it just doesn't seem like it.
Trouble. Michael Triscaro turns Jackson Anderson, and that's in the middle of the field. And right after we talked about Triscaro, they go around with the 34, and the caution flag is out again.
And Dawson, it seems like that might be another case of the broadcaster's curse, because about as quickly as I can mention somebody's name on the broadcast, and they either end up getting A, involved in a wreck, or B, just getting hung out to dry. Very unfortunate for Michael Triscaro.
Yeah, let's start to take a look at this. I think this is another example of the race being halted for the safety of the drivers behind this incident. Well, there is one driver there with damage. It's Michael Anthony in the 014. So we'll wait and see on that car. It appears to be somewhat ailed on the right front of that race car. And the right front wheel is poked out. It is not moving. So Michael Anthony with some wheel damage here under this, the 12th caution of the afternoon. So a meatball flag for Michael Anthony. That's going to mean he'll have to bring that car to the service of his pit crew. As we go back to start to take a look at this on the PGR replay, it was started actually, wow, Justin Champagne, holy cow, got on the outside wall and checked up a ton. Michael Anthony gets in the back of Justin Champagne. He ends up in the outside wall in the 14, and then they start to crash up front. And it was Michael Triscaro and Jackson Anderson about 10 rows deep in the field that I saw this one get sparked, but neither of those cars has a ton of damage. Let's see here. This kind of got scrambled up front as Kananovic gets split. Michael Triscaro's in a really precarious position, and he actually gets squeezed. Man, John Ward coming up, Jackson Anderson coming down. Michael Triscaro gets pinballed, but gets pretty lucky. Jackson Anderson, I said Nathan Harper had the save of the weekend a moment ago. Jackson Anderson might have just taken that from him. He was pointed towards the campers down there in the infield of turn 1 and manages to not only keep it straight, but keep it off the wall and stay in the lead draft. A heck of a job for Jackson Anderson in the 83. And look at that car. He got way close to the wall. He got a little bit of contact with the cars in front of him, but that is about all that we got. Look at this save for Jackson Anderson. And Cody, if Jackson's in the front of the pack late in this race, he's going to remember this moment right here.
Well, absolutely he is, and that's definitely, from my vantage point, the save of the race so far. And if there's any point that you can look back, like you said, to say, hey, this was the turning point in the race, Jackson Anderson just got his right here. You know, there's not enough to say about it. Man, I don't know how he keeps this off the wall here. I mean, he was completely turned sideways, sees the front of his nose pointed up to the wall. I mean, that is a meatball waiting to happen, and he's able to cut it left and get the car straightened out. What a job.
I mean, we'd seen that very similar contact to the outside wall all afternoon so far, with guys getting that right front wheel into the outside retaining wall and getting a meatball flag. And for Anderson, he gets kind of lucky right there that he's able to pull that car and keep it off the wall and come to pit road. Now, he still sits on pit road. Did not hear about a meatball flag, so just some minor damage potentially here that he's got to fix. But he keeps his hopes alive as he pulls off the pit lane. He's taking a lot of deep breaths in that 83 Chevrolet right now. I'd imagine the heart rate's coming down. Hopefully just a little bit for him here under the caution flag. But Jackson Anderson will get to continue on in this one in that red, white, and blue 83. Up front, we had just seen for the first time a new leader in this race. Joey Beck takes his first turn out front in that blue and white number 77 Toyota, as he will try to continue to lead this race. He looked pretty confident, I'll tell you what, for getting pushed by a guy in the Malik Ray that we know to be one of the most aggressive pushers in the field week to week. He took those pushes pretty well and then made a really savvy move to go to the center lane to get around the leaders there and to get to the middle of Landon Veliky. Instead of pushing the blocking Veliky, instead Beck went to the middle, and he almost made it look veteran. You got to think Malik Ray, you got to think, some of these guys up here around him, even Veliky perhaps, they see that and go, okay, hey, I know what this guy can do now. I trust him for later in the race when it comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, and it's proving yourself that you can handle those major spots is going to play to your advantage at the end when somebody knows that they can trust you. But I will point out, if you get guys like Michael Guest and Malik Ray lined up, I don't care how good you are, they are going to hang you out. So it's a tough spot. But Joey Beck so far is proving that he absolutely belongs at the front of the pack. Dylan Basin, again, I cannot say enough about the recovery he has made today. Jack Mace has been arguably the most consistent guy all race. I think that probably would have went to Jacob Wilkerson until his motor blew, but Jack Mace has done a masterful job of getting up front and staying up front, and it just doesn't seem like he has been outside of the top 10 for very much in this race.
Well, it kind of goes back to what you talked to a little bit earlier with Jeff Burke and Michael Triscaro. Jack Mace is not a guy we see on a weekly basis here in PGR competition. He's not a guy that we see run on Thursdays or on Tuesdays or, normally with us. He runs the special events. And, similarly to the point you made about Merck and Triscaro stealing it, I'm not going to say the same general thing about Jack Mace, but what I really want to get at is half the battle, and I really think more than half the battle, about 70% of winning these races is being apt enough to put yourself in the right position to win. Even if you're not a Daniel Falkingham or a Malik Ray or, a John Ward or someone like that can go lead a bunch of laps and manage lanes, just being around, being in the top 3 lanes, being in the top 3 rows on the racetrack means almost more than being able to go up there and throw big blocks and make big moves. You can do that for 30th position. Having the smarts, the IQ, the racecraft to put yourself in position to be a winner in these races is what I think at least 70% of the battle. It may even be more than that.
Yeah, and I do want to point out that potentially the place to be on the track might not even be the position that you think you should be in. You know, maybe you think that you should be up on the wall, but you're stuck down on the bottom. But all of a sudden, being stuck down on the bottom is not a bad thing if you have a guy that knows how to push the bottom and the bottom starts pushing, and all of a sudden you're in P3 or P4 and you've got a chance to make a lane change and take the lead. So just being there and giving yourself an opportunity potentially could find you in victory lane.
We're getting close to that. We're about the 2/3 mark. Oh boy, one car is dipped off the racetrack here as we come back to green. It's Landon Velicki in the 62. A meatball flag for Landon Velicki. What in the world happened? A development here as we go back green. 67 laps to go at Talladega, and a huge curveball in this race as one of the big contenders heads to pit road.
And as we enter turn 1 right now, Joey Beck leading the bottom, behind him Jack Mace, Dalton Meelam in 3rd, followed by Jeff Merck. Dylan Basin was leading the middle, but now he looks to be the pusher of Dalton Meelam as there is shuffling going on in all 3 lanes. Nobody seems content to be anywhere but the lead right now. Keep an eye on the number 1 of Malik Ray. He is now 3rd up on the top pushing, and you have to think if he has a chance to take a right rear with any help behind him, he will do it. When Malik Ray wants to get to the front, he knows how to do it. That 3rd lane might start materializing. We will find out.
Navarro goes up there, but nobody goes to his aid. Keister thought about it, but couldn't get up there quite in time. Let's see if maybe they flip-flop here. Let's see if Keister goes up in front of Navarro. No, he'll stay put in that 15 machine. So Navarro goes back to Brian Hennings. The car that lost the most on that restart, Dalton Meelam restarted 4th, dropped all the way to 26th. Up front, Dylan Basin now pushed by Malik Ray. And all of a sudden, the one car tries to get to the lead for the first time today. He ran at the back for most of this race. He got involved in an incident, and all of a sudden, the 2024 SummerSlam 499 winner comes back to the front of the field trying to defend the crown here in turn number 3. Trouble! Basin across the nose of Joey Beck. They come back up. They all save it. Basin's going to have to stay down, but really great work. Joey Beck and Dylan Basin and the rest of the field to avoid catastrophe there at the front.
Yeah, that was a very good job by the field to avoid it and not have the caution be thrown, which we have seen race control all day err on the safe side and be conservative with the calls. But this one here, not quite as big of a stack up. Oh boy, I believe that was Andrew Navarro moving up the track. Looks like he put a block on Brian Hennings. But Ethan Dallaire right now, the 999, putting on a very good race. Daniel Falkingham still, as we see, pushing the bottom. Garrett Caswell. That's a name that just seems like we continue to call out as a guy that's been in the top 10 for most of this race. Been very, very impressive to see that he's putting himself in a position to win. Maybe not necessarily leading the race, but he's been in the top 10 for a heavy majority of this race, and he's going to be in position by the looks of it to, at the very least, have a very good cash spot in this, if not a chance to win.
Landon Velicki is off pit road. He'll be lapped by the field here as they work up the banking of turn number 1. Malik Ray waiting until the last possible moment to come down and around that 62 as he gets a tow off of that Jack Shack entry. They'll go 4 wide for a brief moment, back around the 15th position. And Velicki goes 1 lap down. Now, he will be the first car 1 lap down. If he can hold on to the draft, it'll mean that he is able to get the lucky dog should we have another caution flag. But man, it's such a weird scenario there for Landon Velicki as he had to come down pit road as we came back to the green flag. Up front, trying to make headway in the middle. Here comes Jeff Merck. Oh boy, I don't know if I'd take that gap. That was a little small. Now off turn 4, it opens up for Merck, Mace, Osborne, Diedrich, and Gray leading the middle. Now Caswell moves up off the bumper of Falkingham to lead the middle, and Mill says, no, sir, go back down where you came from, and puts it back to Daniel Falkingham's nose. It benefits Malik Ray, the 2024 champ, now comes back to lead lap 126. Colin Keister is on his back bumper. Andrew Navarro with them, and Brian Hennings flies through the middle, but flew too close to the sun. Hennings going to get turned. Big crash on the end of the back straightaway. Caswell, Hennings, a couple of others involved. Jeff Merck is in it, and more cars slide to a stop. Jack Mace. Oh, Caswell comes back up the track. Doesn't hold his brakes. Luckily, nobody else hits him. Well, that could have been complete disaster for a couple cars coming on into the wreck. 3-4 cars slide, and another caution flag with 63 laps to go.
It seems like we have alluded to this several times already, Dawson, but once again, it's just a wreck that looked like it could have been very big and just simply wasn't. Very good job by the drivers to save it.
We'll get a replay. Garrett Caswell, Jeff Merck, they were all around each other. Jack Mace is in this as well. Let's see on the beginning of the back straightaway. Let's see what happens here with Merck and Caswell. They're going to try to pick up Dalton Milam. Merck throws it in the middle, 4 wide on Brian Hennings. Hennings is not anticipating that move. Comes down on Merck's nose. Props to Merck at first. He lifted, but then he gets a shot from out back from Mace, who then gets hit by Trevor Osbernoth, and it's on from there. Caswell, Mace, Merck. Osbernoth maybe gets through this. Oh, man, Ethan Dallaire, who we just talked about, he's going to get involved in this as well. Kanatovic scrambles to the inside. He may get the inside wall. John Ward tries to scramble in this as well. Brian Hennings, he fixed all that damage. He's going to get the inside wall in the 74. And Caswell and Mace slide to a stop on the end of the back straightaway. Another crash that happens inside the top 10 of the race, or generally close to the top 10 at least. I mean, Garrett Caswell was third last time we passed by the start-finish line. Ends up in a shower of sparks on the back straightaway. Now, the good thing here, I think for all of the drivers in that one, and we now have confirmation, none of them have too severe of damage here. So a good break for the 5 guys involved in that crash, that they will be able to continue on without much crazy repair to be done. The other good break in this, lucky dog, is Landon Velicki under this, the 13th caution of the race. So right after he goes 1 lap down, he'll come back on the lead lap here on lap 127. So Velicki stays out. He'll get the lucky dog. He'll go past the pace car and get his only lap back. Kind of curious under this caution to see what in the world happened to the 62 of Velicki. Oh, to me, I'll tell you guys this. That looks like a technical issue. It looks like his steering wheel's unplugged. Oh my goodness. And that is as tough a break as you could ask for late in the stages of the race, to have that issue occur with 62 laps to go. As tough a break as you could ask for. Now, oh my goodness, it's come unplugged again. He spun around on the front stretch. The 62 is around on the front straightaway as he was trying to get the lucky dog.
Well, Dawson, in the real world, you see things like with the old tires, missing one of the 5 lug nuts, not necessarily an issue anymore, but flat tires and just real life issues that we don't see in the sim racing world. But in the sim racing world, you know, you have things happen like disconnecting your pedals or disconnecting your wheel or your screen going black. And unfortunately, that's just part of what we have to deal with in the sim racing world. Landon just seems like he cannot catch a break. Oh boy, as he spins on the track. Very good job though of just hitting the brake. Oh boy, yeah, that was. I want to say it was a little bit of a break for Landon, because it really wasn't, but just a break in the sense that nobody hit him. It doesn't look like, but I believe he's going to have to go to the pits at the very least. He's probably looking at 4 or 5 minutes of optional repair. Hopefully we can see him back out there, because I'd love to see him. If he can get the damage repaired, I'd have to think that we haven't seen the last of Landon.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news and rain on that parade, but Landon Velicki has taken his car behind the wall. He has called it an afternoon in the SummerSlam 499 on lap 128. It seems to be fatal technical issues for the driver of the 62, and a really tough break. A guy that ran up front, that led laps in this race, that was one of the contenders to win. An uncontrollable technical issue has forced him to retire from this race early, and a big-time wrench now thrown into the guys that can contend for the race win. We'll get ready to re-rack here with 60 laps to go. We're into the final 60 of this event. It will be 59 to go when we get back under the green flag. A few cars taking the wave around here. Kyler Wynn, Joe Huerta, and Cade McClenny, along with Justin Melikar and Jackson Byes. I don't think it got anybody back on the lead lap, but it's going to get a couple guys at least one step closer in that journey to getting back on the lead lap. The closest right now to getting his lap back is McClenny in the 26, but he is still at least a couple laps down at this point in time. So we'll re-rack here at the front. Colin Keister is your leader with just 60 laps to go. Andrew Navarro to his outside in the second position. And it's Jackson Anderson in third. We saw him a moment ago pointed again towards the campgrounds on the infield. He goes from third on this restart, and Kevin Champagne, is fourth. Fifth is going to be Michael Guest. A nice recovery for the 21 so far, with Dalton Milam back in the 6th spot. 7th is going to be Adam Garza. 8th will be Jeff Burke. 9th will be Wyatt Gray. And 10th will be the defending winner, Malik Ray. Some other notables, Daniel Falkingham, 11th. Justin Champagne, 12th. And Michael Triscaro, 13th. Joey Beck will restart back from around the 14th position on this restart. So some guys that ran up front that have fallen on some bad luck on pit road or otherwise will now restart from towards the middle of the pack. Well, the final 60 laps has finally come to us here at Talladega Superspeedway. Don't go away. It's going to be awesome. We're getting ready to go back green. And Cody's we get ready to go back green. Some contenders have had some attrition happen. The final 60 laps, though, now it feels like we're almost a little too far past the point of no return to calm this race down at all.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head. I would be very, very surprised if we could get to the green flag pit stop. Yet, it still is possible, but we would have to run at this point most of the tank out to even get to that. But I want to just bring that point up and ask a simple question. Do you run the tank out if you have that opportunity to, or do you pit as early as you can? Coming to the green, hopefully we will have that answered for us.
I'll tell you this much, recently in these Gen 6 races, pitting early has seemed to be the way to go to get yourself the best track position after the pit stop. Green flag going to go back in the air, 59 laps to go. Keister is the leader, shuffle out back, a stack up back around Malik Ray. He'll get back in line, and we'll get restarted with 59 to go. Navarro Keister battle down to turn 1, already almost 3 wide out back as Carl Bond makes a move with Sprinkle and Trevor Osborne on there, the first to look 3 wide around Sean Rowe. As they work the banking of 1 and 2, they'll start to have a bit of a run as the field works on to the Alabama gang super stretch. Navarro to lead, both lanes stacking up as Malik Ray starts to look to the right rear of Jeff Merck.
And you know Jeff Merck has to be thinking that as well, because he has had his right rear taken in many, many races by Malik Ray. So when he goes down to side draft, how well can he trust Malik Ray here to not try to take that right rear?
Well, he trusted him right there to not take his right rear, because it's now Malik Ray pushing Jeff Merck on the outside of the racetrack. Andrew Navarro, the one that is unlucky here on this run, as he will get shuffled to the middle. Merck on the outside, Champagne on the inside of the McDonald's Ford Mustang. Dalton Meelam is up here as well. And through the smoke, here comes Michael Triscaro in that 34. He shoots like a cannon out on the restart. He's inside the top 8 right behind Daniel Falkingham. Nathan Harper, who we saw in that incident a few moments ago, he's back inside the top 10. So is Adam Garza. So is Michael Guest. So is Jackson Anderson. Guys with attrition issues today have not let it phase them. They're back at the front. But in the lead, how cool is this? Jeff Merck to the front in the SummerSlam 499.
Jeff Merck, one of the crowd favorites as well. I would say that crown would have to go to Michael Triscaro, but Jeff Merck is another one that many, many of these racers have raced with for many years. A lot of the guys in the field and a lot of the guys watching the race from their couch, I guarantee you they have to be pulling for Jeff Merck. He's going to be one of the sentimental favorites, but he's out here looking to be a lot more than just a sentimental favorite, because he's leading that top line. And look behind him, Malik Ray, Daniel Falkingham, guys that are very prolific not only on PGR but on iRacing in general in the eNASCAR Coke Series. Got guys like Kevin Champagne leading the bottom, Adam Garza in the middle, and Jeff Merck looks very, very comfortable with his name in the hat to potentially win this race.
Cody, while you were speaking, I didn't want to interrupt. We did have a big moment out back. I almost did. I thought Joey Beck was going to go around at the bumper of Alex Hill in the middle. They all get it sorted. So somehow the field again stays in the gas and keeps it green. And that's a testament to how these guys continue to avoid disaster here at the front. We get away with another one. Joey Beck through the middle. Joey Beck wants another chance to lead this race. He's 4th in the middle now. Triscaro leads the outside of the bumper of Axel Smith. Bottom side, new leader on the bottom, and going to be new leader in the SummerSlam 499, but he gets turned. Nathan Harper again turned off the racetrack, and now they're going to crash. Colin Keister's in it. This is the big one here in turn 1. Caswell, Meelam, Joe Huerta, Navarro involved, Sean Rowe involved. Multiple cars come sliding to a stop on the apron of turns 1 and 2.
Boy, and where do we start here on this one? I'm trying to take a quick look at it, but man, oh man, we talk about crisis averted on previous cautions, not necessarily so much on this one. Several, again, heavy hitters with damage.
And another caution period, and I got to say, buckle up. It's not the last one we'll have as we get into the desperation stages of this race, but it's Nathan Harper that is the first car again that kind of gets turned off the racetrack. Unfortunately for Harper, it seems like this has happened more than once. It's the 7 that gets turned off the speedway again, up in front by Adam Garza. When he comes back up, it's the second time he's just not been able to hold it on the apron. Meelam involved, Keister involved, Jackson Anderson involved. Sean Rowe comes into it here in just a moment as well. Caswell, I thought, was in it. And a couple of others come sliding in. You see Joe Huerta sliding through the grass as well. Oh my goodness, again, a multi-car incident. Let's go up to Nathan Harper. He's on the push of Adam Garza as they worked into turn 1, and let's just see if it's just a bit offset. Oh no, it's actually going to start above him. It's an offset push up top from Malik Ray to Jeff Merck, and Harper gets off the racetrack, and again, unable to hold it on the apron. Dalton Meelam, nowhere he could go, nowhere Keister could go in the 15, or Anderson in the 83, as they all three just pile into this. It happens too quickly for those guys to jump out of the gas. Michael Guest is able to in that 21. And as they slide back up the racetrack, a couple more cars going to get involved. See Garrett Caswell getting a piece of this one. Kyler Wynn going through the grass. Joe Huerta. John Ward is actually, well, not really going to get a piece. You see Huerta kind of phases through. Here's Meelam. Up close and personal in your living rooms there was the 034. Navarro slides in the grass. Sean Rowe. Justin Melicar's in this one. Well, maybe just slid to a stop out back. Chris Blanchard, Josh McCullough may have gotten a piece of this. This is about 10 or 12 cars, and now we're approaching the territory where the incidents start to get just a little bit bigger and a little more costly. And it's because of moves like that. The pushes are getting harder at the front, and right there, a push goes bad from Malik Ray to Jeff Merck, and it is on from there with Nathan Harper.
Yeah, and I was able to go back and look at that with one more look. It appeared to not be Malik Ray necessarily with the offset push. It did look like that Daniel Falkingham gave him a push that sent him into Jeff Merck, which ultimately sent Merck down the track into Harper. I don't know if we can get another quick look at that, but I believe it came from the 39 of Falkingham, third car in that top line, or middle line, excuse me, into Malik Ray, which kind of started that wreck off.
Kind of got caused up top. We'll take one more look at it here, and Daniel Falkingham is the car we're going to focus on, 39. We'll go atop this incident. Let's see if it's third or is it fourth in line with Joey Beck as they worked into turn 1. Does Falkingham get Merck, or does Falkingham get Ray? Yeah, he does right there, the 39 in the back of the 1. So it's a triple push for Falkingham with Merck still offset to the right after the first push from Malik Ray. And it is on from there. So a stack up on the outside causes the 13th caution of the night. Harper, Meelam, a couple of others, the big losers in that one, including Colin Keister, a guy that's been up front all day. He's got damage now in that 15 car as well. And with just 53 to go, it's a tall task to ask your crew to get your car fixed in time to still win this race. But we'll have to wait and see on that. Falkingham continues on. He is your race leader under this, the 13th caution of the night so far. So it's Falkingham first, Garza second, Merck third, Ray fourth, and Axel Smith back in the fifth spot. Joey Beck runs 6, Michael Triscaro 7th, Trevor Osborne 8, Dylan Basin 9th, and Jackson Anderson rounding out the top 10. You see a number of cars ready to take the wave around here. One of them is Kyler Wynn, and there are some more around him as well. Landon Velicki is back out on track in the 62, so the technical issues seem to be fixed for Velicki, but now a tall task with 2 cars in front of him, still a lap down. Buys will get his back, one of his back right here. There's one more car, Justin Melicar, that will get one of his back right here, I believe, as well. So guys getting laps back, including Adam Tahan. But for Velicki now, the road back to the lead lap seems a bit extreme for the 62 to try to get in it. Man, he is still having issues in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is with Landon. Do you know for sure if it was a wheel disconnecting, or do we have any sort of an update on what the issue has been?
We don't at this point. I have heard no communication. That's just, to me, on that initial replay we saw of him going down to the inside wall, he was not turning his car. And I can tell you, and this may seem like I'm Captain Obvious to those of you in the audience, I just don't think someone running up front in a big money race would turn their car down and just run into the inside wall. So obviously it was some kind of issue that it looked to be on Landon Velicki's car. And then as he went to take the lucky dog, I thought maybe the issue was fixed. He spun it again, so I guess he's still continuing to have technical issues. He's going to stay in the race, but I mean, man, that car, not even on the actual car, it's just the steering wheel that appears to be a little bit crippled there for Landon Velicki. So unsure what the problem is on the 62. We'll keep an eye on him through the remainder of this race, but I mean, he continues to deal with issues. I mean, you just saw him right there. He just got in the outside wall running by himself, going about 100 miles an hour. So obviously something is awry on the 62. We'll keep an eye on it for the remainder of the race. Up front, we're getting ready to go back green one more time. 52 laps to go from Talladega Superspeedway. It's Daniel Falkingham and Adam Garza on the front row. So we're ready to go one more time. We are now getting dangerously close to that 40-ish lap number where I expect guys to start gambling on not making a green flag pit stop and trying to get to the end of this race on one fuel tank. That's still a ways away. We're still about 12 to 15 laps from that number, but it is coming up here in the very near future. Falkingham Garza on the front row, 52 laps to go in the biggest sim racing event of the summer. Green flag back in the air, and off they go towards turn one. Falkingham gets a nice run on the bottom side, but the top lane is more connected. Garza, Malik Ray, and Joey Beck, the first three cars to get connected. They'll send Adam Garza to the point of the SummerSlam 499 in turn one.
It looked like Daniel Falkingham was attempting to look to be clear up to the top, but as you said, the bottom just did not have any momentum, was not formed up, and for that, Falkingham was forced to stay down on the bottom, and now it just seems like everyone just continues to migrate back to the top. Daniel Falkingham, though, he's doing a good job, but he's going to be relying very heavily on that push from Jeff Merck to try to push equal with the leaders up there in the middle lane.
Big moment in the middle with Joey Beck and Trevor Osborne there, and I think for a moment there, for maybe one of the first times this weekend, you saw restraint from the driver of the number 89 as he was clearly lifting. Caden Diedrich was almost getting his rear tires off the ground, trying to push that 89. The 89 saw the bit of a moment from in front of him for Joey Beck. He tried to lift off the throttle. The first time really all weekend I think we've seen some restraint, and it's because of the bind he is now in terms of penalties that have been called on him. Right there, a good job to get off of the Joey Beck machine. Astronaut on the inside now in front of Jeff Merck. Up front, it's Caden Diedrich and Jack Mace, a pair of partners that will go to the lead here in turn three. Their teammate Adam Garza behind them, so three of their cars are up front all of a sudden on lap 138. So those three going to try to come to the front. Trouble. Around goes Evan Carlbon. He's into the outside wall in the 78. He will keep it straight, but wheel damage likely aboard that. Oh, trouble. Michael Triscaro, what in the world? He just reappeared on our screens and goes around on the front stretch. No caution for him either, and tough luck for two of potentially the fan favorites in this event.
No caution comes out, but it looks like, Evan Carlbon hits the wall. Don't know if he has a meatball yet, but there was quite a bit of damage there. For Michael Triscaro, there is absolutely no damage, and crisis averted. I think Triscaro's going to be okay, and with the way these guys are racing up front, I did get a confirmation of a meatball. I believe that is on Evan Carlbon. Evan Carlbon does have a meatball. I did get confirmation on that. So, again, going back to Michael Triscaro, get your nerves in check. You can go back to front relatively easy in this package. He just needs to bide his time, log laps, and wait for the wreck to happen. Because as we've seen, nobody is showing patience, and the wreck is probably not too far away.
Well, boy, I was just about to shout out Joey Beck, the job he was doing, but Wyatt Gray hangs him in the wind in the middle lane as he'll get pushed down by John Ward. It's Wyatt Gray, the Duel 2 winner, that goes to the lead. One of the first times since starting outside pole of this event 140 laps ago. He's pushed by Malik Gray. In the middle, it's Beck and the 92 of Ward. Gray goes bottom to top of the bumper of Mace, and all of a sudden, one of the upstarts back to the front. It's Wyatt Gray, a name I had circled on my list of drivers to win today. He's up to third in that number 18 machine on the outside. John Ward bails on the Joey Beck machine. And Joey Beck, I almost feel bad for him here. He's run such a good race, and he just cannot get a car to stay on his back bumper.
And I think that's a byproduct of a lot of the drivers in this field just aren't familiar with Joey Beck. And when you get this late in the race, it really is a matter of figuring out who you can trust. Because, we have trouble.
Joey Beck gets turned. Beck is hard in the outside wall. This is the biggest one of the day. Biggest hit by far of the weekend is Joey Beck. They're still crashing. Axel Smith, Casey Sprinkle up ahead, trying to get away from this. There's a second car around on the apron of the back straightaway, and it's the 8 of Adam Garza, one of the cars that's led so many laps today, and he is stopped. He has not yet moved off the apron of turn number 2.
Trouble for Adam Garza, and rest in peace for Joey Beck. Wow, what a hit to the outside wall. Wow. And it goes back to tell you, if you don't have trust of the guys around you, it doesn't matter how good of a race you're running. If the guys don't trust you, whether you're new or whatever the case is, and you get hung out, it was just moments after that Joey Beck gets sent into the wall. Very, very unfortunate for a guy that ultimately had a really, really good day, but his finishing result is not going to show the kind of effort that he put in. Oh, it looks like he may have just got a little bit loose, and Malik finished him off there. Hard hit into Justin Champagne.
Big hit for Joey Beck. Goodness, up and over almost. Puts his right sides up on top of the safer barrier right after we had talked about such a great job he had done in this race. And that is definitely going to be all she wrote for the 77. There he is. Huge damage aboard the Joey Beck machine as Malik Ray got in the back of him. We'll go on board with him. Boy, I mean, this is going to be a crazy ride. Probably the wildest ride on board of the entire weekend. Coming up here with Joey Beck as he is going to get turned out of line by Malik Ray. Does he get a little bit loose here in turn one? No, it looks like he's got the contact before he ever gets loose. And oh my goodness, that's a huge hit. You obviously hope, and I know that we'll get to Adam Garza here in just a second as well. You see the 8-car spin off the racetrack, but I know that this is obviously not real racing. You can't physically really get hurt, but in incidents like that, if you drive, on a certain type of wheel that these guys may have, that absolutely can hurt if you don't pull your hands off the steering wheel before you hit the outside wall. I hope Joey Beck did. If he has one of those, I hope he pulled his hands off the wheel, because that was a monster hit for the 77. Let's watch Adam Garza now. It just made a move to the bottom. Watch this right here. He's loose, still loose, still loose. What in the world? I'll tell you what, and Cody, feel free to disagree with me if you do. I think Adam Garza just had a similar steering wheel issue that Landon Veliky did just a moment ago. That's the same incident. He's turned to the left, and he just keeps on turning, keeps on turning, keeps on turning, and the car will not come back out from underneath him. He can't get that thing going. I think that's exactly what happened to Adam Garza right there.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head, because, I mean, he was up front the entire race, and, I mean, it was just out of the blue. He wasn't getting pushed from anyone. He was kind of out by himself on the bottom, really, no harm, no foul with where he was at, and all of a sudden you just see him in the grass with the car, like you said. It just kept turning left and rotating left, and it looked like he was even trying to get out of the gas to get out of the pack, which big respect to Garza for that, but he just got completely ran over, and he did disconnect from this race, as did Joey Beck. So not the race either of them wanted, at least in the sense of where they finished at, but both of them drivers have nothing to be upset about the race that they did run today.
Oh no, not at all. Both got up front, both led laps, so you can't help but feel bad for both of them that they've undergone the issues that they have, and obviously you still hope that they leave with their heads held high, as they both started this race. It was tough enough to get into the field, let alone to go up and lead laps and get yourself in front of the viewers and kind of say, hey, I can race with some of the best. I know it's not going to be the finish for either of them that they want or feel like they even may deserve. But when it comes down to it, they did get to lead a bunch of laps, got to run up front. I got to imagine the experience was invaluable for those two drivers, as they will both, for now, call it a day. We'll see if Garza does the same thing that Landon Veliky did. Veliky took his car off track for a moment, came back. So we'll see if Garza takes the Landon Veliky route, comes back in the session. Veliky, by the way, in front of the pace car, will get a lap back here. So the 62 is going to be down to one lap down, I believe, actually maybe more than that now, after getting the wave around last time he hit the wall, and he's gone more laps down, has the 62. So the journey continues for him. Evan Carlbahn going to get back on the lead lap. Jackson Bai is going to get back on the lead lap. Dalton Milam also going to stay on the tail end of the lead lap. So a couple cars back to within one lap down. So actually it would be Melikar that goes to one lap down. It will be Veliky that goes to 2 laps down here under this, the 15th caution of the night. So wanted to update that for you. As we re-rack to get restarted, Wyatt Gray, John Ward on the front row, Caden Diedrich, Cade McClenny on row 2. Cade McClenny was 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 laps down. I think, in fact, he was 5 laps down with a meatball flag, and he's back up to the 4th position and in contention to win this race. Resiliency today from the 26, row 3, Andrew Navarro and Kirill Kanatovich. Great run forming for the 17. Row 4 going to be Jackson Anderson and Brian Hennings, and row 5, Michael Guest and Colin Keister. As cars get lined up to go back green, 44 laps to go. We are just barely on the outside of that pit window to make it without a green flag stop. Any caution from here, we will not need a green flag pit stop in this race.
And I'm trying to get an update from Landon, because it definitely looked like he passed the pace car. He's getting a wave around. He was 3 laps down. Then it was showing 2 before he took the wave around. So I am wondering if this will now put him 1 lap down. Gonna keep an eye on that one.
It will still be 2 because he was in front of the leaders when he took the wave around. See, it will reflect as 2 laps down, but still 45 laps to go, and the way the racing's going in this race, not by any means a day over with yet for Landon Veliky.
Okay, thank you for the update. No, I would say at 2 laps down, you definitely still have a chance. The thing that he's going to end up running into, anyone really 2 laps down for that matter, is there's one guy 1 lap down, but now you're starting to fight time. At this point, how many more times as the pace car drops off, how many more times are we going to see the leaders pit? So he might end up having to get it back the hard way.
We'll wait and see. He goes back to 2 laps down. A couple cars that are still ahead of him on the racetrack that are 1 lap down. So we'll keep an eye on that development as it occurs. 44 laps to go at Talladega. Green flag back in the air. Wyatt Gray, John Ward bring the field back into the restart zone. It's a great start at the bottom for Gray and for Caden Diedrich behind him. The outside, though, is going to have more cars connected. Ward, McClenny, Kanatovich, Hennings. Now Osborne out jumps up there as well. 5 cars in line on the top bottom, still waiting to get connected. Gray throws the block on Ward, and Wyatt Gray goes back to the lead in that race car. And out back, Trevor Osborne. You got to be careful in the 89 here off turn 2 as he looked 3 wide around Sean Rowe and Brian Hennings.
Man, and what a run that Karol Kanatovich in that middle lane. I mean, they're back at every bit of 7 deep right now. And look at where the run is coming. Bottom lane, not too much momentum right now, but Sean Rowe pushed Karol Kanatovich almost all the way to the lead right now. About equal with that 3rd car on the top. It looks like Kanatovich is going to go down from middle down to the bottom. Let's see if they can keep the momentum rolling, potentially tempt somebody to jump from that top lane down to the bottom.
Great pusher on that bottom lane is Andrew Navarro, one of the steadiest pushers in the money racing business. Is the lead pusher now on the inside of the racetrack, and he's got Kanatovich going the right way. Here comes that purple and gold 17 machine. The winner of the Ryco Provisional that got into this race started 42nd. He'll go all the way to the lead on the end of the Alabama Gang Super Stretch on the push from Andrew Navarro. With the top side comes back to the push. McClenny looks to the middle, but only to side draft on the right side of Andrew Navarro. And all of a sudden, Navarro looks in the mirror and says, where did all my help go? They've got no help. 2 car lanes back to Sean Rowe, and that lane's going to fade. McClenny gets split out back by Diedrich. He'll have Hennings, Osborne, Alex Hill, and others in tow as the top line enters the fray in the tri-oval.
And that's the one thing I haven't ever really fully understood with this package. Everyone is quick to jump up to the top, but if you keep the bottom fairly well wound up and keep everyone tight, that bottom is very viable. But it seems like everyone just continues to want to use that bottom to propel them to be able to jump up to the middle or the top. Surprisingly, though, Kanatovich, he's staying bottom with Navarro behind him. Very surprising that he didn't at least want to move up to the middle in front of John Ward.
2 things I think are affecting that. Number 1 is his comfort level at the front. He has not been this far up in the field yet in this afternoon's race. And number 2, man, big move to the middle. Sean Rowe is going to go back to the point of this race here in turn number 4 on the push from John Ward. Oh, John Ward, hold her straight here in turn number 4. They all keep it straight in a 3 wide up front. For Kanatovich, it's his comfort level at the front, and maybe also he's seen some of these moves that guys have made that haven't worked, and maybe he just doesn't want to be the next one to make a mistake and make a late block perhaps. Navarro goes around him to the middle. He gets the lead for the moment. Gray on the outside. Again, will be 3 wide, this time for the lead. The racing we waited all day for, but really didn't have to wait all day for. They've been doing it for 148 laps, but now the desperation is beginning to sink in. If you're 15th on back, you're starting to make your plans to get to the front and figure out how you're going to win this race. Sean Rowe to the bottom of Andrew Navarro. Navarro down to side draft 4 wide. Alex Hill through the 3rd lane. 4 wide around Cade McClenny. Hill is the one in the 3rd lane. Oh, he's going to side draft tight. This is not a great idea from Alex Hill mid-pack, but he's deciding to do it anyway as he tries to labor his way forward. Contact between Hill and McClenny in turn 4. I think Hill's luck will finally run out, or he'll take Cade McClenny in that middle line all the way to the back with him.
Boy, and Alex Hill, he is not happy right now. He has been dooring Cade McClenny the entire way. Karol Kanatovich in front of him. It looks like we are out of 4 wide now. Everyone's starting to settle into 3
Not so
wide.
much. 2 rows, 4 wide back around. I think it was Landon Veliky, one of those cars in the middle of that. Same with Daniel Falkingham. Some big names still 4 wide, 2 rows deep in the field.
Oh yeah, that looks like it's going back very deep in the field, but it's side drafting every line back as the lead cars up top just continue to break away. Caden Diedrich pushing. Now we see Justin Champagne dropping down, to the bottom.
Sean Rowe, holy cow, to the outside comes the 99. Huge move on the outside of that car. Osmanoff 4 wide. Holy cow, where did Trevor Osmanoff come from? Like a bullet out of a gun. He's through the third lane here to the front. He's got Hill with him, but you got to be careful if you're these two Jack Shack cars. You're 4 wide and 2 rows deep of it at that with Wyatt Gray and Andrew Navarro. And all of a sudden now, we're going to try 4x4 at the Talladega Superspeedway.
Man, what a power move from Jack Shack, but it looks like the odd man out once again is Alex Hill. He looks to be trying to door Wyatt Gray. He's going to see if he can get a bump from Cade McClaney, but if they can't get anything going, Alex, man, he had no opportunity. I guarantee you he wanted to try to get in front of Landon Veliky there, but Landon sees Alex. Now Landon's going to drop into the middle. He's going to try to get a run and hopefully, in his mind, pull Alex back, but Alex just nowhere to go right now. 4 wide with Andrew Navarro below him and Cade McClaney above him.
Up front, more big moves. Jackson Anderson, 3 wide around Sean Rowe. Nobody goes with him. Osmanoff stays to the middle. Wyatt Gray will duck out of line for Jackson Anderson's assistance. Landon Veliky will go with them. Michael Anthony in line. Carl Bond's coming back to the front. All while Champagne goes to the lead. The lap cars split. This is a big moment here. Melicar and Huerta, they get out of the way, though. That was a big moment. Trouble in the back. And involved is Alex Hill, Michael Triscaro, and Daniel Falkingham go crashing as the caution comes out again. And this may be the end of the road for Michael Triscaro. He made the race today, but, well, okay. Had me in the first half is how the saying goes. And Michael Triscaro, boy, I thought he was going to stop right there. And he gets back going, but he's got pretty severe wheel damage. That's definitely going to be a meatball flag for that blue and orange entry. More cars with damage here. Daniel Falkingham's wheels appear to not be completely straight, and neither do Alex Hill's. That's 3 huge hitters in this race. Let's see what happened back around the Hill and Falkingham machines. And what in the world? This is one of those rare opportunities, man. Kirill Kananovich and Michael Triscaro and Adam Tahan. I mean, obviously, and Daniel Falkingham really too, and Ethan Dallaire. This is one of those moments I'm speechless, because the driver part of me knows what that most likely was. And I don't want to cast any doubt on Alex Hill. It's not what I'm trying to do. At best, it's a misjudgment of a gap. At worst, it's frustration. I'm hoping that's not the case. But for Alex Hill here, it looks about as bad as it is. And I can't do anything to sugarcoat that. He turns right. He is not clear. He wrecks Daniel Falkingham, Kananovich, Triscaro, Dallaire, and Tahan, the innocent bystanders. And that was the worst bit today. Alex Hill's car is destroyed. Daniel Falkingham's car is destroyed. Michael Triscaro's car is destroyed. That's likely 3, maybe more days ended because of the actions right there in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he was just going to shoot the gap and just not even anywhere close to clear. But I hate to make, I guess I'm just trying to make light of a situation, and I'm sure I'll probably get a message for it later, but if I had $1 for every incident Jack Shack has caused in this race, I'd have enough to buy me a steak dinner. I don't understand, honestly, the thought process behind that, but as easily as Alex can go to the lead, I don't see the reason on why he did that.
And again, we're not trying to talk badly about a team. That's not what we're attempting to do here on the broadcast today. But it has been the case that there have been multiple incidents caused by entries from that team throughout the course of the day. And again, and though some people may say, well, they're just out there to cause problems. Teams have bad days. Drivers have bad days. I've had bad days, plenty of them in my driving career over my 10-plus years on the service. Bad days happen, and not in the sense that I'm going to go out there and intentionally do anything, but more that I'm going to make a few mistakes, that I'm not mentally on my game, that I'm something happens and I get frustrated, and that builds over the course of the race. And Alex Hill for today has been frustrated a lot. He's been involved in several incidents, some by his doing, some not, and that builds over the course of a race. And sometimes mentally as a driver, you break, you snap. I hope that's not what that was. We're not obviously inside the communication with Alex Hill. We're not inside his race car. We're not inside his head. So we don't know for sure. But at best, it's a misjudgment. And for an experienced driver like Alex Hill, he's been doing this for a long time, and again, has known Victory Lane, that is a very odd look for the 77. And he gets a couple guys. One, the crowd favorite, Michael Triscaro, who now, his race likely is over. He sits on pit road. Again, was able to wheel that car away from the scene of the accident, but he sits on pit road repairing damage. Ethan Dallaire sits on pit road repairing damage. The other car with damage, and this is Daniel Falkingham. Now, I think Daniel's damage appears to be a little less severe than I initially had thought in the 39, so he may get away somewhat okay. But for Triscaro and Dallaire and a couple of other cars towards the back of the field, I can't imagine they're the happiest campers, shall we say, with 35 to go.
No, there's going to be several drivers that's not very happy with the outcome of that. But going back to Alex, we all know what we have in Alex at PGR. He's proven his worth on the track. We know talent level what he is, but we also know with that talent is a guy that he has an unending thirst to win, and a lot of times that comes at the cost of the drivers around him because he's not afraid to throw somebody up in the wall. And obviously those are the moves that we're trying to clean up a little bit. But we've talked about the incidents that across the several years that Kyler has caused and the type of racing that Kyler brings. But quite honestly, Kyler is not the only person that does stuff like that. You have guys like Alex Hill. I mean, heck, honestly, Trevor Oswornoth here lately has shown more of a level of aggression, but I think a lot of that comes from the overall talent and the drivers that we're getting in these races. These fields continue to get more and more stacked, and to me, it kind of changes the way you have to go about these races because you cannot lose the front because oftentimes you never have an opportunity to get that track position back. And you can kind of see that in the way that some of these guys are choosing to race, the level of aggression that they continue to show.
We'll re-rack again, 35 laps to go in the SummerSlam 499. We still have a race, obviously, to attend to up front. The racing, I'll tell you, up front was just getting really good. Caden Diedrich, I feel like, made one of the moves of the race right there. He and Sean Rowe both had instances where they made really, really great moves up front to get to the race lead at different points. They're, of course, working together. That 24 on the outside of row number 1 and the 99 on the inside of row number 2. I don't think they have any additional help here close to the front. So it will be just those cars for now. Jack Mace, another one of those cars, is out back of them. Adam Garza, I don't think has ever returned to the racetrack. Oh, well, maybe he has. He has. So Adam Garza's back out there, maybe a helper later in the race, as well as the 8 machine. So we're watching those two cars. We're watching Michael Guest, Justin Champagne, Dylan Basin, some of the best still to compete for this win as well. 34 laps to go at Talladega. The green flag stops out the window. Green flag goes back in the air, and away we go. Stacking up, crashing out back. Adam Tahan's around in the infield grass. Luckily, I think we're going to keep this one green as the field gets separated into one. One car off was Tahan. We're going to keep it green here up the banking in 1 and 2 as the field is now way split up all the way back to about 35th position.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Seemed like nobody really could get settled in before the restart. They weren't very tight at all. Boy, Justin Champagne just got hung out. Dylan Basin and Caden Diedrich got connected. Champagne looks like to be the odd man out with the front guys right now. Sean Rowe on the bottom. No helps, trying to push Michael Guest and keep him fairly equal to that top line, but it is going to be difficult. And I wonder if Colin Keister can get clear here. Does he think about jumping in front of Michael Guest?
Boy, for a moment I thought this front pack was going to break away, but with them too wide and that back group getting double file, or that back group getting single file rather, they're going to catch back up. So the group led, I think, by Josh McCullough on the inside, going to get caught back up to this group that's 17th on back. So we'll be one cohesive pack. Dylan Basin continues to lead on the outside over Colin Keister. On the inside, it's Diedrich with Guest that will get the push onto the beginning of the back straightaway. And it's Caden Diedrich going back to the lead. He's another guy that could be looking for his first major win here in this super speedway scene. As he goes to the point, Keister gets stacked up with Navarro. Osborne there as well. Jackson Anderson on the outside with Kevin Champagne. They're trying to get something going. Wyatt Gray, John Ward, Josh McCullough going to jump up with them. And they're about to crash again. That was Kevin Champagne in the back of Jackson Anderson. They just door slam each other and they keep it on going here off turn number 4. Up front, Guest, Diedrich, 1-2. They're tandeming away just a little bit. Keister in no man's land. Then it's Navarro pushed by Osborne. Lap 157 on the board. 32 laps to go at Talladega.
Man, Sean Rowe was doing a great job of pushing up front, and for the entirety of that last lap, he had no help, but man, he was doing definitely a very good job of keeping his car out relatively toward the front. One thing I want to note, though, Kevin Champagne and Justin Champagne are very close to each other right now, and I have to think that at some point you're going to see Kevin and Justin get connected in their respective heat race that they were in. Man, when they got connected, it was magic. You have to wonder how quickly are they going to get connected and try to stay connected towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it was so magic, in fact, that it took them all the way to the victory lane in a 1-2 finish in heat race number 1 back on Thursday night. They can do so again today. Maybe it'll go 2 for 2. Maybe they'll be in victory lane with that $1,500 bill. Diedrich, Sean Rowe, the teammates are up front. Navarro, Osborne, Jackson Anderson, and Garrett Caswell follow them. Oh, an offset push. Trouble around goes Trevor Osborne. Jackson Anderson's in the outside wall, and this one's going to collect a bunch of them. Caswell's in it. Champagne is in it. Oh, man, Casey Sprinkle comes into it in the 59. And just as we talked about those guys out back, another crash collects multiple cars on the banking of turn 1, and it's another offset push.
It just seems to be the theme of this race. That time, Trevor, that was to no fault of his own at all. Looks like Jackson Anderson just, I don't know. I don't think he was expecting that checkup, but patience really hasn't been shown in this race, and it's frustrating. And I understand for everyone at home that's watching this race, it has to be frustrating to be able to watch a race of this magnitude end up being a story of many, many cautions. But you know, for everyone watching, I have to say that this is what we really, I'm not going to say we knew we were getting ourselves into, but we kind of did know. We just didn't know that this was going to be the outcome. It was either going to be a masterful race or it was going to be about the opposite. Unfortunately, it's just been a race defined by guys that just simply offset pushes, stack ups that everyone can't seem to handle. Unfortunately, so far, it's been a pretty rough going.
Get another look at it here in the banking of turn 1. It checks up in front of Jackson Anderson. He clips the back of Trevor Osborne, who then gets hit by Garrett Caswell. Osborne gets the outside wall. Champagne into the 89. The 94 gets pretty significant damage. And then as Michael Triscaro gets into this, is he just going to spin on his own? Wow, a self-spin. So check another one. If you've got a list going at home here of things, new things that we've seen in this race. We've seen 2 mechanical failures, if you will, on the iRacing.com side. And now we've seen a self-spin in the form of Michael Triscaro. But hey, if you're Triscaro, you'd much rather self-spin and come to a stop than pile into the incidents there like Casey sprinkled in the 59. So Triscaro lives to see another day and actually may be better off now that he slid to a stop on the apron. And it's a bit of a stack up on pit road to see let's damaged cars by. We'll wait on Triscaro. He was back on the lead lap in about the 29th position when this happened. So day's not over for Michael Triscaro yet either in that 34 entry. So he'll come to pit road. You talked about the patience, and I harken back to February, Cody, because I know you mentioned the guys just haven't had it today. Back in February, they did, and we kind of logged laps towards about the lap 90 mark or so of the race. It felt like the race got into a lull. We had a green flag pit stop, and then guys really got patient and ran out the rest of the race until the caution with 15 laps to go. So I felt like we had it in February, but you're right. And I think it's the car. It does not lend itself to patience. The runs are too big. The checkups are too massive to get, stacked up and not go anywhere with it. Because if you don't, you could get run over from out back. And guys feel like, okay, I have to go make this move, or I'm going to get crashed, or I'm going to get sent to the back. And when you have that mentality, when you have that kind of draft package, what is the most questionable thing to me, or I guess what's the most confusing thing to me about this is, the fact that the dual races yesterday, we had the same amount of cars on track in each one, and it felt like the moves were more controlled, whereas today, the longer race, 3 times the race distance, it feels like the moves have been less controlled. I'm not sure what went into that here with this field, but all these guys raced duels yesterday. It's not like they didn't see what the racing was like up front. It was aggressive, yes, but it was controlled. Today, it just has never really been controlled. I'm not sure what the fact of it is. I'm not sure if it's the spectacle of the event or what it is, but again, as you noted, these guys just haven't been patient in the slightest at the front of the field, even though the race is 3 times longer.
I think it's probably just the spectacle of the event and just the fact that they made it this far. But it's going to be a topic of conversation, I think, in the coming months. Probably, truth be told, probably as soon as this race ends, it'll be talked about. But I'd have to think that after the race we've seen with the SummerSlam last year in the Xfinity car, and then the race that we have seen in the Gen 6, I know a lot of people voted for this car, and I know a lot of people would want to run it back next year. But from a competition standpoint, I don't see how we run it back in a car that has proven to be an all-or-nothing car. You know, you have a car that has been fun to watch. When we get these green flag runs, your position is not safe and anyone can win. That part is awesome. But I have to think we at least have to look at exploring something, if not going back to the Xfinity car. I'd have to think maybe we look at the Gen 4 if the Gen 4 package remains largely unchanged for next year. Just something a little bit calmer than the Gen 6, because I've been very unimpressed, not necessarily with the package, but it just doesn't seem to mesh very well with the wide variety of talent that we have in this field.
Get me started on the Gen 4. That's a complete sidebar. I love that car track combo, but so don't get me started on that one for future events. But look, we're going to re-rack. We still do have business to attend to. 27 laps to go. Now the green flag pit stop. If you didn't think it was out of the equation before, it definitely is now. Up front, bit of a shuffle again. Dylan Basin goes to the lead, a guy that knows the lead of these super speedways pretty well, has been around the world on the iRacing service. He leads the way. It'll be Andrew Navarro going second. Row 2 going to be Colin Keister and Nathan Harper, who Nathan Harper, I think, has become one of the coolest stories of this event. Involved in an incident earlier, went all the way to the back, had to get a bunch of damage repaired, got back to the front. The second he got there, gets in another incident, gets a bunch of damage, has to go to pit road, repairs it all again, and now he's P4 in the closing stages. You can't help but love those kinds of stories. Cade McClenny right behind him, same thing. 5 laps down and running in P6 with a chance to win. Michael Anthony had a meatball, and he's 5th. 3rd on the inside. Jeff Merck was in a couple incidents earlier. He's up here. So is Evan Carlbon. We've got a huge shuffle at the front of guys that were involved earlier in crashes that have a chance to put themselves in PGR SummerSlam Victory Lane. Dylan Basin, Andrew Navarro, first among them. 27 laps to go at Talladega Super Speedway. It's getting down to crunch time in the SummerSlam 499. Who will get the job done? Green flag will go back in the air. We're underway again. Keister missed the punch on the inside. Basin, no help. He'll have to try to switch lanes quickly. He will not be able to. Navarro will go to the lead. Harper, McClenny, Carlbon, and John Ward in tow as they climb the banking in turn 1. Again, another opportunity for guys to start to make moves to put yourself in position to get to victory lane.
Then it looks like that top lane is going to get rolling very, very quickly. You see how on the restart, if the leader doesn't get clear up to the top, you're talking about losing multiple positions potentially unless you can get, somewhat put together on the bottom, 3-4 cars deep, which right now, Colin Keister doing a really good job of trying to push that bottom lane with Dylan Basin. Michael Anthony just isn't able to get anywhere near Colin Keister, but boy, oh boy, look at the bottom too. If I were Basin, yeah, that is a very good move. You got to move up, you got to cover. Sorry, Keister, thanks for the push, but I'm going to the point. If you're Dylan Basin, very fantastic move. Now he's got, I believe that is Andrew Navarro behind him, but I can't tell.
Yeah, it's new colors for Andrew Navarro. I'm so used to the blue, white, and yellow aboard his 42 machine that when he showed up the other day in black and red, I was confused for a moment on that 42 machine. But he is the lead pusher. Nathan Harper is 3rd. McClenny was 4th. But here comes the middle, and it's Wyatt Gray, the outside pole sitter, through the center with Michael Guest. Jack Mace with them. John Ward will join them. On the outside, another run coming here. That's the 14 of Joey Gatina, who we heard from before the race. The last man in is all of a sudden into the front of the pack, late in the stages. McClenny gets blocked by Mace. Jack Mace now leads the outside on the inside. It allows Michael Anthony to come through, Colin Keister, Jeff Merck, and others. 25 to go at Talladega, the final run to the end of the SummerSlam 499. Harper up front with Wyatt Gray behind him. Basin and Navarro on the outside, but no help. Harper will jump to the help of Basin. Anthony jumps to the outside off too. They start to break away up front, back to Jeff Merck in the 8th position.
Man, the moves just keep getting crazier and crazier, and they're more pronounced.
Axel Smith's going to go around. The 22 is bouncing everywhere off the end of the back straightaway, and he's going to get sideways. He comes back up. There's one car in the speedway, and I think there's going to be a caution flag here. And guess who? It's Alex Hill in the 77. We will leave the race green. Axel Smith comes to a stop. Alex Hill, his car barely driving away. We'll see what race control decides, but that car is laboring on the exit of turn number 4. We'll keep an eye there. I'll keep an eye back on the front because things continue to get more and more dicey. Jeff Burke, Brian Hennings, Daniel Falkingham almost get into it up front. Wyatt Gray back to the middle. Basin goes to the middle. McClenny to the middle. Guest on the bottom. They'll go all the way to the bottom on the yellow line now. The front pack definitely fractured now. The top 19 are in this lead pack, and from 20th on back, now they've lost the draft after the Axel Smith accidents. That second pack with Josh McCullough may get back to them, but there are cars further back from that are absolutely going to be out of this, but we got to keep our eyes up front. Dylan Basin to the lead. Wyatt Gray jumps out to the outside on the bumper of Nathan Harper. Too much of a move trouble. Around goes Andrew Navarro. Back up into the field. Hennings gets into him. That will draw the caution, and Navarro, you got to hope you don't get hit. Hold the brakes if you're Andrew Navarro. For the 42, from 100 to 0 very quickly for that driver as he got caught in the middle of a stack-up.
And Navarro was one of the drivers, too, that had been running a very good race all day. And if this is indeed the end for him, not quite sure what the damage is looking like, but it looked like he took a pretty decent lick. But, man, that was another driver that the later this race wore on, it looked like he was going to be one of them. Boy, he just gets hit down the track from Jack Mace. Let's see this hit on the wall. Ooh, yeah, that definitely looks to be a broken wheel, broken left front.
And actually, the first incident was Axel Smith and Alex Hill. We'll hopefully get back to that one in a moment. We'll start here with the caution. Wyatt Gray, I thought it was a good move to the middle. I think it just stacks up as Harper tries to center up that push, and they're all trying to stack up. They all get the back of each other. Navarro, just the innocent man involved, so is Brian Hennings. That's not really a fault to anybody. You're trying to get squared up late in the race. Again, I talked about earlier, the moves would get a little more desperate. And for Wyatt Gray right there, that's what he's trying to go for. Obviously, Navarro doesn't want to hit the brakes a ton. Hennings doesn't want to hit the brakes a ton. You know, lap 165, a little bit different than lap 65. Maybe not today in this race, but in a normal race, when you get down to the final 25 laps, you just don't want to give an inch. Looking back at the first incident, Axel Smith turned off the bumper of Kyler Wynn. He disappeared. That was weird for the 22. He just completely vanishes. So odd there, a vanishing act for the 22 of Axel Smith, but he got the inside wall. And Alex Hill was the other car here that had some problems, and he's got major damage. And I wonder a little bit if this is damage that was already on this race car. I mean, we knew he was already somewhat damaged. Man, he just plows into the back of Adam Tahan, and in trying to save the car, goes for a slide. Spins it back up. Is he going to collect anybody here? Oh, he almost collects his teammate, Trevor Osronaut. That was close. Same with Garza. But no harm, no foul. Thank goodness. He just gets the outside wall and comes back to a stop. So a slide for Alex Hill, a slide for Axel Smith, and then the incident involving Andrew Navarro and Brian Hennings up front. It is, by my count, the 18th caution of the night with 22 laps to go. As Dylan Basin leads the way, with the racing up front getting more and more desperate as guys now with 22 to go. And again, you know, Cody, you've been in this position for a late restart, a late-ish restart, we should say, with still 20 laps to go. But a late-ish restart in these kinds of big money races when you're up front and you can almost taste the money prize, you can almost see that championship belt. You know, what are these guys thinking right now? And, you know, what are we going to see guys try to do here? It harkens back to the age-old question in racing. What are you willing to do to go to victory lane?
Well, first off, I can't help but thinking these drivers have got to be mentally exhausted. They have paced now for 18 cautions, I believe it is, you were saying. They've got to be tired. They're drained. For the guys up front that have continued to run a great race, Wyatt Gray and Nathan Harper, teammates, both have ran a very solid race. Harper's one we really haven't called on much until here recently. But for them guys, I mean, you have to be completely worn out because you want to make the moves to potentially win the race, and a lot of them might be those last-second blocks. But like I said, how much do you really have in you? You've got to dig deep, and if there is anything that you have left in the tank to get you across that finish line first, I mean, you have to empty the tank now. It's go time for the guys up front.
By far, it is go time, and you might be saying, well, hasn't go time been for the last 400 or so miles? And I would argue, yes, you're probably correct, but now it is time for you to really start thinking about the win. On lap 15, when you're making these moves, it's obviously still a long way to go. You're not really thinking at that point about the finish. Now, as we go back green with 20 laps to go, now it is crunch time to think about where can I put myself to give myself the best opportunity to win. And my mind takes me to guys that have been in these positions before. My mind takes me to a Michael Guest, a guy that has veteran experience at the top flight of oval racing in the iRacing service. I think of Malik Ray, who won this race a year ago on, if I remember correctly, a late restart. You know, I think of a guy like that. I think of Colin Keister. I think of Daniel Falkingham. There's a lot of guys now that have emerged at the front that I think have the mental fortitude to be ready to go and attack this, but there's then maybe some guys that I'm not saying they don't, but maybe aren't on the same level. They haven't been as experienced in these late race scenarios. I'm looking at a Wyatt Gray. I'm looking at, a Caden Diedrich. I look at a Nathan Harper as guys that, yeah, they know how to get the job done on a weekly basis, but it's a little bit different when you get into a big money race and there's only 20 laps to go. Once you go green, the nerves part goes away. It's going to be whether or not you have the mental fortitude to make the right moves and put yourself into position to win. Let's re-rack the field for you as we get ready to go back under the green flag. Dylan Basin, Wyatt Gray on the front row will contest this next restart. Cade McClenny and Nathan Harper go from third and fourth. It is Michael Guest and Caden Diedrich on row 3, Colin Keister and Malik Ray back on row 4. Michael Anthony continues to hang around inside the top 10. He goes from the 9th position. It is outside intent. That'll be Daniel Falkingham looking to complete the PGR Grand Slam. John Ward is there, Chris Blanchard, Justin Champagne, Jeff Merck, Sean Rowe. Number of competitive cars still alive and around and potentially with an opportunity to win the SummerSlam 499. There'll be plenty of action left, I promise. We still have 20 laps to go. And oh, by the way, 3 overtime attempts should we require those as well. Basin and Gray bring the field back into the restart zone. The pace car hands the field to the FedEx Toyota Camry of Dylan Basin for the Jack Shack up front. Into the restart zone they will come. It will be 20 laps to go. Crunch time is here. Green flag back in the air. Basin off and running. Yeah, inside line again did not go. McClenny got a decent start, but the cars behind him did not. Up to the outside, Diedrich trying to throw the block on Malik Ray to the wall. Ray beat him to the right rear. Ray, Falkingham, Justin Champagne, the first 3 to move. The first domino to fall as the field will work off turn number 2.
Yeah, and then front 3, they're going to have to go up and cover, which they do. Dylan Basin, Wyatt Gray, the third Nathan Harper. You've seen Malik Ray immediately take the right rear of Caden Diedrich. He had help from Daniel Falkingham. Seems like them two, even though they're not teammates, it looked like they very much are aligned on the same wavelength of, hey, I'm going to take care of you, you take care of me, let's get up front and let's decide this between the two of us. Let's see if that comes to fruition between the two of them. But the front 3 on the top, they've got to be thinking the polar opposite. Protect the right rear and don't let them two get above us, because if they do, you're going to see them two go to point.
Into turn number 1, 19 laps to go. The SummerSlam 499, Dylan Basin and Wyatt Gray lead the field. 1-2 on the outside, followed by Harper and then Malik Ray. On the bottom, it's a tandem of Cade McClenny and Michael Guest. They just don't have enough help behind them. Keister, Anthony, Kevin Champagne, Jeff Merck, and others trying to get to the back bumper of those 2 cars. But the inside has to come down to side track because Wyatt Gray hangs right out of line, and Malik Ray got to the right rear. He got Nathan Harper. Ray to the outside of Harper, who goes with the 1. It's Justin Champagne in the 38 that will push the 1 car, Malik Ray, off turn number 4. Jackson Buys and John Ward follow that line. So does Josh McCullough. To the inside, Anthony has a moment there off turn 4. He saves it. He will come back up. Up front, Basin leads, but not for long. The SummerSlam 2024 champ is back up front. Malik Ray leads with 18 laps to go. Justin Champagne follows through on the outside. Jackson Buys and John Ward are there with Josh McCullough in the middle now. Basin, Harper, Falkingham, Champagne, and Casey Sprinkle. The inside reeling a bit. Gray, McClenny, Guest, Keister, Merck, and Sean Rowe. As Basin shoots through the gap, Nathan Harper gives him a Herculean push down the Alabama Gang super stretch. It's Basin to the lead in 3.
Man, that middle line is just surging right now with Basin, Harper, and Falkingham. Look at the run that they're getting It looks like all three of them are clear to the top, and all three of them will take it. Oh boy, what a
Oh no!
Harper's into the wall. They save it. We're 4 wide back. Harper, man, he lost a lot of positions. That is a very, very tough situation for Harper, because it looked like he was just trying to cover the wall, but he took the worst of that one. But now Malik Ray, oh, offset push again. Oh boy.
Oh man. Wyatt Gray got the worst end of that too. He got shoved off the racetrack the other way to the bottom, and he shoveled all the way back outside the top 15. Cade McClenny is going to inherit the lead in front of Michael Guest. Colin Keister all of a sudden puts his nose in clean air. He'll come through to the middle of the push of Kevin Champagne, and leading the bottom, well, for a moment, it was Jeff Merck for NBG Motorsports that comes through the smoke in the back of the field and works his way inside the top 10. Guest on the outside, McClenny goes back to the lead. Big push coming here from Guest. Almost 4 wide. Falkingham got the right rear. Malik Ray. Daniel Falkingham trying to win the Grand Slam today in the SummerSlam. 16 to go. It's McClenny out front. Merck goes to the middle. Jeff Merck to the middle. He looks for the lead in turn 1.
He's got to have a good pusher behind him, but problem is Malik Ray. There is a full car length between Malik Ray and Evan Carlbon. Middle lane, absolutely no momentum right now. Cade McClenny, oh, that's going to be a major block. I don't think he's going to make that work, and he doesn't. Kevin Champagne is now going to take point on the bottom. Sean Rowe going to be behind him. Malik Ray sees a little bit of a run. And
Trouble out back. It's Justin Champagne that gets turned in the 38. He's in the outside wall. I thought it was him at least. They got into the outside retaining wall, and the caution flag is out once again with 16 laps to go. But boy, for a moment there, I mean, that racing at the front was insane for just a quick moment with 15 to go. But it's Justin Champagne that gets turned around under this, the 19th caution of the SummerSlam 499. And Justin Champagne, as he will roll around, doesn't look to be a ton of damage on that race car, so he may have gotten away with one here. He'll lose all that track position, though. That's obviously a bit painful for the Champagne machine. But all things considered, that could have gone a lot worse for the 38 of Justin Champagne. We'll start to go back and take a look at what happened to him on this 19th caution of the race. He's about 5th, maybe 6th on the outside. And as they go into turn 3, is he going to stack the lineup? Well, a little bit. He gets in the back of Falkingham. Oh, it's in the middle. Merck to Carlbon to Diedrich was way offset. Carlbon got out of shape and got into the side of Justin Champagne. Does he get in the door number of him too? He does, so he hits him twice. But I mean, all things considered for Champagne, this is the luckiest hit I think he took in this incident, was nose first into the outside wall. So many times today we've seen guys go right front or right rear first into the outside wall and get suspension damage. Champagne lucky, his car spun like a top and he got the nose first into the safer barrier. He should get away without much wheel damage, if any at all, into this caution.
And Dawson, while we do have a break here, we're going to reset inside of 20 to go. I do have a request. Am I able to pull somebody up for a quick interview?
You know, Cody, at this point, I think we're beyond the traditional on these broadcasts. So with 14 laps to go, I don't see why not. In this point in the race with 14 laps to go, if we can do it. But who is it that you're going to be standing by with under this, the 19th caution of the night?
I have a request. About to pull in is going to be former Podium 500 champion Kyler Wynn. He wants a quick word with us. Kyler Wynn, it is the boys in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. How's it going?
It is going good. So what is on your mind?
I don't know, just chilling, man. Got about 8 laps back since I got back out here. I'm not really in contention for it. I'm kind of just out here to, I don't know, maybe enough cars reckon I get top 30. Other than that, just sitting here running around, you know, thinking about my actions. No, I'm kidding. I don't know, just chilling. I'm not really. I thought I'd be more disappointed, but I'm kind of, I'm doing good. You know, it sucks that I wrecked. It sucks that I'm not in it, but oh well. Go next.
Well, there is always next race, as we know. We race plenty of these, but I've got to ask you, what do you think has caused the stark contrast from the dual races that seemed relatively calm. Well, then we get into the feature, and it's been everything but. And it honestly has looked like this car has been too much for a good portion of the field to handle. Excuse me. What do you think is causing the aggression level change? You know, I thought we were going to see aggression later in the race, but it's been from lap 1.
Yeah, I think it's just how important track position is, like, at all. Like, if I'm up front, I want to be either in the lead or I want to be in 40th riding around. Like, I don't want to be in the middle of all that. So I think it's the mix of people wanting to be in the lead all the time and just everybody constantly going. I know we saw it from lap 1. We saw a bunch of aggression. And the car, like, the runs are so unpredictable with this thing that they really just come out of nowhere sometimes. And the car count, of course, we have a full 40 car field with a bunch of talented drivers. So the pack is going so fast at all times. The runs just come out of nowhere, and just a combination of all those things.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head with that one. But looking forward to the end of this race, if you're not able to get up front and have a hand potentially in helping somebody get pushed across the line like a Malik Ray, what do you think it's going to take for the winner, whoever it may be, to cross that finish line first?
I honestly don't know. It's different every race in this car. Obviously, you need friends, I think, or your friends would definitely help. I know Malik, Colin, and Guest up there all work together, so I think they have a good shot at it. Cheering for them. Yeah, but just going to ride around and finish this race off, probably. Not really trying to be in anybody's way.
Well, I do appreciate your time, Kyler, coming up in the booth with us. Hated that your race wasn't able to go the way you had planned, because you're definitely one of the fun people to watch out here. But again, thank you for your time, and best of luck to your teammates out there.
Yep, thank you guys.
It might be the first time in my broadcast career I've had a request to come into the broadcast booth with us. But good insight from Kyler Wynn there, for real. Even though his race, he said it himself, is pretty much over. He's 12 laps down. He's not getting those 12 laps down. By the way, we're going to go green with 12 laps to go. Yeah, Kyler Wynn is not getting 12 laps back in the ending stages of this race. So his race for himself is over. But good insight there into what you have to do, what has kind of caused today from a guy that's experienced. The thing that stuck with me most quickly before we go back green here, Cody, is just kind of how he feels like he just shrugged his shoulders. You would figure for an event of this spectacle, he would, be a little bit more frustrated that he was out there running but was 12 laps down. And Kyler Wynn almost seemed content with it, running back in the 30s. That was so interesting to me before we get back under the green flag.
Yeah, there ain't really much to say. I mean, we're far enough in this race at this point. It's kind of just, whatever, move on to the next one. So I completely understand it. But for the guys up front here, like Kevin Champagne taking a lead, they still have plenty to fight for, and it is far, far from over.
Kevin Champagne, Sean Rowe, Malik Ray, Colin Keister, Michael Guest, your top 5 as we get ready to go back under the green flag. 12 laps remain in the SummerSlam 499. Green flag is in the air. We're back underway. Champagne gets a good jump at the outside again, more connected, as Sean Rowe will go back to the lead of the SummerSlam 499 here in turn 1, unless that bottom can start to push. It will. The side draft will bring Rowe even with Champagne here in the exit of turn number 2. It's likely that Colin Keister will push the 99 out to the race lead here shortly on the beginning of the Alabama Gang Superstretch, but not if Keister gets split, which he does. Casey Sprinkle, how about that move for the driver from McCullough Motorsports? Casey Sprinkle hangs Colin Keister in the middle, and he's going backwards.
It looks like, fortunately enough for Colin Keister, he was able to get picked up there, but it wasn't before he got about 10 rows back. Very rough break for him. But again, it goes back to us talking about the right rear. If we say or use the term grabbing the right rear, that means the driver, when you're looking at the driver ahead of you, you're trying to get to his outside, because in this car, as we have seen all throughout this race, you get to someone's outside, it side drafts them straight back, and they end up getting put in no man's land. For Colin Keister right there, that's exactly what we've seen.
Jeff Merck around Casey Sprinkle. That's in the middle of the pack. He's third on the outside now in that MPG entry. On the bottom, it's Sean Rowe on the push of Kevin Champagne. He goes back to the lead. Sean Rowe's run such a good race this afternoon, and with just short of 10 laps to go, he now sees the point one more time. Casey sprinkled through to third, and all of a sudden, Cody like a bullet. Here comes Daniel Falkingham, looking to complete one of the most unlikely years in PGR history, in sim racing history. If he can pick up the win here today, he is third on the outside, right behind Kevin Champagne. Keister through the middle, and he's got a friend. Landon Velicki has made his way back to the front in that gold 62.
Well, I love to see it because we were just talking back at, I don't know, it seems like it's been 100 laps ago, but I know it hasn't. But Landon was a guy that we had counted out of the race because of technical difficulties. Now back with all of the cautions up front. Wouldn't that be quite a story? Landon Velicki pushing Colin Keister on the bottom. If he is able to get this win, you know he has a couple wins in PGR, but none of them are broadcasted. That is a story developing that we're going to see potentially play out here today.
They won his heat race the other day, but I guarantee you he's not going to count that the same as it would be on a Sunday afternoon here on August 3rd, 2025 with the SummerSlam 499. To the lead on the outside, it's last year's winner Malik Ray, but he's got probably the hungriest driver in the field to get the job done today. Daniel Falkingham on his back bumper. Bottom side, Sean Rowe fights back with a push of Colin Keister. It's Landon Velicki third. It's Jack Mace fourth. Where'd the 07 come from? Evan Carlbon shoots through a gap out back. So does Jackson Byes. Dylan Basin. All kinds of cars coming back forward. Sean Rowe to the bumper of Malik Ray. He's going to get the lead in three. It's Keister now that leads the inside on the push from Velicki.
I have to think Malik Ray's probably thinking right rear right here. He is pushing on Sean Rowe very hard. I don't think Malik Ray's going to be content right here just trying to stay behind him. He might stay patient as long as the bottom doesn't get formed up, but the second that he can get to his outside, you have to think with Falkingham that them two have to have some sort of an alliance, as I had alluded to earlier. Right now, though, top lane is prevailing. Middle lane is trying to catch even. It's given the option. That would be Sean Rowe moving down to the bottom. Now the bottom lane is the one that's prevailing. So as you guys are seeing, it can be the top, but one move potentially could set an avalanche of the bottom lane being the dominant lane. And again, we're going back to the top being dominant, entering three.
On Rowe, are you kidding me with these blocks he's throwing right now in that 99 car? They are picture perfect at the front of the field. That one, the first one on Falkingham, the second one on Malik Ray. On the inside, it's Falkingham, Velicki, Keister, Velicki to the middle, Falkingham to block, Mace gonna get halfway turned, we save it again, four wide back in the back around Josh McCullough and company. They all keep it straight, that's around Navarro as well. Up front, Sean Rowe back to the lead. It's Falkingham to the push of Champagne, Velicki, Mace gonna go right to the middle, trouble out back, it was Trevor Osbornoff that gets sideways in the 89, and a big crash in turn number one is gonna take us into a late race restart. Dylan Basin in this, Jackson Anderson is in this, Osbornoff is in it, Wyatt Gray is involved. A number of really good cars are involved in what will be caution number 20 of the SummerSlam 499. It started back around Osbornoff and Basin. We'll go back, we'll take a look at what caused caution flag number 20 on the afternoon. It was a big crash about halfway deep in the lead pack. As Basin got turned around, Trevor Osbornoff got turned around, and they were four wide. Oh man, big push from Wyatt Gray to back of Osbornoff. Gray gets out of shape after that. McCabe McClenny's involved. Dylan Basin's in it. Anderson, Navarro, Gatina, Alex Hill. A number of cars that have led laps today are involved. As we get under the caution flag again, this is a number of really good cars, including McClenny. McClenny led just about 10 laps ago. He's involved in this crash now at the tail end of turn two. A bit more of an extended look. Watch the push that Wyatt Gray is going to give Trevor Osbornoff here when they get into the trial. Trevor Osbornoff, by the way, how about that move to go four wide on Diedrich Caswell and Sprinkle, and Wyatt Gray follows him through the hole. And it's going to be this push here on the entry of turn number one that we're going to want to focus in on, because that's what sparks this entire thing up. Let's see if Dalton Milam pushes into the back of Wyatt Gray, or if it's Gray into the back of Osbornoff first. And Milam way off the back of the way out the back of the 18. It's Wyatt Gray, an offset push on Trevor Osbornoff. And as Osmanoff gets turned back up the racetrack, that's where this starts to get really big. McClenny into the wall, Champagne into the wall, Basin gets sideways, and then Anderson, Navarro, and others come on. Basin actually comes back down. Is he going to collect Sprinkle and Adam Garza? He is. So all that work Adam Garza did to get back in this race, he's going to get damaged. And oh, man, big hit for Dylan Basin. I didn't see that the first time as he noses into the inside wall, shades of Joey Beck. Just 30 laps to go. Basin going to have severe damage. McClenny as well, among others that are involved in this. Another crash, and this one going to send us into a very, very late restart.
And now this just seems to be a matter of positioning yourself in the last few laps. Who are the allies that you have around you? What teammates do you have around you? And what is the game plan that you have? Because right now, it seems like the play, at least for me if I was out there, is going to be get to the wall as quick as possible, protect your right rear, and just pay attention to the bottom, because that bottom inevitably will get a run back at you. So then you're going to have the option, do you go down, block it, and then jump back up? And potentially who's going to be the one to split you, because if you try to go block teammates, they're going to split you because they're going to want that track position. It's a big chess match going at 200 mile an hour right now.
Well, we will start to reset it for you. We enter now a late race restart territory. This one will be in regulation. If we get another caution in the final 3 laps, we will head into PGR overtime. 3 overtime attempts available if we need them. Those are not guaranteed, but we may need them come the final couple laps of this race. We will re-rack the field. We'll start to show you where everybody will line up and kind of who around them we expect to be working together. Sean Rowe is your race leader as the field works through turn number 4 inside of 5 laps to go. Malik Ray, the winner of last year's SummerSlam 499, runs in second, looking to go back-to-back and defend his title. Kevin Champagne is all of a sudden in a prime position here at the front. In the 3rd position, Jackson Buys is up to 4th in that 33 machine. We've seen him be involved in some things today. He's in position to potentially send himself to victory lane. Daniel Falkingham, we have mentioned the Grand Slam storyline a number of times this weekend. He runs back in the 5th spot. Evan Karlbahn, one of the underdogs in the field, and one of the broadcasters this weekend for the Jack Shack, he goes in 6th. Michael Guest is in the 7th spot, the pole sitter for today's race, looking to sweep the weekend, by the way. Be the first man in PGR history to win his heat, his duel, and a crown jewel event after starting on pole position. He goes from 7th. It is Landon Velicki, quite possibly in one of the best comeback stories of the entire race, that goes from position number 8. And by the way, a quick note, Karlbahn and Velicki teammates on the Jack Shack, and they've got some help not terribly far behind them, I don't think. We'll be looking to come to the front as well, so keep an eye on those two. Jeff Merck, the NBG entry, will actually start from 10th. There'll be Jack Mace to his inside in the 9th spot. So a number of cars up here with big-time storylines. We talk about underdogs like Buys and Karlbahn. We talk about the comeback that Landon Velicki has been on. The title defense of Malik Ray. Another underdog is Sean Rowe in this race. Kevin Champagne, a super speedway veteran. Daniel Falkingham with the Grand Slam. Michael Guest sweeping the weekend. It seems like all the storylines have come to the front inside of 5 laps to go. And then look at just outside the top 10. Nathan Harper's back up here. Colin Keister's back up here. Garrett Caswell is back up here in that 88 machine in 12th. And I don't know if you see that car too, Cody. Michael Triscaro is 14th on a 4 laps to go, 3 laps to go restart. There are a ton of great storylines inside the top 15. It seems like they've all come to the front at the perfect time.
Yeah, just sitting up here in the booth with you and watching the race, I have butterflies just sitting here waiting in anticipation potentially for what could be the outcome of this race. And with my history with Landon Velicki, you know, I very much hope for a very good finish for him, but man, Michael Triscaro, I look back, his car looks to be fine now. What a story that would be if he could find his way to the front and his first race win in PGR coming courtesy of the SummerSlam 499. Boy, that would make for must-see TV.
Yeah, and I can tell you we'd get an all-time post-race reaction from him as well. Working so hard at it, they don't write many fairy tales better than that one. We'll see if it comes true for Triscaro. Just over 7.5 miles remain in the SummerSlam 499. Will we finish it right here, or will we have to go a little longer into PGR overtime? Sean Rowe has been so good in the late stages. He'll lead him back. Green flag is in the air. 3 laps to go, and the outside gets a monster jump. Rowe and Bies, it's almost like they called it out for each other. A hand out the window, and Sean Rowe rises the banking. He'll lead over Malik Ray in 1 and 2.
Oftentimes, your best friend at the end of these races isn't necessarily going to be your teammate, but it's going to be the person that you have found an alliance with and taken care of throughout the race. And it goes back to me earlier in the race saying, take care of the people around you because they may be willing to return the favor when it matters most. Sean Rowe has ran a magnificent race, but his right rear gets taken by Jackson Bice. Bice says he wants to lead the top, but it's going to open up that bottom. Who is going to move up potentially to try to hold the top, and the top 4 are going to migrate up there and protect that right rear. They're going to say, no, you're not going to do that to me. It is all the top lane right now.
Popsicle sticks from Barney the Flagman, 2 laps to go. Falkingham, Mace tries to split him. What a move by Jack Mace. Falkingham the push of Keister. Sean Rowe is now third on the inside with Merck on the 4th spot. Outside trying to get wound up, led by Michael Guest. Off the end of the Alabama gang super stretch. Malik Ray clears to the lead as Falkingham goes second. They door bang around Jack Mace. Sean Rowe's got help out back from Jeff Merck. Their run is not over yet, and the outside starts to come forward. Carlbon's in that line. Harper's in that line. Down into the tri-oval. 2 laps to go will become 1 at the line. Jack Shack cars to the middle. Carlbon, Harper, white flag is up. 1 lap to go in the SummerSlam 499.
And the pressure is on right now. The odds look to be a little bit stacked against Falkingham because you have teammates all around you. He has to be looking for a way out of this. And if you're Malik Ray, boy, oh boy, a lot of help around him. This might be a daunting task for anyone to overcome. Will Malik Ray have the chance to go back-to-back? Nathan Harper with the push of a lifetime. Here we go.
They crash out back with Michael Guest. They get sideways. Here's Daniel Falkingham to the inside. He looks for the win. Harper in the back of him. NBG teammates together now on turn 4. Falkingham looking for the year of a lifetime. Ray looking to go back-to-back. Into the tri-oval for the final time. Daniel Falkingham, you gotta make the move now. Through the tri-oval, Falkingham gets to his right rear. Drag race at the line, photo finish. Malik Ray has gone back-to-back and wins a 2nd straight SummerSlam 499.
Boy, what a finish, and this is gonna have to be reviewed. I do not want to try to jump to conclusions on anything, and I'm going to allow race control to try to sort this one out. But I know in the past, if you fence somebody that is going to make a move potentially to pass you, I know that has been penalized in the past. That is going to be something that's going to be talked about in the booth. I do not believe this finish is going to be official just yet.
Well, in the meantime, it is unofficial, and I don't even think, and this is the unfortunate part, I don't even think Malik Ray is going to be able to get back to the start-finish line to do a burnout. For what, as of now, is unofficially his 2nd straight win in the SummerSlam 499. Now, again, it's completely unofficial. I've got to take a few deep breaths. At least we got a good finish out of this race today. And boy, we waited 499 miles. We waited 4 hours for that kind of race finish. Malik Ray beating Daniel Falkingham unofficially by 1/100th at the line. But again, we'll have to go back and take a look. We'll give our dissection of it. Obviously, Race Control will watch from high above this racetrack as well. As of now, Malik Ray, he only led 10 laps in today's race. He leads the most important one unofficially. It's the final one, and he will get a 2nd SummerSlam 499 belt. We'll start to look back at this finish, and specifically the interaction between Ray and Falkingham. We did have some problems out back of the leaders as well, with cars like Michael Guest getting sideways. A couple of others crashed in the tri-oval, so we'll get a look at that as well as we await a race control call here. Nothing official yet, and it may take a while, so stay with us here on PGR Esports because this is going to be a tough one. Obviously, Race Control does not want to get this one wrong. If there's a call this weekend they want to get right, it is this one. Quickly, let's try to go back and take a look. I want to give my analysis of this. In the moment, I did not think anything was completely awry with what Malik Ray did in the trial. You're obviously trying to win a race. I don't know. I'm the driver part of me and the racer's mentality says on the last lap you kind of give a little more leeway for that. It has been called in the past, but it's been for a little more egregious actions than what I thought I saw. I thought this was just hard racing personally, but as we get ready to take a look at the finish and give our analysis of it at least. Unofficially, it is Malik Ray, the winner, and Daniel Falkingham second. Let's see it. Out back, they're going to start to crash around Michael Guest when they get back to the start-finish line. Oh, man, Colin Keister, goodness, he got in the outside wall. Guest is all over the place. As cars started to scramble here into turn number 3. See Harper in the back of Falkingham right here, and here's what we're going to start to analyze. So off turn 4, I'm going to be honest, I thought Falkingham waited a little too long to make this move. He makes it in the entrance of the trioval, and you be the judge as we get into the trioval in the final lap. Falkingham, he gets to the right rear, he establishes, and you know what, Cody? From that angle, Malik Ray tail whips him, but it's clean here, clean here, clean here. And do they even get the wall before they get there? They do. So they do get the fence when they get there, but again, the competitor in me, the racer in me, it's oftentimes we don't see that called. I don't believe we'll see that called today. To me, it seems like hard racing, but I could see the argument of Malik Ray obviously putting the 39 into the outside retaining wall as they got to the start-finish line.
Yeah, I would hate to be in race control shoes right there to make the call. I'm going to try to stay out of that one, but I'm sure Baker is giving it a good, long, hard look. Going back, though, to the trioval, I think you hit the nail on the head. Falkingham had his teammate behind him, but instead of choosing to back up like Falkingham was able to do with Zwack and make the pass on me early, he chose to not do that to Malik Ray here. He doesn't back up to Harper, and in doing that, they kind of tandemed out away from Harper and made it a one-on-one, and I just don't think that that was the move. I think that's one that Falkingham wishes he had back.
Well, so we start to enter into this gray period now where we have to wait, and we had to do this a couple times this week, and another angle of it here in the trial. You can be the judge. To me, the worst one is that. I think the tail whip of anything that happened right there is the worst, but Malik Ray does run him out of racetrack. He runs him into the outside wall. I'll tell you that as we wait for review, we'll stop overanalyzing this because all we're going to do is sit and overanalyze whether or not Malik Ray went over the line. If I was Daniel Falkingham there on the replay, I would have backed up to Nathan Harper. Those two are teammates on a weekly basis. Man, I would have backed up. I understand the way to win in this race car is to tandem away and try to win. But, man, if you back up to your teammate, if you get a run on your teammate Nathan Harper, it's too much for Malik to be able to do that. You're alongside him before that ever can happen. You don't give him an opportunity to potentially get into the outside wall and kind of push you up right there. I would have backed up if I was Daniel Falkingham right there. Obviously, in the moment, it's a lot harder to think about than it is right now. But for Falkingham, I would have backed up. But right there, he tries to do what he thinks is best. He ends up in the outside wall. Malik Ray unofficially beats him to the line. And now we wait on an official ruling. We're going to hear from the top 5 a little later on after we get through what the finishing results are. And we do have the official call now. It is official. Malik Ray is the champion of the 2025 SummerSlam 499. Back-to-back for Malik Ray. He'll get a second championship belt here today at Talladega. So with that being said, we'll go through the results first, and then we will get into some post-race interviews here. We're going to hear from the top 5, if possible, is the goal in this event today. We'll see which of them come up to join us here in the broadcast booth. It's Malik Ray that gets the job done in the SummerSlam 499 over Daniel Falkingham by 13 one-thousandths of a second in a classic of a finish here at Talladega Superspeedway. It's Nathan Harper that comes home third for NBG Motorsports, a really valiant run for the driver of the number 7. Sean Rowe ran about as good a race as you can possibly run in that 99 machine, but unfortunately comes up a few spots short of the win. Gotta imagine he'll be happy with that effort in the 4th spot. It's Colin Keister that recovers from a bit of an incident on the backstretch on the last lap to finish in 5th. Great run for Jeff Merck in 6th, also for NBG Motorsports. A good banner day for that team, finishing 2, 3, and 6. It'll be Evan Carlbon, a great run for him as well in the 7th position for the Jack Shack. Jackson Bias finishes in 8th in today's race in the number 33. And Adam Garza, after the technical issues we saw for him earlier in the event, gets all of his laps back and finishes in 9th. And despite the fact it won't be a win and it won't be a top 5, I got to imagine Michael Triscaro is going to be pretty happy with that one. It's the series owner coming home in position number 10.
And in 11th, we have Justin Champagne, who quite honestly had a fantastic week, overcome some adversity in this race to finish 11th. Justin Melikar comes home in P12 for PGR eSports. Caden Diedrich was another name that we seen up front plenty, finishes P13. Jack Mason, P14, another one that was consistently up there in the front. Dalton Meelam finishes 15th. Landon Velicky, after an up and down day, very good recovery to 16th. Kevin Champagne in 17th. John Ward in 18th. Alex Hill finishes in 19th after being involved in several incidents. So fairly decent recovery for him. And rounding out the top 20 is Ethan Delaire.
Working back into the back end of the top 30, it is Michael Anthony that goes 21st, Jackson Anderson in 22nd. Casey Sprinkle finishes in 23rd, Trevor Osbornott in the 24th position. Joey Gatina, after being the last man into the feature, finishes 25th. Chris Blanchard, one of the title sponsors, in 26th. Michael Guest ran well all day, crashed in the Trioval, and comes home in 27th. Wyatt Gray finishes in the 28th position here in this one. Again, two cars that ran really well. Just Lady Luck did not look their way. Kay McClenny recovers from 5 laps down, ends up finishing in 29th. After the late race incident in turn 1, Dylan Basin comes home in the 30th position.
In 31st, Garrett Caswell had a very good run all day long. I don't believe the finish was indicative of the kind of race that he ran. Very good race, but nonetheless, he finishes in 31st. 32nd is Josh McCullough. Andrew Navarro ran a strong race until he ended up getting too much damage on his car that he really wasn't able to recover from in 33rd. Brian Hennings in 34th. Axel Smith in 35th. Joe Huerta in 36th. Adam Tahan in 37th. And then Kyler Wynn, his day ended pretty early with the extensive damage he had, 38th. 39th is Karol Kananovich, and in 40th is Joey Beck.
Last couple cars on the field. Jacob Wilkerson, man, you hate it for the 43 car as he blows an engine early in this race. He finishes in 41st after a really, really great start to the race. Jesse Baker, the last car on the field, 152 laps down in 42nd. 42 total cars started, and most of them finished, and actually most of them finished on the lead lap. After a 20 caution race, that has got to be something that is an achievement. We'll now start to talk to the race winners and the top 5. We only have 3 of them in the waiting room as of right now. So we will start to talk to them. We may have to call some audibles towards the end with potential guys that are not around in the waiting room at this point in time. We will give them some time, and that means we'll start at the top and work our way down. We will begin with the man who is in PGR SummerSlam Victory Lane for the 2nd straight year. He won a championship belt in PGR's first ever full-length race last year, and he said, why not stop at 1? I'm going to go get a second one. He has a defensive masterclass on the last lap and gets to Victory Lane. It is the driver for Vegas Inferno in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. It's Malik Ray, the 2025 SummerSlam 499 winner. Malik, it's Dawson and Cody in the broadcast booth. Do you have a copy?
Yes, sir. How you doing, man?
Well, not too bad. And look, as we talk to you now, this one's got to feel good. I know last year's probably felt, maybe the best. Maybe this one feels better to go out and do it again. 2 straight SummerSlam 499 wins, 2 championship belts, over $3,000 just from this event alone. Coming into the event, we wondered if the Gen 6 would be the great equalizer. And on the last lap here today, you proved not so fast and went back to Victory Lane. Tell us how you did it and how you went back-to-back in the SummerSlam 499.
I just tried to just lay around in the back the whole time. I wasn't really trying to be up front at all, except until I think it was lap 120 or so. I started trying to go up front, and I was just able to just stay up there with the help of some of my friends and my teammates. So if it if it wasn't for them, then I wouldn't have been up front. So I appreciate all their help.
Well, it's a 2nd straight win for you. Coming across the start-finish line, we know, last year you were very excited. Was the excitement level the same? Kind of take us through the emotional aspect of it when you crossed the start-finish line and realized that you were not only $1,500 richer, but now the only man to have ever won 2 PGR Crown Jewel events.
I was super excited. I was really happy about it. I checked at the line because I didn't know if he had still I don't know if he had tried to, or I don't know if he had sorry.
if he had beat me to the line or whatever. But once I looked and I saw, then it's happened, and I was just making sure that I was good after the race. I don't know. It's just like the surreal feeling because last year, like I didn't expect to win it because I was pushing someone. I was just trying to, I was trying to help a friend out, and then they all crashed, and then I won. And then, I mean, this time anyone didn't crash. It was just me and Dan out of turn 4. So, ironically, I told him last night that it was going to be between me and him. And he's like, "Nah, man, nah, I don't see it happening." But I mean, I don't know. Sure enough, it was between me and him. So.
Well, yeah, and two of the best, and arguably two of the best storylines coming in. The defending winner in last August and the defending winner in February are side by side to see who's going to get that second crown jewel first. And you end up coming across the line in the lead. So I want to compare it to last year. Last year, 160 cars entered. It was the Xfinity car. The racing, was still good, but it wasn't quite as chaotic as we saw this weekend. And obviously the field of drivers as well. I feel like a lot of guys that, last year weren't really in contention. A Sean Rowe comes to mind, and Evan Carlbon comes to mind. We had a lot of guys that raised the level of competition this year. Take me through what you saw from inside the cockpit in terms of just the difference in how difficult it was to get to Victory Lane in this year's version of the event.
It was super difficult there, like towards the end. I just want to shout out Sean Rowe. He was doing an excellent job. I want to shout out Colin Keister, and Michael Guest and Kevin Champagne because all of them were working with me there at the end, and and they're the reason as to why I was up front. So again, if it was not for those names mentioned, I would not be up there. So I just want to I just want to give them their their flowers and stuff because like I said, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be up front at the end there. So.
Well, Malik, another trip to PGR Victory Lane. This one a little bit more special for you. It's another crown jewel win, another championship belt, and a back-to-back win in the SummerSlam 499. So before we let you go and enjoy that championship belt and enjoy the back-to-back wins, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Appreciate you guys broadcasting and all the names that I just mentioned, and Tent Solutions and Roger Shelton, and Brian Hennings and Cosmin and my teammates. And Mike for putting on the event. I appreciate all you guys, Mike and Matt. So thank you.
Well, Malik, we appreciate you talking to us here for a second. Congratulations on another mammoth win in your budding PGR career. It's another SummerSlam championship belt coming your way. The only man to have held one belt, now the only man to have held 2 belts, and a back-to-back win for you. Congrats on the win, Malik. Go enjoy it and go celebrate, and we will talk to you soon.
I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Malik Ray, the winner of the 2025 SummerSlam 499. We'll move now to the man who finished in the runner-up position. He was 1 spot short of completing a Grand Slam in the PGR circuit this year. He was a series champion last year. He was an RMR Tuesday Night Thunder series champion this past year. The PGR 500 winner, and comes up 1 spot short of winning in the SummerSlam 499. I'm a little bit interested to hear what he has to say about this last lap, and we'll see what he's got to say about it. It's the 39 for 6 Karma Esports. It's Daniel Falkingham, and my partner Cody Nagel stands by.
Dan, it's the boys in the booth. You got a copy?
Hey, boys. What's up?
Oh, not too much. I want to pick your brain. First off, very good race. You ran a smart race. You put yourself in position to potentially finish off what would be the Triple Crown of PGR events. With Nathan Harper behind you, what kind of played into the decision to, instead of backing up to Harper and maybe getting a run earlier, you chose to push Malik out there and try to get him late into the tri-oval? Let us know kind of what played into that thought process.
Yeah, I had so many thoughts going through my head there because I was worried about Colin and Guest lineup behind me. I don't know what they were going to do, and then we all got crazy on the back straightaway. And then once I saw the bottom was coming, I had to go back down and block him. And then I really wanted it just to be like a 2-car race because once you get side by side with people in these cars, the mode just swings so much to the car behind, because when you're just side after each other, it just slows you all down so much. So I was trying to keep it like a 2-horse race, but also looking back, I could have probably laid back to Nathan. And I could have gotten the hit, kind of like what I did in the 500. I don't know. There's so many things I could have done differently there, but I feel like I think I still did as like all the best moves I could. But no matter what the situation was, I don't know. I don't know. Just so many different thoughts I could have done differently. But I still feel like what I ended up did, what y'all saw, what I did do, I thought it would have been enough anyway. Well, it would have been enough, but it just didn't work out that way.
Well, you definitely made what looked to be the race-winning move. It looked like you had the mo to get there to the line, but he was able to kind of cut the momentum off by getting you into the wall a little bit. Give me your thoughts kind of from a racer's perspective. Sure, you don't want to ever be, be the one that gets put into the wall, but at the same time, it's a move that you feel like has to be made if you're in Malik Ray's shoes. I know how do you feel about it, first off?
Yeah, like I said, some people, they'll race differently. I mean, I always try to pride myself in being as clean as possible. Like, if someone makes a move, on me and I don't throw the block good enough and they get around me, then I just fair play and I try to race it side by side, clean to the end. So like I said, everyone has different motives. Everyone has different ways of going about things. I just try to be a little bit more on the cleaner side. I don't like to do something like that, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is a big prize we're going after. But definitely gonna have to do some rethinking, I guess, down the road. But like I said, it's what it is. People have different motives, and as you saw, it turned out good for them.
Well, it did turn out very well for you, and you bring home a second place finish here today. Before I let you go, is there any thanks or shout outs you want to give anyone that made this possible for you?
Yeah, just gotta shout out Mike and the whole crew for putting this on. Hate the race turned out what it was. I know Mike probably didn't want the race to go out like that, but hopefully it'll be cleaned up for next time. Shout out to you guys for broadcasting. Y'all did some great broadcasting over the week, from production and all that. It was awesome. So proud of all that y'all have done this week. Shout out to everyone who came out and raced to make this race possible. Shout out to all my teammates I was working with, White Gray, Nathan Harper, all the MBG guys, Jeff Merck as well towards the end. Like I said, Nathan was in the perfect spot to shove me there, but like I said, so many different thoughts I could have done differently right there. But still appreciate those boys for having my back always. Thanks to everyone who came out and watch. Thanks to everyone who's watching my stream as well. Support means a lot. And hopefully we put on it as best of a show we could have. But yeah, also got to give a big shout out to Evan Carlbon for painting up this Voodoo car for me. It's a good looking car. I wish we could have parked it in the winner's circle, but just didn't turn out that way. So that's about it. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you for speaking to us, Dan, and congratulations on your P2 today.
Thanks, Cody.
Daniel Falkingham, second place finisher in today's SummerSlam 499, one spot short of what he wanted. You could kind of hear the frustration in his voice as well, which to me makes sense. 188 laps, you come up that short, especially for the year that he has had. We know Daniel Falkingham will be back in victory lane soon enough. We'll talk now to the rest of what was going to be the top 5 finishers. I will say in advance, we're going to have to call some audibles. We will not hear from Sean Rowe today, and we will also not hear from Colin Keister today, it appears, as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk to third, and we're going to talk to the next 2 spots, which will be 6th and 7th. That'd be Jeff Merck and Evan Carlbon. So we'll start first with a man who finished in the 3rd position, a teammate to Daniel Falkingham, and a man who had a pretty nice week overall. Won his heat race, finished well in his dual race, and went 3rd in the SummerSlam 499. It's a great weekend for the MVG entry of Nathan Harper. Nathan, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, obviously now the adrenaline has a chance to come down. A 3rd place finish, a really great weekend for you. I know there's obviously the what could have been moment of if you had gone to victory lane, but I can't imagine a 3rd place finish is going to feel too poorly for you there. Off of turn 4, you're 3rd behind Daniel Falkingham. Is there anything else that you could have done to put yourself in victory lane here this afternoon, or were you just kind of resorting to what happened in front of you with the 1 and the 39?
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. And Dan was breaking away from me, pushing him. I was like, back up to me. I'll push you up there. But I feel like both his choices were going to be fine. It was either he broke away from me and made it a 1v1 for the win, which he did, and that didn't work out, unfortunately, which I guess the finish can be a little controversial, but I'm not going to get into that. Or he backs up to me, and I have no choice but to push him around Malik, and then chances are he wins. So I don't really blame him from doing that. But yeah, the breakaway, I can't do anything. And if I back up to the guy behind me, he's going to take the run around me. So I'll just stay in the gas and settle in for 3rd.
Hey, third place is going to pay a cool $500, so I can't imagine that is going to be too upsetting for you here as you come home in the third position. We'll start with your race, and I'll get into your weekend here in just a minute, but kind of tell me about your race because it was as up and down as anybody in the field. Started towards the front, came up front, went to the back, got in an incident, came back to the front, got another incident, went to the back. You end up at the front. Take me through what was a complete roller coaster over 499 miles for you today.
Well, I think I earned the nickname Kevin LePage. I don't think I could have done anything, but it was two. I got to the front, two instances. I got knocked down to the apron, and I couldn't stop it from coming back up and killed everybody. But luckily, it didn't kill me. Apologies to everybody, but I tried my best. I forgot what the third instance was. But yeah, 3 times I made it to the front, and I just got junked. But good thing I didn't get tore up. So, yeah, just I don't know. It just all happened, and then I managed to finally good luck went my way, and I was able to stay at the front.
Well, hey, let's talk about your weekend too. Not only are you going home with $500 today, you also won your heat back yesterday afternoon, as well as ran well in your dual race. A really successful weekend as a whole for you. As you reflect on it, obviously I understand that every driver wants to win, but again, take me through what, this side of it is. You still finished third, you still get a nice payday, and you ran really well all weekend. That's got to feel good from the driver's perspective.
Oh yeah, for sure, especially when I didn't have a chance. So I just did what I could do. I mean, you can't be too upset. I mean, I still am, but it's not like, oh my God. Like you said, $500. I mean, this year, money racing, especially PGR, I think I've gotten 3 wins on Thursday night and a lot of podiums. This will count towards the stat sheet. So, I mean, this 2025 has been really good for me. So I'm trying to build onto a very dry resume. I feel like I can do a little more, be a little more consistent, but shoot, I mean, after what just happened to me today, I can't be too upset. So, a solid year, and we had a podium, $500, and I guess we're racing next week, so we'll be right back at it next week and try to get a win.
Well, a good way to start getting that momentum working in the right direction is finishing third in the second biggest race of the year for PGR. So before we let you go and start to enjoy those winnings and also physically, mentally recover from 499 miles today, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out on your way out the door?
Yeah, shout out to Falkingham and Wyatt Gray. We were on a call. Team MBG, obviously. We weren't all on a call together, which is probably for the better good because the less people, it makes it easier. But MBG had a pretty good run. We all finished, 3 of us finished in the top 10, something like that. But yeah, shout out the team MBG, Baker for being race control. I know he's really tired. We're all tired. Shout out for Jascari for making this all possible, and you guys for broadcasting us, sacrificing your time for us. Everyone who showed up, and the sponsors.
I want to thank you for talking to us here for a moment after your third place finish today in the SummerSlam 499. $500 richer and a great weekend for you, the driver of the number 7. We'll let you go and enjoy those winnings just a little bit and also recover from this race today. Thanks again for talking to us. Go enjoy it. Go celebrate. We will talk to you very soon.
Thank you, sir.
Nathan Harper, the driver of the 7, the third place finisher in today's SummerSlam 499. Really could say tonight's SummerSlam 499 at this point in time. Again, we will not hear from Sean Rowe or Colin Keister this afternoon. They are not waiting around in the waiting room. We'll move down 2 spots and still give you 5 interviews, though, on the way out the door here this evening. We'll start with a driver who finished in the 6th position, the driver for NBG Motorsports. Had another good weekend for him. And a good way to move his momentum forward. It's the driver of the 60 for Team NBG. It's Jeff Merck, who will join us now in the broadcast booth, and my partner Cody Nagel stands by.
Jeff Merck, it's the boys in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you. What's up?
Oh, man. First off, it was very enjoyable to watch you run what was one of the better races I think you have ran in PGR. Just take us through the very long race today. What got you to the front? What kept you at the front? And what was different for you in terms of, you were able to stay up there and you looked very calm and collected. And when you lost a little bit of track position, it looked like you had the answer to get it back relatively quickly.
Yeah, you just get such huge runs in these cars. It's all it takes is one wrong move and you go to the back, and then they'll wreck. You go down pit road, get the damage fixed. I think I was caught up in a couple of wrecks, but none of them real major. I just went with my gut. A lot of the times I'm kind of I don't want to say the teammate that's like, okay, I'll help you to the front. And then it always seems like I get that guy to the front, but then as soon as they drop out of line, I'm like, well, now I'm more worried about what I'm doing. I'm more concerned about what's going to benefit me first. And if I can help you, I will. And I think that mindset has helped me get a lot better finishes lately in money racing. And I was very proud of myself today because I looked at the finishing order and I was like, I don't like to say the nobodies, but I was the highest finisher out of all of them. I got like 3 pros in front of me. Harper's not a pro, but I mean, he's a really good super speedway racer. I go by, I'm a 3,800 I rating and they're all like 5, 6, 7,000s. So I was real proud of my effort today. I finished 6th. I know the 15 car, he was side drafting me something terrible off of 4. I was hoping to get a top 5, but 6 is okay in my book.
Well, moving forward, I think you have a lot to build off of. Your finishes are getting more and more consistent, as you had alluded to. And, going into next week, I think we're going to be jumping right back into PGR on Thursdays, if I'm not mistaken. But what does this do for you in terms of your confidence and where you go from here?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it has to be a confidence booster for the guy, that on the broadcast is like, oh, it's Merck again getting wrecked, or he got a bad push and wrecked him. I'm hanging on to the cars a lot better now with bad pushes. So I've gotten better there. Definitely a confidence booster. I'm looking forward to Thursdays, running regular money races. Just I got to get in the mindset to run those races like I ran them today. Just get your elbows out, get in there and get dirty with them.
Well, a good Jeff Merck is one that I think runs with a little bit more of a level head and is able to brush off some of the smaller incidents and things that, maybe in the past you've seen that have kind of got to you a little bit. But today you prove that you can keep a level head. It's a good finish for you. It's a very good day for NBG. Before I let you go, is there any thanks or shout outs that you'd like to give and who made it possible for you?
Yeah, definitely all the guys over here at PGR, all you guys in this on the board, all that stuff. I want to give a special shout out to VP8. They're over there. I might have said that wrong, but Baker's basically his squadron. They're over there protecting our country every night, patrolling the waters. So without those guys doing what they do, we couldn't do what we do every day. So this is a special paint for them. I hope some of the guys over there was watching it, and I know it's pretty late over there, so they all might have been asleep. Maybe they'll watch it afterwards. But a big shout out to those guys. NBG, all my teammates over there. Can't wait for Baker to get back, get the old squad back together. I think that's the plan. Catch Fence Motorsports, all my teammates over there. 760 graphics for painting this car. I gave it to him last notice and said, hey, look, I want this on the car for Baker's squadron. So he did a really good job on that. You guys up in the booth, whoever that director guy is, he's doing a heck of a job. I love the graphics on the grid and all that stuff. He does a bang up job. I think that's everybody. You and Dawson. Dawson for hooking me up with that shout out from my wife the other day in the duels. Her 50th birthday is coming up in January. Taking her on a cruise to Panama. She's always wanting to go down there, so we're going to do that for her 50th birthday. So yeah, thanks, babe. I love you. Big shout out to my wife inside watching the broadcast. She always enjoys watching them, and I always enjoy giving her a shout out at the end. So I'm looking forward to Thursdays and Wednesdays and all the other days we race. It's a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for taking the time out of your day. Not only be a part of the event that is SummerSlam 499, but thank you again for interviewing with us. Congratulations on a good P6 finish today. Get out of your rig, go get you a drink, and we will see you in the next one.
All right, bud. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Merck, the sixth place finisher, and you heard some of the things he talked about, and excuse me, I wanted to mention those a couple times as well. The special paint, that was a really cool gesture by Jeff Merck. He talked about the connection with Matthew Baker there, so good to hear from him. Obviously today, I'm glad we got to talk to him here for just a minute, as well as the surprise for his wife Dawn Merck. That was a cool moment for me personally in my broadcasting career yesterday that I got to be a part of. So I'm really happy that we got to talk to Jeff Merck, and really happy for him and the run that he had today in the sixth spot. One more interview to go, though. It'll be the seventh place finisher in today's event, one of the underdog picks to start. He led a few laps, and despite all of the crashing and the madness and the mayhem, he comes home in the seventh spot. When I thought we were going to hear from him, maybe we still are. Yep, he's just jumped back in. We're going to hear from the driver for the Jack Shack, entry number 78. And one of my fellow broadcasters you heard from this weekend, it's Evan Carlbon, coming home seventh in the SummerSlam 499. Evan, it's the boys in the broadcast booth. You got a copy?
Got me.
I think so. We'll see how this goes. But regardless, I know you're in the process of traveling right now, but we did want to get your take quickly on a seventh place finish. Had a look on the last lap. Obviously hindsight is 2020 in these money racing events. If you could go back and do it again, what would you do differently on the last lap to give yourself a chance to win the SummerSlam 499?
First off, in hindsight, I made the move way too early. Like, it was either that I'm stacking up everyone behind me. I also had my teammate Landon Velicki behind me. Like, I wasn't trying to think for myself in that moment, but when $1,500 is on the line, and you're trying to get every spot you can get, I kind of thought about myself. I was kind of selfish. Everything in my body was beating and shaking and all that kind of stuff, and I was just more or less more excited to just get to the finish and get to traveling and all that kind of stuff. So other than that, it was a pretty good race. I got spun in front of the field, had required repairs, and I was still able to make it a comeback. Um, I was talking to Harper down in the waiting room, and I was like, "Damn, I should have stayed with him and went on to the bottom." But I split him, and I also had damage on my right side, so my side force and the side draft from anybody on my right side was just worse than what it would have been.
Well, hey, nonetheless, seventh place is not too shabby. Again, you ran up front quite a bit today, but also made a couple comebacks, as you alluded to. And, I kind of want to get that perspective. Really the first few guys we talked to hadn't had a ton of adversity today, and you're kind of the first one we get to talk to that did. When we think about drivers that had to go to the back and came back to the front, Nathan Harper did, but it was never as bad as a meatball flag. I mean, we saw the issues for guys like Adam Garza and Landon Velicki and Michael Trascaro and Jackson Bies and you as well. And you guys all finished inside the top 10 on the racetrack. Take us through the driver's perspective of that adversity. How do you keep yourself mentally locked in to make that comeback, even though later in the race you get in another incident, you get more damage? How do you, as a driver, just keep consistent, keep a level head, and keep yourself in the fight until the very end?
More or less, it was just like I had my teammates. They were experiencing adversity. They had meatball flags all race, so I wasn't too worried when I got my meatball flag because everybody that was in that race that had a meatball flag. They would go. It was the same time every time for repairs. 30 seconds required and 3 minutes or 4 minutes optional, and you would be able to just keep the same speed. So once I realized that, like, I'm not really at a disadvantage, I would just kept driving the same way that I would. Like, it was almost like a cakewalk. If only, to be honest, it kind of made me feel like I was faster. Like, it was just a bunch of adversity. I got hit by Merck early in the race, had damage from that, got that fixed, and then I hit Merck again, and then had damage from that, and then I got spun in front of the field. Tried to keep it in the wall, tried to keep it off everybody else. I was trying to save it. Once I realized I couldn't save it, I just took my chances. But then it was go time from there. It was just like, I know how to make these moves. In the dual race and the heat race, I did the same exact things to get myself in position to qualify and to lock myself into the next race. I I was 28th on the second to last restart and ended up sixth. It as much as a
a downfall that race was, it was so much fun to be a part of. Thanks to Mike and Baker, like, for putting this on, putting up with all of us, because we were all yelling and screaming at each other at points. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, obviously, want to look forward for you here as we go forward from this event, because obviously now, we do this on a weekly basis, and a lot of us are around for these weekly races as well. Running up front in this race, recovering from adversity, the finish that you get, do these do anything for your momentum and for your confidence level going forward? Do you feel like you've gained something here from this weekend after a 7th place finish?
The only thing that I really think I gained was, like, I was calling myself an underdog all week because I felt like I was always flying under everybody's radar. I finished consistent top fives, top tens. I've always had great runs in this Gen 6 car, and I felt like I was going to be a contender at the end. Had I made the right moves coming out of 2 or going down the backstretch or anything, I probably would have had my say in a top 5. But nonetheless, I think something about these high aggressive giraffe packages, the Gen 60 ARCA car, what was the good next gen car, even the Gen 4 car, I feel like I have a fighting chance in these kind of cars. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I got to say about that. I feel like I've popped up on everybody, not popped up on everybody's radar, but I've popped up on a few.
And that's got to mean something for you in the 7th position. Well, Evan, we'll give you an opportunity here to continue traveling in just a moment, but do want to give you an opportunity, though, on the way out. Any thank you, shout-outs you'd like to give anybody that made this finish possible for you today?
First off, I got to thank the boys at the Jack Shack. They stuck with me. We all stuck together one way or another. If we were at the back, we were at the front. We always found a way to get connected with one another. Landon at the end, he was coaching me basically, like, because he's so good with these cars and he knows what he needs to do. He was coaching me kind of going into the last 2 or 3 laps there, and he said he stuck with me, and that's what he did. I kind of boned him out of a higher finishing position because I got loose off of 2, but nonetheless, it was a great team effort all weekend by the Jack Shack boys. Some of us couldn't make the feature, but we all had a chance. At least at the end, we all could say we had a chance. I'm gonna thank my father. He was watching. He was watching my grandfather. They were cheering me on, texting me throughout the race. I was like, please calm down. Please calm down. And I want to thank Dawson and Cody for putting up with us, watching that decent race, I'll say. I bet you guys have done a good job. I will probably be watching the broadcast back tonight. Thank you, Dawson, for allowing me to join y'all in the booth this weekend. It was a lot of fun. I think I gotten better doing the booth jobs. At least I think. Some people don't, but it is what it is. And then thanks for Mike and Baker putting it on, putting up with us. Baker was at his boiling point at some point in that race, and Triscaro got a top 10. Like, I bet he's like on cloud 9 right now. I'm on cloud 9 too. I didn't think I'd even have a top 20, but thanks to all those guys. They make it all possible. They all boost your confidence and give you a platform to race.
Well, Evan, we want to thank you for talking to us. Obviously, congratulations on the 7th place effort, but also want to thank you for the participation, kind of jumping in with me when I needed a second this weekend to jump in the booth. Obviously, appreciate you jumping up with me. And obviously, we look forward to perhaps growing that connection here in the future as well. Evan, congrats on a 7th place finish today in the SummerSlam 499. We'll let you get on with traveling. Go enjoy that finish. Go celebrate it. We will talk to you very soon.
Thank you. And one more thing, free Trev.
Evan Carlbon on the way out the door finishes in the 7th position. That'll wrap up our post-race interviews from today at Talladega Super Speedway. We now work to wrap up the coverage of the second running of the SummerSlam 499, the 3rd annual SummerSlam race. And at the end of the day, it is Malik Ray that gets the job done as we welcome you back into the PGR broadcast booth. Myself, my co-host Cody Nagels. And Cody, a lot to talk about in the finishing results from this race, just looking up and down, even the top 10, you could stop there. But beyond that, a lot of guys faced adversity. Speak to Malik Ray as the winner, but also speak to some of the stories today. Nathan Harper, back to the front. Evan Carlbon, who we just talked to from the back to the front. Jeff Merck, Jackson Bice, Adam Garza, Michael Triscaro. I mean, we could go down the list of guys that finished up front that had adversity in one way or another, were multiple laps down, and managed to get a top 10 or top 15 in today's race. You know, it was a topsy-turvy one, a roller coaster one, I guess would be the right word to use. At the end of the day, it's Malik Ray winning, but a lot of great storylines throughout the finishing order of today.
Well, I think these drivers can take a lot from the race. Yes, Malik Ray, he wins. Congratulations to Malik Ray for that back-to-back on SummerSlam victories. But this race had a little bit of everything. Obviously, cautions were very high, but there was a lot of guys that were up front leading that we aren't necessarily used to seeing in PGR. A lot of teams were showing up and showing out. Jack Shack had several guys that were up front leading. I know the team of Jack Mace and Caden Diedrich and Adam Garza and Sean Rowe, they made their presence known in the race, led a lot of laps. Obviously, you had the consistency of Malik Ray to know that he was going to be there at the end. Daniel Falkingham was also very aggressive and was able to put himself in a position to potentially bring home the Triple Crown. But there will always be that opportunity for next year for Falkingham. Overall, hopefully we could take something from this into next year. You know, do we go back to the Gen 6 or do we look at potentially, I know there's already been talk about the Gen 4, so a lot of things to think about. I think we just hit the drawing board as a promotion, see what is best moving forward. But for the Gen 6 car, it was a lot of fun in the runs that we did have tonight.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it is, yes, there were a lot of caution flags tonight, and yes, there were a lot of crashes tonight, but in the green flag runs that we did have, I feel like the racing in and of itself was really good, really competitive, really intense. You could feel how much more this race means than any other weekly race, even for guys like a Daniel Falkingham who has run everywhere in his sim racing career. You could see just how much it meant to him. You could see how much it meant to all the guys making those big moves. They knew what was on the line today. You could tell it was a bigger deal. You could tell it was a big deal just to go lead laps, let alone win, just to go lead laps for guys like Sean Rowe, for guys like Jack Mace, for guys like Joey Beck who led early in this race. You know, even for those guys who normally in one of those races, if they're racing an official and they run 80 laps, they're going to run around in the back. In the SummerSlam today, they said, hey, let me go up front. Let me try to lead laps. Let me put myself on the board. It's what it means to these drivers, and I think that speaks to the spectacle that this event has become over the last year and a half. Well, PGR's biggest sim race of the summer is over. The SummerSlam 499 comes to an end today, and in the second straight year of this event, it is Malik Ray that comes away with a victory in this big-time event. It was an incredible weekend of racing, starting from the heat races into the dual races yesterday, and finalized with a feature today that had a finish I think we can all say that this event deserves. And Malik Ray and Daniel Falkingham, a photo finish of two of the best on super speedways. You could not have asked for a better storyline to write itself into the end of this race. It was an incredible event. Do want to take an opportunity to thank some of the people that have helped us along the way. I'll first thank our broadcast team throughout here this weekend. I want to thank my co-host today, Cody Nagels, for coming on and kind of coming out of broadcasting retirement, I guess, this weekend to join me in the booth for this race. Cody, thank you for joining me up here, and thank you for doing 499 miles. I know it's not an easy ask, especially for those of us that are having to talk the entire time, but definitely thank you for your efforts today. I want to thank my broadcasting partners throughout the week. Austin Green, who joined us on pre-race earlier this afternoon. He does incredible work, and hope to continue to grow our chemistry as we got to call some races together this weekend. I want to thank Austin for what he does behind the scenes for us on the broadcasting side as well. I want to thank my broadcast partners over the weekend. I want to thank Evan Karlbahn and Landon Velicky for hopping in when I needed a second, when everyone else was racing or race controlling or trying to figure out something within the event. They hopped in without much convincing and called the races with me. I want to thank them for their efforts, and I hope you all enjoyed hearing from those guys. Also want to thank Matthew Baker and Michael Triscaro for their broadcasting number one. Matthew Baker joined me for a few races, Michael Triscaro for a couple yesterday. I want to thank them for their efforts broadcasting first of all, but I think more so is their efforts putting on this event. There is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes in the week leading up to the event, in the month leading up to the event, but really in the whole year leading up to this weekend of racing that you all do not see. And it really, I think it goes a lot of times without thanks. And I think that they deserve some of our gratitude for what they do for this event, being able to organize the heat races and organize the format and the rules and the schedule and the payouts and kind of organize the signups when they start coming in and putting together the recruitment races, which, by the way, we had some guys race those recruitment races who raced in this afternoon's event, including Joey Gatina, who we talked to earlier. So, I want to thank them for that part of it as well. The management side of it, it is a thankless job, and it is possibly the most work anyone put in for this entire event. So I want to thank those two specifically, and also want to thank our two producers this weekend. Today we were grateful to be joined by Christian Hill. We had him back in February and wanted to get him back here for the August race, and certainly we know what a job that he is able to do. And from the limited bit I got to see watching some of the production feed, it definitely looked like we did this race justice today. So I want to thank Christian for his help, his assistance, and his work getting ready for this event, putting together the graphics that you saw here this afternoon. Also want to thank DJ Lyon, who comes onto the PGR team this weekend and joins our team for the heat races and the dual races. He also did incredible work, did a lot of work getting ready for those races, putting together graphics and sound and things like that. I want to thank him. I want to thank both of those guys for their help. It could not have looked this good without the guys on the production controls. And again, another job I think where their faces aren't on camera. I don't think it gets enough thanks. I want to thank those two for their efforts this weekend as well. The SummerSlam 499 is officially over. We'll get back to regular programming starting next week. I can't wait to hope to have you along for the ride with us as we continue on. The next big event for PGR will be in February. The countdown is on. The clock has started to the second annual Great American Sim Race in February, the PGR 500, coming up in late January of 2026. Until then, we'll resume our regularly scheduled programming. Again, want to thank our broadcast team today, Cody Nagels, and our producer downstairs, Christian Hill. Want to thank the drivers for coming out, putting on a race today that we'll remember for a long time, a finish specifically we'll remember for a very long time. Want to congratulate Malik Ray on his second straight win in the SummerSlam 499, and can't wait until July of 2026 when we do it all again. Thank you so much for coming out this weekend and supporting all of our broadcasts. We had such great support and overwhelming messages to all of us. I want to thank all of you also for reaching out. It means a lot. I do see it, and it means a whole lot to me, to Austin, to Cody, to our producers. It means a lot to all of us on the broadcasting side as well. Hope you enjoyed what you saw today as the SummerSlam 499 comes to a close. Thank you one more time for coming out. For my partner today, Cody Nagels, our producer, Christian Hill, and all of us at PGR eSports, we bid you a good evening. Come back next time for more racing. The SummerSlam 499 is complete. Have a good night.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
the outside wall goes Hill. They're wrecking big time out back. We're not going to throw a caution.